going. Blacklist International Javen making the plays for the team. Make it 5.
He's gonna find one more player, hunts him down, but Kalo's Hunter Killer gonna drop him out. So the game continues, and PJ is gonna be slaying again and again and again. I mean, 18 kills to his name already. Fully streaked up. One more to beat up front is gonna take Jabin out. So that's gonna be one way to push it. Another player in this staircase, and this is going on a tear. Here comes the Pred. 2 players up front, takes him out. Him down, and even more with the gunfights, but now finally he gets shot down. The hard point gonna belong to Dunia Games. Clove lighting up the shots, and now they get full clearance. Here comes the Pred now. 2 players to beat up front. He's gonna take one. I'll take that any day. And now this guy already 6 in a row, and the guy is just scoring ever
7,
higher. Now already got this extra
8.
one to lock down. I mean, for Clove. But now the bomb's gonna get planted. Irfan J needs to win this gunfight. 1v1 is gonna win it. But the numbers, it's not gonna favor them. But here comes one more. He drops one. No, it's gonna get flanked. 1 player down, 1 more player to beat. He's gonna get the shot to connect, but not enough to get the kill just yet. 28 seconds. Oh my god.
Oh my god. 1v1.
1v1. Irfan J. And the game continues to move in through. Ferry gets the defense locked down as well. I mean, 5 kills right now. She needs to get involved more in the gunfight department. And now she's doing a great time with this hard point, by the way. 75 seconds gets another. You gotta move fast. Have to be very efficient with the way you kill the players and the way you defuse that bomb. Raph, all the way to the warehouse. This is gonna be the first kind of contest that he needs to win. Now number 4, all the way to the other end. Certainly gets taken down. 1 more on the staircase. 1v1. Who's gonna win it? It's gonna be Raph, the MVP of that point. Putting into use that shotgun to the killer flag. And now here comes the first contest. But 3 players to beat. That's gonna be pretty tough for him. And PJ needs to get surrounded with his teammate.
Oh, not yet over. Not yet over. It's not yet over.
Inside the A side. Here comes the Pred, who takes one.
WDC free slot battling against NGU Esports Cal for WDC free slot.
And not only that, so they really know what to do in here. They study up this game. Really look at the way that they have been able to control this match. Now, they will continue to contest it, pushing up inside the point and spot the player on the barrels. They'll not be able to find it over it. So actually making the guitar more into the last two.
There has to be some explanation on that. Yeah, and they're going for the takedown. Just it, and now he was able to take the black and low too deep. The backup is in there. Also, is looking at pretty much the same from what we've seen for the first round.
Yeah, another help them actually. That means already got it. The same thing that WDC has been doing, is trying to beat people. Are about to go down here at group stage number 2.
Far away. 28 seconds, still a lot to contest for. But the players are looking
down Blacklist International. Ultimate to have a great setup and a money hill involved.
MP5 already. Now Smartamega can go in for those rotations and focus on controlling that laundry side. And as you can see, 2 players pushing up already in run time. Look at WDC overextending into its donuts. But obviously, we won't expect
attack into.
He needs to realize this. The position is held on, eliminating the biggest problem out there. Just a little bit risky. Just depending on the backup by the
next spawn trap enabled, but it's a good thing that Omega was able to defuse the situation. But
it needs to be so equal on the side of the ability. We punish the players, but Marius is securing off those markers as we speak. A 1 life deficit for Smartamega, and just a little bit of a marker placed on. Dunia Games battle it off. The players are weighed out in a match of S&D this time. Swooping down like a bird of prey and will be able to manage to grab it. Already taking the lead as well as control of this point in there towards Gorilla Base. But the rotation of Dunia Games is showing overkill for me. That might have just been a big mistake from the Indonesian side. And now, as the Goliath heads on over, rotating around long from the side of Facet, especially by a guy named Whoopi, as I say that Zen gets drawn. Oh, Mistro But that stun is not going to affect them too much at all. Candy has a great angle, punishes Jetsky, whereas Frank is taken out. Keeping the opponents. Great opportunity. Takes out one from Laundry side. One finds it already, but it's just a single mark. Dunia Games really very scrappy. Control point as well. Two markers taken out of the equation, but XS1 Goliath on that standby for the B flag. Yeah, but that A flag now on for the bull.
Show in here. First game of the day, group stage day 4.
Backs away slowly, wins the big gunfight. Fantastic play. Dunia Games, they managed to hold on to this there. WDC Freeze Rock is moving into this game.
A little time, but Leia will be in there as well. Perfect uses for Dunia Games, but take a look at the spawns in here right now, the fountains. Bottom left side of that minimap, they are going to
on the ground, so they still have this advantage here.
It's going to be very crucial. Two players are making their way, and now we're on the flank gets one. What will be trades coming through? See one with the first blood. Engagements are just being won over by C1. Back and forth.
The B control point almost completed already. Able to take this away from the Indonesians, man. They're just controlling this map and running circles around the side players. Point out there the battlefield, because I have to tell you, man, Weibo moving in more into this hard point. Even out at Bakery, they cannot get past. Laundry spotting one. More accurate. Smart Mega winning out all of it. Secure the slay onto us. And, you know, that... Yeah, and mechanical skills, you know, that's absolutely understandable. Unfortunately, we are being left high and dry.
Hardpoint is still contested in here. Going to be quite a very back and forth fight.
There's no responsibility that can be taken
inside. Right now, good positioning for NGU, but Halo is about to bump out one of the big guns in here. Jumping this barrel once again to get 2 picks in. Pick that 3. This guy is on a roll. One more for the they're jumping black. The pitch pick coming through now. The flank is going to get activated. Timor's lugging things down, picking up from where we left off from Hardpoint. Finds one more. The bomb sets quickly get all of this skills in here. Luffy now 2 in a row. Make that 3. This guy's on a spree.
5 lives remaining for MGU. For the time is over.
This is going to continue getting more kills, and Timor's looking to get that follow-up as well right through the deli. 6 seconds and results down there at the beach side, but still, it's going to be a bit wild. The gunfight is not basically it for Dunia Games. The final
floor of mana instead, which is a little bit surprising.
And the Hardpoint opens up, and Dunia Games is in the one shot, and they are winning the gunfight.
As long as they're in.
A pretty close matchup, but Dunia Games this time now moving in here.
And MJ manages to quickly sneak behind. Fantastic in terms of positioning against a very aggressive set. Might get gagged up.
No one's stacking the point, and they send out a lot of things around the mid-map.
Battlefield, Demo sorts him out. Airpops, fantastic. Off the side of West Point, Mama Lokics. This is the spawn. Find out if that will be the case. Change World in blue.
Take over that. The battle will be between Aimer and 4 players for Change After Spawn, and they're doing whatever kills gone inside the matchup, and well, it's been so good and so great for ABC Esports. Although they don't have and Change World can seem to do nothing about that. Okats making a good use of that off angle, getting jumping with pressure.
And there goes the hit back right now. And 56 on the snipe, on the push. And
now they're slowly moving in, but misses on the defense.
He's moving into the flank. I don't think ABC will be falling for the same trick, but no! Aimer is the guy who goes to the second clutch and the fuse. and ABC.
Well, the instances where you can also guard this A and this B control point. OCAT on point. As soon as that smoke pops off, Kai could get the kill here. He pushes out.
It's barely got away from the 100-point mark.
And that's one thing of Lynx DH. They understand how the mind works.
For that, because Lynx needs the firepower if they want to take over this match from the side of Blacklist Ultimate, who is already in the round, wins out its gunfight, turns around upstairs as well. FDX annihilates the players of Lynx, and a good FHJ connects against the XS1 Goliath, blinding him.
Passageway as well as, or from three sides actually.
Brazil, Tin. Overall, this is Lynx really stepping up. Portugal shuts down Tin. Javen terrains out Brazil. Iris with the win.
Struggle continues, but one will be
Make the difference by taking this backstab of the Peacekeeper one for the World Championship. Then I think the fake out started not just here at the group stage, but
but still you can get the kills and
And now as we start, it's going to be AMT Change World.
for Change World. Arthur right now taking second floor, takedown will be done against the Jeff Pro, but they name it
In here, this is just over. And now start upgrading the play. Look at this, number 1 and number 5.
time. The game continues. 226 147 underscore 0.0 bit continues on.
Saw it, but now, see, he's gonna push up one more time. I don't think he's possible to out of that plant, but you know, Irfan J, he loves to play it messy. He spots the first player on the tax, wins one. One more third of it back. But you obviously know, this is the Lions City represent, and they know now, they're slowly converting their shots inside the game, but you see M4 being that devastator, or it's gonna get a very efficient offensive hold there by AMT and right through B. Took them 9 lives to cost them here at this B control point. Now they move in at the A. They might as well play this as a team deathmatch.
down. They do. They most definitely do, because of the points here. But it is hard point at the end of the day. You've got one superb hill for yourself. You should be able.
I'm not entirely sure why they're still not inside the hill just yet. They're respecting this XS1 Goliath so much. And right now, there's no push being made here from Huntsman here. They gotta get in. They gotta get
that with the Peacekeeper needs to spot this out. Dirt spots out what they want to commit onto. It's good. Takes out the bomb, and as soon as he runs, the movement's out of Dirt. Perfect, but AG punishes their spur. They're all alone, surviving this. Can he get annoying? Trying to stop the players from sneaking away this control point.
a pro gamer move for Blacklist, you know, going in for them to fight.
Yeah, but because of the individual quality that all of their players on the ball, the Huntsmen don't really have a good hold on this matchup. Their best chance was to beat Blacklist International Ultimate. Of the maps out there on the battlefield, because it doesn't seem like ADC
in this game early initiation on this white warehouse, and here we go. Aimer right now.
DG Esports annihilates him once again. Scrap points, you know, not going to be able to be picked up at all, even though all odds are against the investment into the Purifier. And this is just Lynx in the fight of their life, keeping it up.
Right now, just waiting.
So well, but traded out by Reed. Back and forth they go. Control point to take away the A control point out in the open. And ABC doesn't even care about the control point in that match. And that A control point later on.
That be one of the winning factors.
Today is going to be needed. They get this win versus WPM, they clean. Right now, firing range is going to be kind of deadly in here. You get this speed to
One has been left in there by the point that hit before and gets activated.
Does going to clear out and bully WPM Lokings badly. Take a look at the lead right now, 100 points
For that next hit.
and it's gonna hurt WPM Lokings the most in here.
The Moors will continue on.
Oh well.
Locating the lead, and they are not slowing down. this guy named Whoopi.
Whoopi is getting terminated by the Terminator. Look at the place coming shoots to get the good versions, but still finds nothing. Adra, big play there. Almghty making an ingress here, dropping down F-Box, creating the distance in the basketball court, and Galo using that sniper, adding in at the control points.
Alpha is going to be captured. Last hit remains for his.
Once again, the defense is strong for Smart Omega. They got better map control, but Timor slowly gliding. One way to find it out again. When we head into this first map, a lot in here, they look to try to break the speed too. Grant on it.
Just got a perfect setup at this money hill, and if you are Dunia Games, you should be able to 26 Dunia Games, 4 more seconds, and it looks like complete.
Might be able to get this bag of perfect timing there. Gunzi though will shut one player down right through the kitchens, and Gunzi look at the good four.
Lily's gonna be the top superstar here. Spots out the player. Turn around, Lily! Does exactly that! Headshot of Gibran! Can Lily get the final kill? And you, with 14 seconds to go, means that Dunia Games has gotten the win. Countdown threat. Purifier. Ray and Almghty becomes fried chicken out there on the battlefield. Black stoves it up as well. Red window for MTU as Dunia Games looks super serious to take this dub. One final one.
Envisioning. They are already in the worst
Stacks up the numbers, and now they take the spawn over from the special forces base. Intentionally or unintentionally, it seems to be favoring them a lot. They are plays where they gain a majority of these points.
They are being cut short by an Awin. The backup will be coming in from G, and with 1-by-1 conditioning.
Doing a lot out there. 30 more seconds, and the challenge comes through from G. Great engagement, Guitar.
But they are left with Luffy, and there's no one to stand up. They will be gunning them down.
See a slow-paced control matchup. We just do not need to rush into it. Yes, the timer is ticking, but you have time. It's pretty much predictable as well because they're just doing the control points. I mean, where else would you find it?
Depending on the stats.
Things are going to be kind of one-sided. Now,
For that, but we need to win engagement as well. Gabby and Joe go in
here's
against
the huge engagement. Final 10 seconds is left with a P1 and ZZ already, and they win the initial hole.
It was a good play from
Here, with that 15-point log, ZZ Experts have the numbers advantage, and Jetsky going to take the risk of the ace, and now has to go with the more.
no this map at the back of their hands. And that blue stick for the blue strike to put them in. But the CDFI Esports slowly they are taking down live after live.
It's the feed, the guy that will continue to annoy Ace Esports. ZZX on the control. They're wanting to get more than that, and Zen with an access to one story.
The 100% design.
They step inside the scrap time, but Smart Omega, they're changing P1 to P2, and Whoopi continues to slay point of wearing. They unfortunately can't candy on the hunt with the 1v1 battle for rotation, so that's just what it
Take
is.
advantage straight away. I don't know, but then not rated out by Candy. I tell you, Smart Omega really open stairs and got it. He backs away. He's the little scat.
To get the top of the show early on to get go, as they will be able to get the first blood and the second as well. Beautiful attacks bring down upon the Smart Omega right now, and you see Whoopi already
Yeah, exactly. Something big. We have a sunset. Just an engagement-wise, just in the ring. This engagement between Indra as well as Lily. Who's gonna be able to win it out? Lily gets the shot. Indra, go back home. Sit down, boy. 19 to 11. NTU still has it.
Well, that's been the opening that they get now. They just have to think through AJ.
Incendio making one small mistake, and now beautiful slide punishes for itself. How could he miss that? It doesn't matter. Iris should be able to break this out. Incendio says, hell no. Jeffro protects his brother by dropping him.
The good news is here, we're finally getting some slack off of the dominated ones that we got in the first two series. Now we're starting to see some very close one in here.
Emo for the investment of the Sparrow, and Okat's already hopping on it in for the spawn trap. Skirt are so close, and Okat wasn't running. Manages to get pulled back.
For work in. Smart Omega has has already taken the lead as well as control on this point in there towards Gorilla Base. But the rotation of Dunia Games is showing a little bit of they are being. Yeah, I mean, it pretty much acts like a sniper in there. It should be used as a sniper. And Split right now is doing that in a double right there. Oh, triple! And what a kill! And the Spurs really popping up right now. I think you want to spot an MVP at this point, but missing those two. Well, looking in if we're going to hit one.
Yeah, exactly. And quick up names are often the most exciting part of these games. But Lindsay Asians slightly making an ingress here.
Quite a bit of points here, but it is hard point at the end of the day. You've got one super hill for yourself. You should be able to make it all the way back to crush on engagement. Lily's gonna be the top superstar here. Spots out the play. Turn it around, Lily. That's exactly that. Headshot of Dubran. Can Lily get the final kill? They have got the numbers, and now they take the spot over from the special forces base. Intentionally or unintentionally, it seems to be favoring them a lot here right now.
No one's still moving in more of that window, but then I was able to protect that. And MIB with the backstab, stepping onto that field will be a miss for them. Good thing. Waiting
In order to stay inside. Right now, good positioning for MGU, but Kilo is about to bust out one of the big guns in here. Jumping this spiral once again to get 2 picks in. Make that 3. This guy is on a roll. One more for that kill.
And you're gonna stand a good chance. And that same exact thing works for the side of WDC free slot as well. But the first engagement here takes out and now in from the side of WDC. Ding with the headshot, but that was not easy. Played the headless to perfection. Good see. Bad bounce on the nade. And one can sneak away the majority of points from this B1. And an early rotation into B2 where gunfights have to be won back to back. Jeffro steps up for the team. Indonesian Pride on the side of Almghty as well. Lion City representing Jeffro this time round. Gets that single slay, but he was
Actually trying to do. But number 1 C1 is actually trying to place gunfights there at the back. They open with this B control point right in time. A huge double there for C1. They're getting one more against FTX and now lining it up. Living Blackness on fire with C1 making the play back.
That information not in the desk yet. There goes takeoff. Send brings it to the 1v1.
crazy stuff out there on the battlefield. 1v1 now. Then really needs to work this out for his team. Got a KSP in hand. Rotates around towards the basketball court. And I feel like that's the perfect one.
And I'm not quite sure what's happening to Tournamnet right now. Positioning, they are losing most of the gunfights at this point.
It's a 4v2. Cheek on the far angle. 1 KSP uses the C1, gets a double. Cheek drops him, and now it's a 1v1. Cheek versus Jamin. Jamin with the opportunity, slays him out. 16 seconds to go. Blacklist International Ultimate wraps up this SMD. That's what WDC was waiting for. They were waiting to activate all of their operators, and they go in for a full investment this time round. WDC, can they turn things around? Qatar with a double kill. Can he get the third one? Goes in for the pop. Close range combat. Manages to get the slay. They're all equal with the numbers out there. Blacklist Ultimate, can they survive?
But as we can see right now, 16 seconds stop. Not so much on the lives being turned over by Dunia Games.
Oh, but Dunia Games now showing some signs of life within this hard point, not once but twice now. Early on with the XS1 Goliath, this time with the KSP. The guy goes half against Almghty, but Almghty manages to find the break of that hill towards the final few seconds. But still replaced here by Rage. He sneaks away the scrap point, and now Almghty have to find that sustenance within the first hard point. We talked about how Whoopi was just a little slow earlier on, but now 8 kills back. Because obviously that's going to be the first spot Almghty runs in for.
Yeah, that is the advantage you can take to get all the lives that they need to take it.
5-24. The game of numbers. Not really stacking up well for the side of ABC here. They've gotten one quadrant ripped away by Blackest Ultimate. And Reeves just on fire right now.
PH have going into this hard point number 1 is they now already have
Leading towards 10 kills at the very start of
the time, but they're able to manage to bring
now. On the other side of the wall, has to anticipate 2 players, and he does that absolutely well with the kill. Incendio making one small mistake, and now beautiful slide punishes Purcell. How could he? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational 2022. We have been looking for about 4 days now for the top 8 that will make it through to the playoffs, and we have already found 6 of them. 2 more will join the fray. I am the Mustachio AJ down here with the one and only Cali Gaming. Later on, we will be joined by Warden as well, and the 3 of us will be your shoutcasters for the day. Cali, to start the day off, what are your expectations for the day?
I am extremely looking forward to the first game because everybody's been waiting for this day, and there's a reason why. We were all surprised by how Wolves conquered the King of Sniper last weekend.
Oh, yeah.
The China Master Season 4 MVP, Anzai, won against all odds. Now, we're going to see Wolves, the best team in China, fight for a playoff spot in this group stage. What can they bring? That will shock everyone watching in today's schedule. Today's group is the strongest of all, though it won't be the Wolves just claiming all the spotlight. You know, Garena's champs, AMT, happened to fall in the group, and Dunia Games is here as well. I mean, they are already, all hell will break loose today. I'm excited to get it on.
Yeah, man, I'm excited too. I mean, I have been following the Twitter account of the players from the side of Almghty, Heaven and Irfan J especially. The boys have been quite vocal about how they have been having quite a number of difficulty finding their exact gun pick within the current season. The current meta has shaken things up for quite a number of teams out there on the battlefield, and clearly Almghty is not feeling the most confident stepping into the competition, and now they've got to take on the monstrous Wolves, right? And we all saw exactly what Zai managed to do. He's not even the main sniper of the team, but not only did he manage to dominate, but he annihilated player after player. And the king of snipers, finally, we get to see this kickoff. I could not ask for a better match to start the day off, right? 2 of the top titans, but this is not just the 2 ones that are guaranteed the playoff spot already, right? This group also has got Weibo as well as Dunia Games. I don't know, but that kind of makes this yet another group of death, Cali.
Yeah, it is a group of that. I mean, it's the strongest of all groups that we've had. And, you know, save the best for last year at the group stage. You got number 1 team in China, the number 1 team in Garena Masters, and the number 1 team in Indonesia as well. So there's a lot of things that you really have to look forward to today. But here is the participants that has competed already, that competed here at CDFI 2022. We got 8 teams from CDM and, of course, 8 teams from Garena. And what we've had for the last 3 days is that we got 3 teams from CDM already advancing to the next stage. Same thing with Garena. So we got 2 more spots that this, you know, the last 4 teams has to fight for, and it won't be that easy today.
That's not going to be easy at all. 4 teams pretty much stacked in their own ways, and the last thing that we want to see is one of the teams that you guys support get kicked out. So let us know in the comment section exactly who that is. Drop that like and make sure you share the broadcast out as well, because today is going to be a fantastic day. It's also going to be a pretty much a preview of what you guys can expect at stage 5 later on. Once again, we know that Almghty is struggling, but they have been vocal about it. We don't know exactly how the other teams are struggling with the current meta as well. The Chinese teams, I'm guessing, are going to be the ones who are most comfortable, because that's exactly what data has shown us so far. The Chinese teams in the tournament have been pretty cracked, Cali.
That 3 CDM teams, always the number 1 seed in every group. Group A, they got Q9. Group B, we have DYG. Group C, of course, yesterday was all gamers. So these teams, they have been cracking. They have been lifting these games on fire. But, you know, with the recent update, there's also a recent rise to current metas. And then, you know, before we also have that we also had a lot of guns, but it's, you know, this update that we have currently is the most balanced of all, because you can see Bisons in the game. You can see the KRMs making a comeback, wherein we did see yesterday. And R9Ds, it's even effective in the game itself. So you really have to pick your gun. And, you know, for Almghty, I really have to relate to them, because this update has been balanced and you don't know really what gun you really would want to use, because there's a lot that's available.
I mean, finally, right? Finally. I mean, I've been in Call of Duty Mobile since the inception of the game in itself, and never have we had a season this torturous for all of the pro players to really discover exactly what is the most suited for them, and CDFI just does not give them enough time to prep. So that's going to be one of the elements of surprise that perhaps we might just see affect the games out there. This is the schedule for the day. To kick things off, the blockbuster event in itself. Wolves take on Almghty, and then Almghty stays on to take on Weibo. Weibo stays back to take on Dunia Games, and that's exactly where we will see if or not the Indonesians can hang with some of the best, because Group D once again is going to be super stacked with blockbuster matches, Gary.
Yeah, again, and looking forward to that number 1 match. And the first match here for the day, Zai will be here with his teammate, pull in a 5v5 matchup against Garena's champs. But, you know, the number 1 spot will continue to be a question here. But this first game right here could just decide which one absolutely will dominate the other, and of course, claim that number 1 spot. So, I mean, for the last 3 days that we've had, it's always the CDM region that takes number 1 spot. Can AMT, you know, Garena's champs here, be able to topple Wolves in today's Group T? I think it's totally possible. But again, they've been, you know, very, very vocal with the recent update. And of course, their struggles. But I believe they can surprise us here today.
I mean, they could have been just faking it, man.
Yeah, man, exactly.
we know the Singaporeans. It's all about the IQ gameplay, and it's all about the mental warfare before you even get out there onto the battlefield for most of these guys, right? Because pro teams, they just play this game at a whole other level. They need to unnerve Wolves, or perhaps they need to make Wolves so confident, in fact, that they get a little bit overconfident and make some mistakes out there on the battlefield that Almghty can take advantage of. I mean, they might be expecting a weak Singaporean team to step up onto the battlefield, and for all you know, they could give us a mysterious 3-0 that Wolves does not seem like they're ever going to be able to eat in the competition, because of how Zai performed at the King of Snipers battle. So we will see if or not the King of Snipers battle was pretty much a premonition, as well as a quick preview for you guys as to what you can expect throughout of CDFI, not just in the group stages, but in the playoffs as well. Or that was just, you know, a competition, a preview, a show match that's taken out of context, and how that does not affect the games at all. So far, it just seems like the prior is the case to go with. Zai, King, Nian, as well as Spec. This is the lineup of Wolves, and I want to see what King can do with a sniper. I mean, if Zai could annihilate, King pretty much is going to be able to tap out every single one of the Almghty players. Or will heaven find the solution?
Yeah, of course. And, you know, for your Wolves, they are definitely the best in CDM, mainly because every player can be a flex player and be a threat right out on the battlefield. And, you know, we did see already what Wolves Zai can do, but King is going to be very important, not just at the hard point and the respawns. He is going to be the main key player for Wolves in taking over that search and destroy. But, you know, we did see Nian actually played on the last weekend CDFI King of Sniper, but really were able to find a way to, you know, create an impact. But here you see King. This guy is gonna be, you know, the main sniper. So let's see what can he really do out there up against AMT, Incendio, Heaven, Shut Up, Irfan J, and Jet Bro. Garena's champs, AJ.
Okay, number one, I'm curious about whose scrunchie Zai is wearing on his wrist. I hope the interviewer asks him later. Secondly, it would have been quite the cracker if King had just lied down on the bed and imitated the way Whoopi sits down for competitions. I think that would have been a little crazy. But Almghty taking on Wolves, I cannot have asked for a better series because look at the game faces that are on screen right now, man. No smiles, everybody out there. Okay, just as I say that, we get this man, Irfan J, the comeback king, the clutch king of Garena, the clutch king of Almghty, and Jeff Pro, the best acquisition from the Indonesian circuit by Almghty. And you know, this team has just been so stellar from the day number one that they got set up. But the moment they took Jeff Pro in, they managed to step things up a few notches higher, don't you think, Gally?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it was rough for them in the first few months, but at the end of it all, where it all matters, they were able to click as a team, and of course, able to be the #1 team in Garena overall. And here is the bans and picks for Wolves and Almghty. Summit, Takeoff, Firing Range, and of course, Slumps will be out of the map lineup. And of course, that Sparrow and the Annihilator. Very casual ban pick here for both teams. So that opens up the Purifier, the Claw, and of course, the Gravity Vortex in the lineup as well. And we're hopping on to Standoff Hardpoint as our very first map, Close Range Engagement. So you already know, we might see the shotguns be in favor here for Wolves.
One of the best maps for Almghty. They love playing hardpoint at standoff, and you can pretty much expect a little bit of a good showing from the Singaporean side. But once again, Wolves has been just so dominant all throughout the competition so far when they shine through the King of Snipers battle. Let's see if that can translate out in the squad. I mean, it's difficult to think that it won't because once again, Cali, you know, King being the main sniper, he didn't even show his face there, man. He was like, yeah, King, I don't need that title. I'll show you during CDFI who the King is.
All right, here we go. This is it. The moment y'all been waiting for. The first game for Group D to determine who's going to be the #1 spot out of a sudden. Wolves and AMT now kicks it off at hardpoint standoff. Irfan J, as usual, will be the objective player. He's been doing that ever since the start of 2022 and a huge key change for him. But right now, he's been doing a hell of a job doing all the objective work and, of course, putting Incendio on the second floor. And wow, what a great start. 20-0.
Yeah, I love the play by Almghty here, setting out two roamers, mainly Jeff Pro as well as Shut-Up, to clear out the surrounding of the hotel yard. And then they've got two objective players right inside. 30 points picked up very easily by Almghty, and they quickly get that break as well. Nian, backstab, fantastic play by the guys from the side of Wolves, but Almghty just has got a stronghold on hardpoint #1. Wolves just cannot find a solution for them. What a setup by the Singaporeans so far. Now, single objective player taken out, but the rotations have already started for P2, and the setup here is by Jeff Pro at this gas station. If he wins this, it's gonna be big, fantastic, and the hardpoint's taken over by Incendio as well, Cali.
And you would think you would have the best chance if you attack all guns blazing inside of that hill. But AMT had far more superior in terms of map control, and they were able to take down players on the perimeter. So that's where they were able to claim all the time. And right now, the team has been using 2 Krieg 6 only, so this one's interesting because more often than not, you would have 4 players at least in respawns in the Krieg 6 due to how powerful it is. But AMT is just playing out of their mind, and a streak coming through. The Pred from Jeff Pro takes down King, and AMT just outlasting Wolves at the moment in the first 2 hills. Let's see if they can keep it up as Wolves now breaks the hill.
Yeah, dominant run so far by the Singaporeans, but it is just a matter of time before Wolves catches up with them. One good hard point can lead you right back in. And looking at the way Almghty's playing, this full scrap points of 18 seconds will go to the side of Wolves, which should put them around 40 points. 20 away from Almghty. That's not going to be a problem at all. Super early rotation, but what I like about Almghty here is they're holding on to that anchor space. Not anyone is going to be able to step in here just yet unless Wolves takes that backdoor entrance and wins out every single gunfight. But no, they go on to clear out that anchor press. Methodical search by the Wolves. And one final slay, but Irfan J holds the fort, and Almghty still holds on to the hard point.
A crucial investment here by Incendio with that claw that removes the odds of the players of Wolves just invading in the early rotation. So right now, they just gotta step inside this hill, claim all the time, and of course, keep these players away in the entryways. And Sendio's been doing exactly a great job at it. You know, earlier at the P1, he was able to destroy players on the second floor of the bakeries. This time, he is holding off the entries at the window and he's been winning all of the gunfights. But for now, we are going to see Wolves Eye break the hill. But, you know, all of the plays from AMT has been so methodical. They know how to attack and, of course, calculate how much points are they going to be able to come up with. So as we move in, the 17 seconds should be under the hill, under the belt of Wolves as they claim the final 13 seconds. But for AMT, another set of early rotation, and it's been, you know, the key for them to actually take this lead.
Once again, this is the best map for the side of Almghty. They love playing hardpoint on standoff, and you can see through map mastery by the Almghty squad, but they cannot underestimate Wolves for a single second here, because Wolves methodically has been breaking each and every single one of their holes as well. You don't see sloppy moves from Wolves. When they plan it and they stack their players and they get that entrance in, Almghty does not come back in for the challenge, mainly because of how Wolves is right after they get that point. Their defense is stellar, but Wolves now being held back by Almghty. This is a big money hill at Bakery. If you hold on to all the points here, you're probably going to be able to win out the game by the halfway point. But good shutdown by King. He just needs to step in after he gets that backup, but no, impatience will make him play. Almghty should run away with the points here now.
The perfect investment for AMT, by the way. Those two purifiers clearly work on close quarter combat, so very smart for them to save it up in here and claim this money time. Look at this, they have already pulled away by a huge margin. 60-point lead as we move into P1, and Irfan J, not to mention, every time he steps inside this hill, he always creates chaos. Look at the way, and look at how much time he's already dealt inside of the game. 84 seconds, and not to mention, Incendio has been popping off, leading the team in total kills. So definitely a huge change of roles here, but Heaven is still kicking. He's still frying in the game. 15 kills as well. 56 seconds here at this P1, and it seems like AMT has full momentum.
Almghty playing the greatest fake of their lives, saying that they were not ready for this meta, but my oh my, are they dominating Wolves right now. 157 to 68. Wolves still has a lot of opportunity to get right back in here, but Almghty, this was one of their best hard points, and they want to make sure that record remains. Purifier in the hands of Jeff Pro, purifying every single player that hops on in, and Almghty is going to continue being stellar here. 28 more seconds, but a double stack at the doorway, and the one and only Shut Up holds the fort with the MX-9. He's got the lowest number of frags at the moment, but it really doesn't seem to matter because Almghty is truly running away with this matchup. 15 seconds to go, and an early rotation from the side of Almghty as they decide to not challenge for P1 anymore.
Yeah, already a 100-point lead here, by the way, for AMT. Right now for Wolves, if they do want to turn things around, they have to work here and create the pinch. But right now, Heaven's going to steal that away from them as he continues to lock down that gas station. Not to mention, Incendio's claw will ricochet and drop two players at the back alley. So that's going to make things worse for Wolves as they try to create the break. Right now, they are spawning in only one angle. This really hurts, you know. You can't attack in multi-angles to surprise and divide the attention of your opponent. And that makes things easier for AMT as they continue to slay and claim all the time in the hill, AJ.
Yeah. Shut Up does not get that nade. It would have been super satisfying if he was able to, but Incendio does nail one with the Hunter-Killer drone. Wolves now with the hard point. 30 seconds to go. That's too much of time, and Almghty goes back in for the challenge. Two more players left alive and kicking. Neon from the back. Heaven drops him like it's hot. 196. Heaven needs this desperately, but Peng from up top manages to secure that slay, and Almghty does not get the break. Jeff Bro, the monster, steps on in, but no. Too good, as Wolves has got the spawn from right behind gas station that allows them to get a good hold of this hard point. Almghty may have run away, but they're not done and dusted with these boys just yet. Early rotation in here from player number 5, the one and only King. Can he hold on to his own? Answer is yes, and Wolves might be able to set up the Granny's house as well. Almghty, can they take this back, or will Wolves regain their confidence?
That play from King is a very monumental play for Wolves that helps them chain off from P2 to P3. Not to mention, this is the first early rotation that they have. So let's see if they're going to be able to stand, because right now, AMT is using all their burn just to make sure that the hard point is contested. And while it continues to be that way, the perimeter game is just too strong for Wolves at the moment, and there's going to be purifiers
activated inside this hill to make things hard for the retake, but Irfan J has already made his mark, but he's gonna be frozen by King with that purifier. So right now, Wolves claim a good hill, and now they're right back into striking distance. 19 seconds left, and if you're AMT, you gotta decide on going in for the early rotation once again. This bakeries could just be for you, just gotta play your cards right, but Wolves is in there as well. 50-50 battle rotation.
What a game, what a play, what a comeback by the Chinese team Wolves. Almghty now scratching their heads, wondering exactly where they went wrong. 2 times now, Wolves have gone in there for that early rotation. This is the early haul. One final player inside. Zai gets taken down, and Almghty should open up this hard point. And the Singaporeans want to finish it off right here, right now. Money Hill at Bakery. Will this be the final one, or can Wolves get the break? You can see the patience here. It's a 2-way split. They want to go in for the pincer maneuver, but they're getting shut down one after the other. Backstabbed by Heaven from out in the open. Nia needs to get it. He doesn't. And Almghty still have a hold on the hill. They should be able to finish it off right here, right now, if they keep this up.
Yeah, they were able to spawn at the tractors, but they made sure that they attacked in 2 angles, sending out Heaven to create the flank, and it worked, and the pitch play was just successful in Heaven. 7 in a row, dropping the 30 bomb. Has that Predator missile available for activation, and that could just severe Wolves in winning this game. Right now, they will be pushing at the boxes, looking to end all things. Here comes the final push for Zai. It will work. He drops 1 player inside of the hill, and their hope stays alive. We're moving on to the reset.
That might just be a big mistake. They went in there for a double purifier investment, but the game is far from over. They need to fight for their dear lives. Wolves cannot lose this next hard point. Down at the bottom, Heaven already holding on to it good. King from up top inside of Patel. He manages to play a little bit of prevention on the side of Almghty from picking up the points, but Irfan J is there to say hello with a CBR4. Heaven hops right back on in. The purifier in his hands. Freddy gets brought into the game, and the Almghty players are paused for a little bit more. Wolves fighting for their dear lives, and they cannot let go of the hill no matter what. Shut up. Can he finish it off? Bang does not go down. Backs away. Buys a few seconds of extra time, but Shut up getting the job done. 244, 194. Wolves have fallen back, and Almghty secure game number 1.
That's just a shutout. 14 kills. You know, that 1 kill was the difference maker to end all things. And AMT takes a commanding 1-0 lead against Wolves as they win hardpoint at standoff. And not to mention Incendio's unique capabilities in here. He was always able to tag players in the perimeter, and Wolves had no answer. And Wolves, you know, they have to worry about Heaven. They were looking out for the guy, and they were able to stop him on the early game. But once Incendio was able to unlock all of the kills, Heaven followed up and dropped 36 kills as well. And wow, talk about the operator skill investment from AMT at the P4 bakeries. That's where they were able to pull up here, AJ.
I mean, you know, they were struggling with the meta. Show as Health is struggling with the meta, but what they were not struggling with is getting total map mastery, right? Standoff has been a favorite of Almghty for the longest of time now, and we see that they have used it to perfection against Team Wolves. I mean, rotation after rotation, it was just too good. Investment of score streaks, the timing was just so perfect. And to think that this team has no coach behind them, to think that this team only has a team manager to sort out the administrative stuff, every single thing to do with the strategy, every single thing to do with their preparation for the battles out there on the battlefield is all through communication, it's all through their discussions and their preparation for stages like this. And Almghty is doing one hell of a job. I mean, we waited for this matchup all throughout the group stages of CDFI. In fact, we've been waiting for this even from the King of Solo Snipers battle itself, because we knew exactly who was going to go up against whom, and what a match opener we have on our hands, man. And there were moments there where you thought that it was going to be possible that Wolves was making that comeback, Ali.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they had a lot of couple of kills that they were able to claim the time in, but somehow, for some odd reason, when they were in that hill, one player from Almghty will decide to slay out and, of course, contest the hill. And I think that really stopped the momentum for Wolves when they were claiming time at P3 and especially at P2 at Warehouse. And obviously, where it all started is when Almghty had the early rotation. I mean, this guy is counting all of the rotation wins that they had. They were able to rotate at least 8 rotations there, and we'd also win it. So, you know, being able to win your early rotation means you're able to set up in the perimeter.
And of course, that translates to being able to be one step ahead of your opponent. And Almghty takes a commanding victory here at game number 1. But taking a look at our statistics, it's surprising here because every time we see a CDM region team play hardpoint, they often ended up with a lot of kills compared to Garena. But here this time, it's the total opposite. AMT's got far better KD now, and of course, better kills as well. So a good start for Almghty as they were able to win this against Wolves.
What can I say, man? All hail Almghty. This guy, this team, they're just way too stacked. But Wolves, this is not the end of them just yet. This could just be that sucker punch. You sucker in with just one match and they take the double back-to-back. That is a possibility. But the man of the hour, the MVP, the one and only Heaven, no bed, no problem. This guy still can slay. 39 eliminations in total out there on the battlefield. He was sure as heck the MVP. A total of 16 eliminations. That's exactly what the difference was between Wolves as well as Almghty. 16 kills was all there was between them, but that was not shown. And this is why we always say, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, when you play the hard point, you play the objective and you do not hunt for kills. Kills mean nothing if you cannot hop onto the hill and pick up those good points. And the objective player on the side of Almghty knew exactly how to get that done. But here's the beautiful part. They're such a flexible team. They flow like water. One guy goes down, no problem, sir. I'm a flex. I hop right on in there. There was never a time where Almghty left that objective untouched. They always had someone on that hill, Cali. That's the secret of success at the end of the day.
I mean, that's what AMT can offer to the table,
Yeah.
Every player is a threat. And not to mention, Shut Up had a bad game where this guy is always the one of the better slayers out there in AMT, but he did play objective, which matters at the end, where he was able to secure his 14th kill and of course seal the deal against Wolves. But really have to commend Irfan J, being the main objective player here. He was able to score at least 1 minute and 30 seconds in that hard point because at the second reset, he already has 80 seconds. Take a look at what this guy can bring. I believe he is one key player for hardpoint.
I mean, Irfan J, man, I crowned him the Clutch King for a reason. The guy has been not just a stellar player, not just a king in each and every one of those crucial moments, but all around, he's a very solid flex for the side of Almghty. When, push comes to shove, his one player you can always count on getting the job done. And when you come to hardpoint and you really need someone to play that objective, he is the man that you depend on, man. And he always delivers. There's never been a time where we've ever been disappointed with Irfan J. Not even those cheeky moments where he pulls out that flex melee. Let's see if a flex can come out against Wolves, because if that happens, I'm gonna lose my mind, man.
Oh man, I believe this is one of the things that I really find amazing in this game. The adjustments of Heaven from the Heaven bed buff to like the chair itself. I mean, he's finally adjusted to the chair, and then we did see that in the first game. He was able to score the MVP and was able to shake himself very, very well. So here we go. We're hopping in at this map number 2. So an interesting map pick, Hacienda, will be picked in here by Almghty to take down Wolves. So this is their best map pick to just be confident and of course slay this team out. And I believe they can do so with the dual snipe setup that they have. Let's see if they can counter the best of Wolves. Here we go. Search and destroy at Hacienda.
This is what I've been waiting for. It has to be a King and Zai versus Heaven and Shut Up. A double snipe setup on both sides is exactly what I want to see, but it looks like it's not going to happen anytime soon for me. But Heaven and Shut Up, not disappointing. Shut Up eats a nade and send your Trades King out of the equation. Good trade back. That's exactly what we want to see in this opening matchup in itself. Zai strikes, Heaven goes down. Premature strikes, but that's just careful shots, man. You gotta not take any of those chances at all. And Zai strikes once again. Almghty hurting.
Yeah, Almghty is just being very aggressive here at this point, and Wolves is being able to get a good read off of them. So that's a very good offensive take here for Wolves, and not to mention King wasn't even really playing the sniper. You know, these guys were using 4 Krigs in the match, and of course using Nian as the main sniper at that first round. So a great start for this team. AMT just kind of very aggressive. They weren't really able to trade the blows on the mid game, so that really hurt their odds of winning. So here we go, round number 2. Wolves are looking to take this bomb at the B side.
They all went down like dominoes. One got pushed, the others fell, one after the other. This time round, let's see if not Almghty can get that opening pick. Shut up. Crucial moment here, Zai. All about the timing. Sneaks away. Zai now comes back for the peek, and Shut Up looks away. The timing was just awful for Almghty. Wolves takes advantage.
Yeah, that's what Zai is able to know. That's how he's able to pay here off right now. It's gonna be the first blood. Fang will be able to find one more on that mid map. Jeff Pro gonna be shot down again. AMT, they keep on being so reckless, and that's the reason why they're falling behind. But Incendio with the counter dropping Zai, so one key player out. They can extend out in the mid map, and I love this play from Incendio. He knows that Shut Up got taken down on the staircase, so what he did try to pull off is try to counter. And now this is going to be a 3v4. They are in striking distance, but we did expect Wolves to actually attack at the B side. But right now they have changed their mind. They will be deciding to put that bomb at the A side with a 4v2 situation. They have the number advantage, so they can just put that bomb down and pressure AMT to play for that retake.
This Krig 6 is so annoying, man. It just beams you down in a couple of seconds. Long distance, short distance, it really doesn't matter, does it now? From the back, the timing is just a little unfortunate for him. He misses Heaven by just a couple of seconds, but now from the other side, can he get right up to that second floor? Incendio, on the other hand, needs to turn this tight corner. Player number 4 has got his eyes on him. Heaven takes back out of the equation. Nian's still alive and kicking, though, and he's going to be a problem in this next opener.
22 seconds left. Incendio and Heaven has to team up here. Play for the kills. Right now, they're looking at both angles. So right now, they spot the first player. King gets shot down. And AMT now on the prowl. But Nian finds the first player on that 2v2 situation. But Heaven trades it back. We got a 1v1. We have Heaven with the sniper. King with the pistol. And King, he was using the sniper earlier. But in this close range, you had to play for the win. And used at 50 GS to his advantage. And there you go. 2-0, but that was too close for comfort. Almghty almost turned it around from a 2v4 situation.
Dude, I mean, Heaven got that hit mark. He could have just annihilated every single one of those players. Time might have not been on his side, but Heaven is on fire. That's exactly what we want to see. Almghty players waking up. Finally, Heaven hitting the 3 in a row. That should get him wound up. Oh my lord, and he misses an easy one. Man gets away with his life. Heaven must be kicking himself for that one, but it doesn't matter. Bomb planted now. Wolves, they've got this early start.
Now, time to play for retake. Irfan J's got the Hades Bael. Looking to find the first player on the left side. Gets the first blood. Now a 4v4. Great start, but Nian comes in with the trade. Drops Heaven down. A 4v4 situation. And Irfan J continues to slay it out there. A good 2Ps. And now they are trying to play for the bomb. But Zai will be able to turn things around. Gets a huge 2 kills. One more tap against Irfan J. Clutch King. Can he clutch it once again? Zai is looking to play for time. And he still clutches it. 1v3. Wolves takes a 3-0 lead.
Whew, I nearly swore on an official broadcast. That's how crazy that round was, man. Zai, king of snipers. Give me the shorty. I'll go out for a pop, he says, and pop it did. Irfan J, 3 players back to back. That guy clutched that round out for Wolves. I mean, the Chinese teams are stacked as hell and search and destroy their bread and butter.
I mean, they have 9 rounds in every best of 5 series that they play in CDM region. So that's plus 2 repetitions and sets overall, and combined it over time, they definitely have the advantage. But Incendio just beams every player he sees, and Jetro on the flank as well. I mean, a 5v2, so this is a great adjustment made by Almghty.
Ooh, Zai just too good with a shotty. Shut Up manages to take him out. Good shot right through the back. Nian on the other hand. And the pre-aim's not going to help him out. It's a 1v4. Can we see a super clutch round from Nian? Bomb out there on the ground in the safe clutches of Incendio and the one and only Heaven. Both of them have got those angles from the Stonewell lockdown already. And right, the backs of these 2 players have been held up by Shut Up as well as Irfan J. Who's going to get this slay, or will we see a super clutch from Nian? This needs to turn this one corner, Cali.
This is going to be very impossible unless he finds the first pair. Oh, he misses the first one, but the second confirms it. That should be information for AMT, but
Oh,
Nian
my
now
lord.
gets the huge 2 kills. AJ, you better watch out with what you say.
You better
39
watch
seconds
out.
left though. 1v2 for Nian, striking distance, AJ.
You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Nian boy is coming to town.
To town.
Just turn this corner. Wait, hello. Oh, doesn't get the shot. Nian. 20 seconds to go. Knows exactly where they are. Says hello and bye-bye to heaven. Back to back. Nian now. 50 G's in hand. With the final play, Incendios backed away already. Cooking up that nade. Is he gonna get the strike? Sees the barrel through the wall. Nian wall bang. What a clutch. Nian Wolves, the monster. They devour.
The third round was a 1v3 from Zai.
Enemy has dropped the bomb.
Now Nian with the 4-piece. You see, Zai is just shaking his head about just what happened on that round number 4. And if you're AMT, you're gonna be devastated with what just happened. And Wolves looking to be the superior search and destroy team right now as they look up against AMT. Commanding lead right now, 4-0.
I told you, boy. Nian boy is coming, to town. Come on, Heaven. And he strike right back. 4-0 Wolves running circles around Almghty. Almghty can't do much but stand there all confused. Heaven holding on to a good angle here. Can he punish? Yes, he does. Nian goes down. Nian boy this time punished. He was a bad boy in the previous round. Getting that clutch. I mean, back-to-back clutches for the side of Wolves, man. Can we talk about that? 1v4, no problem. King is a massive problem for Almghty. These boys just can't seem to catch a break.
Yeah, I mean, the adjustments that Wolves just really add to the game, and of course, the game sense, all the countless hours of study in the game and all the repetition clearly paying out right now for Wolves. As what we just saw from the, unimaginable stuff that you shouldn't see happening. And, for Almghty, they gotta be very resilient. They gotta have the mental fortitude to keep coming against Wolves, because right now, they have, they are very close, but they just get close things out. And at the moment, AMT is gonna have the number advantage, so they should just wait out for a few more overextensions. But Peg now overextending. He won't check the corners with Jeff Pro. That's gonna be an easy kill, but King will be there for the trade as well. Heaven takes a swim. So here's the first. Here we go. 4v3, AJ.
Heaven literally taking a swim. King doesn't know he's there. Heaven sees his head. Bye-bye! He says while taking a swim. This guy lounging. This is a paradise for this boy. But Zai versus Heaven, this has gotta happen. Zai now. Final play out there on the battlefield. Spots 1, but Heaven says, get the heck out of here. What a comeback round. Courtesy of the swim in Heaven.
Oh my god, you really have to see that play from Heaven. And to top it all off, the cherry on top was the kill to seal that round. So for AMT, it took them 5 rounds to win one, but I'll take it anyway, AJ.
Dude, I really don't care who wins this match, man. I'm just loving it so much.
Yes, sir.
Almghty versus Wolves. What a game, bro. What a bloody game. Now let's see if or not Almghty can stretch this as far as possible. I want a 20-rounder, no doubt whatsoever. I mean, I just don't think Call of Duty Mobile gets better than this, man.
Oh my god, King with the first blood. Then Zai will be able to find Jeffro as well on the kill feed. Shut Up will be here to try to find a trade on this close range engagement. He's gonna have the 50 GS, but Irfan J now takes a prowl, holds on to the garage section now. He's gonna find one more player on the doorway, has to back away. So a very smart play for him, but Zai already kicking up with that quick counter. So wow! Oh my, a lot of things just happening in the game, and Shut Up will be there to drop Zai in a beautiful double there. Now a 2v2 situation.
Irfan J could have taken Zai out of the equation, even though Zai was just in the middle of the drop animation, still managed to take him out just because Irfan had not fully recovered. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you do not go in for a rechal before you recover. Heaven and Shut Up, on the other hand, circling around, bomb on the ground. Almghty just needs to defend this. Wolves has to do the dirty work. Back now. Circling around. What an angle. Shut Up holds it and nails it. Nian takes Heaven out of the equation once again. Clutch round for Nian, or will Shut Up just flash himself? I think it's the latter.
Yeah, he just flashed himself there. But talk about that animation though. A left hand tactical throw. I love that. This is what the new update was able to add into the game. But right now, we're going to see that bomb actually picked up and Shut Up in the perfect time here. Shut Up with the huge 3-piece to end the round. And AMT now looking to work on the rhythm here. They had their first win before this second win that they have. So definitely a consecutive that they're looking forward to the most. I mean, they were on striking distance on round 3 to 4, but right now they're picking up the pace. So a nice play for them. I hope they just can keep it up. Wolves looking to slow down, and I mean, AMT is capitalizing on it.
That round right there was just a masterclass by Shut Up, man. Just game sense, knowing exactly what to do, rotating super long round way just to catch him a little bit off guard. Fantastic, and that's how you win out an S&D round. But this time around, it is gonna be a Wolf side with the dominant Shut Up in a clutch position. 1v4. Can the boy pull a Nian out? Shut Up, pre-angle, nails the first one, but a double chow. What a play, Wolves. They will be able to dominate even more. I mean, look at the scoreline now, Callie. It's getting out of hand. Almighty, can they make a comeback? It's looking more and more impossible as the round go down.
Yeah, 3-round deficit, and Wolves is now finally down to their last 2-round wins here, and they will be able to secure this search and destroy. But AMT is fighting, you know, and they just don't really have the consistency at the moment to actually kick off Wolves, because this team's game sense is just way over the line. And right now, we are going to see Incendio extend out, getting that first blood. We will see an aggressive take for AMT as they already plant that bomb, so they're forcing Wolves to play a 4v5 retake. I think this is the best way you cut this team off guard. But King, perfectly timed kill from Shut Up. We got a 4v4.
4v4 attacking side. Almighty now, they've got the advantage. The pressure's on the shoulder of Wolves. 30 seconds to get the job done. Eliminate 4 Almighty players and get the defusal. That's a tall order, man. King, pre-angle. Infront still nails him down to the ground. The Hades just burning up the house. King, on the other hand, turns around the corner, manages to get Incendio out of the equation. And now, 3 more players on the side of Almighty to take out of the problem before they can get the defusal. 8 more seconds. That's about it. Side doesn't get the clutch this time.
Yeah, you have to talk about Irfan J here being the round MVP. That Hades just were able to connect and nail down the shots for AMT. More than enough for them to have the number advantage. It all started with Incendio dealing the first blood and Irfan J being able to cut out the rotation at the mid-map. And of course, spraying right through the warehouse. And with all that said, AMT now only needing 2 more rounds to tie this game, but it takes more than that to win a match. But Shut Up starts it off with the first blood, dropping Peg on the crossfire.
I like that flick, man. That flick just too spicy. I mean, has the crosshair on the body, gets the quick flick as he scopes out, and the headshot was nailed to perfection. This guy's a beast, and this game is just the kind of monster we need every day to stay energized, man. Almighty, can they make 1 more round back in here? The bomb sites both kind of closed off, and I like the patience from Almighty. Even though they get the first blood on their side, they still are moving up a little bit patiently, opening up that A bomb site. But they have to be careful here. Nian already has got those angles locked down. It's just all about the timing now before King backs him up as well, because this is the double snipe setup that we were looking out for, and Almighty might just pay the price. Oh, the timing, but Nian still hits it. Heaven, what a headshot by Nian.
Yeah, that's just disgusting there. Wolves now finally able to tie up the numbers, and Nian will be able to top it all off with a drop from Jet Pro. Wolves now up in numbers. It is all down to Incendio to find a way to equalize the number here. They're going to throw the smoke, but it's going to be cancelled out by that trophy system. So attention to details from Wolves are definitely kicking in, and Incendio has to back away. He's going to be charged in by 2 players, and Irfan J for the backup gets the huge 2 kills in here, and AMT gets right back to it, but they have to put the bomb down. And Nian is waiting for the bomb planter to put that bomb.
Nope. They just really don't need to go in here for the super challenge, man. But they want it, and Shut Up eats it up. What a play, Shut Up. I mean, that was just such a dangerous move coming through from Almighty, pushing into the side, even knowing that Nian already had the pre-angle on them. That sniper could have done a lot of damage. Yet another clutch round potential. But Almighty, all thanks to Shut Up, manages to back the double. But dude, that had my heart stopped, Callie.
You know, they were able to trade back and forth there. But again, now on this round, Irfan J and Heaven topping it off with a huge 2-piece. And now they have opened up the B bomb site, and Wolves, they have to rely on King and Nian to fight this 4-5 players right now in the hands of AMT. The bomb is down, an aggressive take, and King will have to relocate. He needs to find the perfect off angle here to take these 4 players down. Nian has already dropped Heaven, and now they just have to work on 3 players. King on the backup as well. 30 seconds left, and Wolves looking to clutch this game up right now.
Timing, Nian has got the angle. Oh, quickscope does not hit. but he knows exactly where to spot out now. Needs to deal with the two players. Good flash. Nian backs away. Good prone. That's a good comeback from the one and only Wolves player. But 12 more seconds to go. He's running out of time. Nian nails one, and all Shut Up needs to do is just survive. But he shows himself and takes him down. Shut Up with the clutch. He uses the secondary. Not the king of snipers, but they don't care. They just want the dub, and they're on the way there. What a comeback for Almghty.
And back-to-back big plays from Shut Up himself. And of course, Irfan J, very reliable in the mid-game, is always able to score a double kill in the past 3 rounds that we've had as well. And Wolves are now slowing down with the way AMT is rising to the occasion. And the first blood really matters a lot here for AMT, because out of all the 5 map wins that they had, it always started off with that first blood. And for Wolves, they just are now waiting for a moment for AMT to strike. And right now, we are seeing a very slow tick. But you know, it really is serious now, because Wolves now does have the dual snipe setup. They have King with that sniper now as well to counter the dual snipe setup of AMT.
Let's see how this works out, man. It's all about the first blood. You the first blood stats boy, Cali. You nailed it already. A majority of those first bloods turns into round wins. Can Almghty nail the first one, or will King deliver? Guy has been quite hungry for a while. King hasn't been as dangerous as Zai as what we were expecting. Not super snappy on the snipes. I guess that explains a lot as to why he didn't join the King of Snipes battle. Zai carrying the team well, but Nian gets the body shot hit marker. But can the grenade finish the job off? Zai pre-angle, Shut Up punished. Fantastic attack by Wolves. They've got the advantage now.
Here we go, Heaven trades it back. They have opened up the A-bomb site. Wolf's gonna be late to rotate. The smoke now will cover down the sniper and King. So an easy plant right now for Jeff Pro. The troop system will cancel out one more gun. And of course, one more nade. And King now looking to get a lineup here to open things up for Wolves. And Zai now on the prowl. He's gonna get one against Jeff Pro. And the hold is just strong for AMT right now. But Wolves able to sneak past through it. Beck will get a huge 2 kills and one more. They cleared it up. And what a massive rethink, AJ.
I mean, it's just the kind of game we've got on our hands, man. But Wolves made it here pretty fast, but they've been held back by Almghty. So no doubt whatsoever, Almghty can strike right back. But it's all about how they play their defenses right after getting that plant earlier on. It was just a little too soft. They allowed Wolves to break their defenses down a couple of seconds too fast. Jeff Pro this time playing the objective straight into that A-bomb site. But I don't know why they keep wanting to force this spot, because it's very dangerous. Nian on the other side. Well, I guess because they've got Heaven. Heaven goes in for the second, but no, King sorts him out. Traded out by Incendio, but Nian and Zai ace right back to back. Peck gets a guard nade onto Jeff Pro, and that is exactly why you do not keep attacking that A site. But Clutch King Irfan J in his hands, the one and only Hades tags up one player, has to reposition. Bomb not in his hands at all. Almghty, they are in a little bit of trouble here.
Time to see what Clutch King Irfan J can do against 2 players. Peg and Nian has to be dealt with here. He finds the first player in Nian. He pulls the trigger. The discipline might just cost him the game, but the nade gonna be thrown. Let's see if that connects. And all angles here covered by Wolves. He finds the first player. That's gonna be trouble for Wolves here. Irfan J finds the first one, AJ. Clutch King on this round to take this away. Round number 12 now. It's equal 50-50. But he has to get that reload. Nian on the rotation.
Give me the bomb, says Irfan J. The plant's not gonna come through. Irfan gonna go try fake it first. And spot Nian out, does exactly that. Wall banks don't hit. Nian gets it with the Craig, and Wolves beat Almghty down 7-5. And this is what we were talking about. Was this the ultimate sucker in? They subbed them in with a good victory, handed over at hard point just to hit back 2-1. That could be the plan. Wolves 50% of their plan already executed. What a comeback with this S&D.
Exactly what to play from Wolves. That play for retake at that last round was key. Not to mention the nade that just connected. Were able to severe more of the players of AMT as they were able to have that win. It was too close though, especially that last round. Irfan J almost clutched that. But the good thing for Nian, he was there to clean up the mess, and that was just GG's. And you know, again, looking at what we've had for the past 4 days, it seems like Garena region can just seem to take away an S&D game mode against the top Chinese teams, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, Chinese teams, they just play S&D on a whole other level, and I'm loving it, right? That's been the greatest challenge so far for every single Garena team, and it's, I guess, going to stay that way throughout the whole day. I don't know. Maybe Dunia Games is going to be the one that switches that kind of statistic around because they still have an opportunity against Wolves later on to close the day off. But the question is, are you guys enjoying this matchup that we've got on our hands? Let us know in the comment section on Facebook as well as YouTube. No matter where you're watching from, tell us exactly how you feel. If this is not the best matchup so far, I mean, I have to say I have not had this much fun thus far in CDFI. I mean, throughout the whole event, they have all been amazing matches. I mean, you guys have heard that enthusiasm from my voice all the way up down until today. But this one, this matchup by far has been the most cracked up series of all, and I'm loving every single bit of it, Gally.
And nothing beats this. I mean, a lot of clutch plays by both teams. And of course, a lot of turnarounds just happening in the game. And taking a look at how close this game is. Only 3 kill difference between Almghty and Wolves. And, you know, the assist as well will be a 2-point difference. So it really was very close. But Wolves being able to be always prepared for the next gunfight, and being able to adjust mid-game was the key for them. And more often than not, they always ends up with the retake. Now, once Almghty were able to put the bomb down, they make it always very hard to win. And looking at the player stats in here, a couple of shine through for the side of Wolves. Nian with a 1.7 KD. Same thing with Zai. They both ended up with 15 kills and 9 deaths. And that's just utterly impressive here for Wolves.
Yeah, I just wish we can have, you know, a few more events where we can have CDM go up against Garena or against MSP very specifically, because I think we can learn so much from their production quality, man. You know, from day one until today, not just the production quality has been amazing, but the setup of the tournament. Saving these matches for the very final day of the group stages, I think is just gold in terms of a setup. And we have built it up really, really well in terms of the storyline as well, all thanks to the kind of matches that we've got on the setup here. But Nian, he is the man of this hour. This time around, he picks up the MVP title. 15 eliminations, monstrous round, clutch king of his own accord for the side of Wolves. Nian was on fire.
Yeah, I mean, that 1v4 was just nasty when we see through it. You know, we kind of guessed that it's going to be a 1v4. This is the play right here. You know, Nia was able to take 2 players down, gets Heaven on the bomb site, and he spots the final player in Incendio by using that 50 GS. And you have to really respect the climb that AMT had, though, moving into this game, because they were trailing down bad, but they made it interesting, and they made it very, very close. Listen in between Wolves and their play against AMT.
嘘。
This is the clutch round.
双拱。
我知道，我没学。
He said, shut up, I know. He didn't say shut up, but he said it.
左边，左手死角。
Steady all the way through. Friends continuously helping him out throughout the whole time, helping him spot out there as well. You can't see the focus, right? The guy's like, I know. 我知道。 Just nails the shot. I mean, fantastic. We love it. But it's not over just yet. I mean, one apiece, great. Now we get to see the decider at control, which is by far the best mode for Almghty. But I think Wolves has got a little bit of something that they are waiting to show us. Because remember, on day one was when we found out China has been getting ready to dominate in control, Cali.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Blacklist International Ultimate, who's a very good control team, was shocked by, you know, Q9, the second best team of Garena. But here is the catch. Wolves has to defeat Garena's team, who currently doesn't have any loss on control game mode so far ever since the start of Garena Masters Season 3. And, you know, it's going to be very tough for them. But I do believe that it's very possible for them to take this one away, but it requires 110% effort, AJ.
It most definitely does. We saw how close that matchup on S&D was, and we saw exactly how Almghty struggled to make their way back against Wolves, who started running away with the matchup very, very quickly. And Control pretty much is a mashup of S&D as well as Hardpoint. And what do you know? We all equal. So this might just go all the way down into 5 rounds of control. I will not be surprised. And we've got Raid coming up for the next map. This is going to be pretty fun, man, because Wolves has pretty much picked 2 maps that Almghty really loves to play.
Yeah, it seems like they're trying to play through their enemy's strength and try to break their will in here. And for Almghty, I mean, now that they're given the chance, for sure, they're gonna find a way to steal this away from Wolves. And not to mention, as we try to play this game, you know, Raid is going to be a very defensive map. So once you get the defensive side, it really matters that you convert it, because it gives you an easier chance of scoring rounds. And whoever gets that has to capitalize on it, AJ.
We want to see exactly who goes all out to get a spawn trap. That's all I want to see in control matches, because that's exactly where you kind of exert a little bit of dominance. Question is, can either side exert such dominance over the other team in a game like control? Because obviously in control, you want to see exactly who gets the most number of eliminations. But to the ones who manage to spring that spawn trap, usually they walk away the bigger winners. But there are teams who have already kind of proven to us that they have overestimated their capabilities. You step on into that spawn trap in the wrong time, you overestimate your capabilities, and you over-invest all of your men at the same time, you will get punished, in fact, obliterated. That can go good, that can go very, very bad, all depending on how they take this next matchup. Man, you are right, it's pretty much defensive-oriented. But in the hands of Almghty, it really doesn't matter. You know, in control, they have managed to break every single team's strategy so far. And the question is, can they also do that to Wolves, who haven't really been playing on this game mode all that too often?
You know, for Garena teams, they have tried to beat Almghty, but they haven't won. They haven't found much success in taking away a control game mode from this team. They are the control kings for a reason. But now, to kick it off, you know, they have to go way beyond. Now, this time, they're going to be tested by not just any CDM region here, not just a CDM team here, AJ. This is the #1 squad of the Chinese team, the Chinese region. So here we go. You know, both these teams, what we know is that they have good firepower. They also have the strategies to back them up. So now it all boils down to the creativity. How are you going to adjust in the game itself when you are going to be low or in adversity? And I believe, again, I have to agree with you. This could just go to round number 5.
Yeah, I mean, we have a little bit of a preview as to what China can do against Garena, and I'm very sure this has got the whole of the COD community tickled from around the world, right?
Exactly.
Everybody now is quite curious as to how some of the global teams, how some of the North American or the European teams are going to be, stacked against teams from Garena, especially a team like Almghty or Wolves, who are pretty much neck and neck. If you can dominate one, can you dominate both? Do you even have the capability of dominating either one? All that's up in the air. I guess we will have to wait for Stage 5 to find that out, Callie.
It kinds of juggles. But, Stage 5 is right around the corner. It starts at December 15. So you guys have to wait a whole month for you to actually see who definitely is the best of the best. But this is just a foreshadowing of what's more to come. Almghty and Wolves will be in Stage 5 as Garena and, of course, DG China representative respectively. But now to decide whoever gets the first place on this first game, Almghty is set to take on Wolves at Control Raid. And again, it really matters where you start at first. And for Almghty, they start on the defensive side. So right off the get-go, they have the advantage. But it's just one factor here. You got to make sure the gunfights back you up to get the strategy to be able to take away your opponent, and of course, invest those score streaks and those operator skills properly as we succeed in the rounds. And a pretty back and forth we have here, but Nian, a huge double there for Wolves.
And that's the snipes. They just want to play team deathmatch. They don't want to play control just yet. And the snipers on both sides doing the massive amounts of damage first. Zai now trying to pull away the B control point. One more challenge from Irfan J takes Zai out of the equation. And that B quadrant can be cleared off by Almghty. It may be defensive orientated, but Wolves can surely take this in an aggressive way. And they are doing exactly that at the B control point at square center. A hasn't been touched, and that's mainly because of the defense setup by Incendio and the one and only Shut Up. But Shut Up now circling around towards the mid part of the map. He wants to play this super aggressively.
Yeah, things are now slowing down for Wolves here. AMT is slowly getting a huge jump here. Shut Up is already invading the spawns, and this is what you're talking about. These guys are asserting dominance, but they are calculating their aggressiveness to the point where they will be able to counter the players not just in B, but on the A side as well. You see, Shut Up is going to be the mid map, so it's going to be the first player that will rotate at this A control point. But I believe the first contestant is already going to be in for Wolves as they do the first segment. But wow! A shot through the smoke. Shut Up with the shot.
Yep, Shut Up. Just waiting to see the little pink annoying markers on the shoulder. The double nade. Heaven helps him out with the MX-9. Jeff Pro nails one, nails two. They want to go for the spawn trap. Let's see if or not Jeff Pro can get the job done. One more shot. He gets it. 3 kills back to back. Jeff Pro on fire. The 4 on the combo. And then a little bit of a mini spawn trap is exactly what we were looking out for. 4 more lives left for Wolves with 13 seconds on the clock, which means Almghty should get round number 1.
Yeah, Heaven and of course Irfan J, Jeff Pro. They were just sitting the Womba combo. Wolves was clearly phased at what is happening. Every time they spawn, they get shot down in just a matter of seconds. The dominance of the Control King still remains the first round. But I wonder what kind of adjustment are we gonna see from Wolves after that devastating round, AJ?
I think Wolves now on the defense just need to play it exactly like Almghty. They don't really need to do anything different. Almghty will now face the wrath of Nian and his snipes. But Irfan J already with the early access challenges Zai. Goes in for the double slide challenge and manages to nail it. Heaven with a backup takes King out of the equation. And this is a double attack from Almghty. And he seems to be working out miracles for them.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the Shut Up was just on a 9-in-a-row there as well in the mid-map with that sniper, and Wolves has had no answer for him, but finally he gets shut down. But Almghty has been able to make some progress as they push the B side with Jeff Pro kicking it with the 2Ps, and oh boy, the Krig 6 has just been beaming with lasers as we see AMP utilize it to the full extent. They take the first B capture, and now they're on their way to the A capture to take this one away from Wolves. But it's close, 22-22 in the live count, and it's everybody's game here.
It's not an efficient round for Wolves though. The lives not as solid as Almghty, who are on the attack. Wolves should be dropping lesser and taking more because, like you said, this is defensive orientated. But they're waiting for Almghty just to pressure them down, and Almghty now almost pushing them into a spawn trap mode. And it is Almghty on the attack. What is going on? The Kings of Control are controlling this to perfection once again. Spawn trap, and this is what we want to see. If you want to see a dominant team within Control, you see who goes out for the spawn trap and nails it well. And Almghty getting the job done. And now the B control point already ripped away as the rest of the Almghty players go to town on the players of Wolves. And one more point to take away with one defender left there. But Almighty's not playing for that at all. They just want kills, Callie.
They can initiate the kills here because they have the guns. They also have the operator skills that can back them up. But right now, they might just have to play the plays. But Shut Up drops in the bomb and takes 2 players down. But that soon would be countered by by Zai, who's gonna be on the mid-map to counter the players on the kitchen. So right now, if you're AMT, you gotta play objectively, and Shut Up is gonna be there to kickstart that one once again. But oh, look at the way Wolves are able to counter the plays of AMT. They were spawn trapped, but they really hang in there and they were able to fight for dear life. And now we do see AMT attacking, and Irfan J is making sure that this team will be suffocated until the very end. Is approaching the staircase, the razzle and dazzle, the hustle and tussle. AMT will be able to win through an elimination of the attacking side, saying, what is a defensive-oriented map? We can take it on anywhere, anytime. They win round number 2.
Spawn trap, bro. That's what we're talking about, man. Almghty. This is the kind of dominance that they want to flex on Wolves. And just when you thought that they might have pushed it a little bit too far by not focusing on the control point, the objective in itself, Almghty proves that they know exactly what the heck they're doing out there on the battlefield. Defensive oriented or not, Almghty's just gonna rip your life away from you in this control matchup. 27-27. Almghty this time around, dropping the ball just a little bit. That hunter killer drone out for the prowl. Is it gonna secure 2? No misses. Wide searches, gets Heaven out of the equation. Thank the Lord for that, because Wolves might just be struggling without it.
Yeah, a better defense, a better offense side right now for Wolves. As you can see, they've been able to clear out the B control point. They have sent out Zai to hold the laundries as well. So that B control point should be time under their belt, and that should be accumulated right now. So AMT, they will give up on it, but they make sure that they find a counter once the rotation kicks in. For sure, Wolves, after that B control point accumulated, they will wrap around the mid-map to rotate around the swimming pool. And I think that's going to be the best way possible for them to take these players down. As you can see, we will have shot up defending this play. A headshot, AJ.
I mean, he missed that timing so badly, but still flicks the headshot. My man, shut up. The guy is just a king out there on the battlefield, and one might just wonder why in the hell did he not become the king of snipers out there on the battlefield. But it really doesn't matter. Such titles don't matter to Almghty. They the kings, they the lords out there on the battlefield when it comes to control, and they're just running circles around Wolves. But a 3-life deficit now makes them just slow their pace down. With just this A control point to go, Wolves attacking from both sides at the same time. Let's see if Almghty can stack the defense.
Wolves right now will be looking to push here at the Tiki, and Jeff Pro is having a good power position here to take these two players down, but the smokes could just counter his position. And right now, shot up with that sniper. I tell you, AJ, has been detrimental. No counters for him right now from Wolves, and right now for Jeff Pro is going to do the flank here as well on the big window, and Wolves just got bullied out, and AMT now has the big guns, but all eyes on Kings here for Wolves. If he can find one player, that could just be the spawn trap enabled here. He finds the first two players, and this could just be the play. But AMT shuts him down as fast as possible. But Wolves got more guns on their favor, but they still get shot down. It's 7-12, a close game, but Wolves definitely has the advantage.
Yeah, but Almghty, they need to slow down their horses. 35 more seconds to survive with 4 more lives. And Wolves is going to try to push all boundaries here. Jeff Pro taking one more down, making the job a little bit more easier for Almghty and scaring Wolves away as well at the same time. 23 seconds to go. Wolves does not have any time. They need to go in for the full-on investment and play this like a team deathmatch. Heaven goes down. 2 more lives. Back gets traded out. It's 2-5. And Wolves, 10 more seconds, man. Y'all can hold on, Almghty. But 1 more life left. Wolves does not have enough time. They pause the timer. Nian strikes. And they are still alive in this control matchup.
What a massive counter there for Wolves, and what the mid-game adjustment that they just did. They struggled on the first round mainly because they weren't taking control of the B control point, and now they have done that. We are now switching the side, so for sure they know what AMT's strategy is. These guys love to play the B side as fast as possible, so what Wolves did here is use that purifier to bully these players out. At first, it's gonna work, and right now, they will be able to drop the first 2 bloods, but Heaven responds back with his own, and right now, AMT gains full control of the B.
What a strike back by Heaven. Just when you thought Wolves was going to run away with this matchup, they hop right back in there. But the B control point now being sneaked away by Almghty. And Wolves can't do jack just yet. They just have got one defender at Laundry waiting for backup. But brother, backup is too late. You got to do something right now. And the moment King steps on out, Incendio shuts him down. B control point, record-breaking run by Almghty to pull away.
Yeah, that's 2 minutes here for AMT to take that A control point. They might play the TDM here to severe Wolves' chances of course, playing aggressively. And Shot Up has been lighting up the show. He currently has 21, tied with Heaven in total of most kills in the game. And right now for AMT, this is the scary part. This guy's got 3 operator skills that they can use to initiate that spawn trap. And I believe Irfan J, if he uses this correctly, could just be the bane for Wolves. But King will be there for the backup. He's got full control of the bedroom, and right now every kill coming along for AMT is gonna be a problem. But now at the moment things slow down, and you see Wolves trying to find a way to counter this play.
Oh, Jeff Pro, good trade out. Zai almost got them, but he managed to help his teammates survive and also take down one player from the side of Wolves. Fantastic response. But the guy, Almghty on the other hand, Incendio, strike from the back. Hunter Killer Drone on for the prowl. That was going to make all of the Wolves players look for a little bit of cover, or else they are going to be in a lot of trouble. Nian takes one down. Jeff Pro trades him out. King from the back. It's just back and forth between the two, but Jeff Pro finally opens up the hill for Almghty to now take away at.
a lot of tactical brilliance here made by both ends. You know, they are not just attacking here, they are calculating every move that they do. And at the most, you gotta make sure that you have better kills. And of course, you find the best way possible for you to end up with the advantage. And J, despite all of the tacticals just being lined up, still ends up with the kill. And AMT kinds of a small spawn trap happening in the game. And now they are making their way at the A control point. Shut Up is making sure that the A control point will be able to get stacked in there, but they will be shot down. Wolves is fighting back, and AMT still finding ways for them to come up with the win.
Hipfire for the win, Irfan J. That spray was just perfection, man. I mean, that's the kind of game sense you desperately need if you want to help your team win a game like this. You gotta take every single elimination. King this time around, although he has flashed 3 million times, still manages to get that purifier shot. A little bit of impatience shown by the Almghty players, but it's all equal. With 20 more seconds to go, they need to pause the clock. They've already bought way too much of time for themselves. Back with a backstab, takes Jeff Pro out of the equation. The moment King goes down, Irfan J, can he purify? Yes, he does, but back drags him out. That's a big kill for Wolves. What a 1 life deficit now for Wolves. And Shut Up is on point. Sniper, he pushes on fourth. Investment, but he gets eliminated. That's a GG for Almghty.
All chaos now going down, and the clock ticks 0. And Wolves, tick, tick, boom. They take this round number 4. And now it's going to be a close game. But here is the catch. All of the teams has invested all of their operator skills at that round number 4 just to gain a little bit of edge one from another. But here this time, it's going to be crazy because who ends up with the win wins the series and of course takes the number 1 spot in the overall groups. And right now for AMT, a great start for them as they look to defend both angles and both areas. But Wolves now already in for the retake. Did not find the counter with King sent out of the big windows to find a huge trouble. And there it goes, AMT back to their spawns.
Oh, King's on fire, man. This guy, look at the movements, look at the speed of the clicks on the screen. King, can he streak up? 4 slays back to back. King's on fire. And now the Greg 6 in hand, beaming down player after player. Almghty gotta go down, but King finally gets eliminated by the one and only Heaven on the backstab. 1 quadrant taken away from the A control point already, and this is why you do not play with your food, Almghty. You gotta hit it, you gotta make it faint, and you gotta burn that boy in the barbecue pit, or else you get burned by the fire you play with. 2 quadrants taken away from the A control point already, and things are getting out of hand for the Singaporean squad.
Yeah, AMT though, they are fighting back. Take a look at the defense just centered at the B side. Wolves just hit them out with that A control point fate. And of course, AMT fell for it, but they have managed to find their way through the spawns. And Heaven just burning these players down. I would love some barbecue chicken here right now as Heaven just toast players one at a time. They get right back to it, and the spawns are just enabled at the B control point. So Wolves has to rotate back, and Heaven is there to go for the attacks. And the guy gets a full 30. AMT now has the control.
Boom! Say hello to my hunter killer drone, but he doesn't get anything. Shut Up nails him down with a shot instead. Heaven for the backup as well. And now 9 more lives left for the Wolves side. Make that 15 more seconds. The boys ain't got nothing on the Almghty squad. This is the Lion City representing Almghty. And y'all gotta bow down, cause they here to run this house. And Wolves, this might just be the first time that we do not see a Chinese team take the number 1 spot, as Almghty drops them like they hot.
Control King still remains undefeatable. AMT wins the series. The first time Garena takes it away from China. Hell freaking yeah.
What a play, baby. What a game. What a series. What 2 amazing, great teams. Y'all just gotta give it up for Almghty. They just slayed one of the best. Oh, wait. No, sir. The best from China. But this battle ain't over just yet. Wolves will be looking for a little bit of revenge. And there's no doubt whatsoever that Wolves might just be one of the 2 that makes it through the playoffs as well and is able to find that sweet, sweet revenge. We all gotta wait. We all gotta see, because Dunia Games is still waiting in the background. They are not gonna get the opportunity just yet until series number 3. And I cannot wait to see what the Indonesians have to say as well, because this group of death is stacked, Cali.
You would think the Wolves and AMT's gonna run everything down. No. The Indonesian squads are out there as well to kick some butt. And then, Dunia Games definitely gonna be one key takes here. But what a show we just had on the first game. Right when you think that AMT is losing on that game number 5, they hit you with the reverse card. I mean, a legendary reverse card to take it away from Wolves. What a play. What a comeback for both ends, man.
I mean, yeah, man. I mean, the comeback was on both sides. The game was phenomenal. I am in love with Wolves. I'm in love with CDM as a whole. The Chinese teams are stacked. They are so admirable, especially in the S&D matches, right? I mean, they have been untouchable. But I want to see what the Indonesians can do later on to Wolves especially. Can they dismantle this team? We still have to wait and see because, we still have got faith. We still have a little bit of faith in Garena, and it's unfortunately all gonna lie on the shoulders of Dunia Games. No pressure, boys, but we are waiting, okay? That's gonna be the final series of the day. Today is gonna be an amazing day. It's the final day of the group stages for CDFI, where we will have to unfortunately say bye-bye to 2 teams, and 2 more teams get invited into the top 8, and this is exactly what we want to see. But this time around, unlike the previous games where the eliminations were pretty neck and neck, we see a huge margin of difference, 140 to 108. A difference of 32 eliminations gives the win to Almghty, and you know how important those eliminations are in a game like Control. And can we talk about the spawn traps?
Oh my god, every time we see Almghty hit it on that defending side, they always are confident to get right through the defense and of course dismantle all of the players spawning, and that's just a very back-scratching question, for Wolves, because every time that they were attacked on the final moments, they spawn back, they get taken down, they respawn back, they get taken down, and AMT was just all over the place. But you gotta mention the heroic plays of Heaven at the end, because we did see Wolves having a far better life count and of course better control of the match, because they were able to take 2 segments in from that B control point, but Heaven steps it up. The defense at the A bomb side, the A control point, he was able to read it through it and of course just shift the momentum back to AMT. And all players in AMT, by the way, will have positive KDs. Wolves barely has none.
This is exactly why I say, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all hail the Almighty. After we have seen game after game after game after game where the Chinese teams have been obliterating one Garena squad after the other, when almost a majority of those teams barely were able to get these positive KDs, you see absolute consistency from Almghty. I mean, consistency is just that bad word we look for each and every single time we hop on into a competition like this, and the Lion City representing Almghty always gets the job done, man. And through such flashy plays, through such amazing capability of showing up in Call of Duty Mobile, because let me tell you this was just not a win. This was a flex win over Wolves with the way they got the job done, especially in Control, especially with the spawn trap. You all know exactly what I'm talking about. You can play Control one of 3 ways. Number 1, you want to play that objective. Number 2, you want to play just purely team deathmatch and get all of those eliminations. Or number 3, you want to flex the hell out of your opponents and get onto their spawn and trap them little booties right there. And that's exactly what Almghty was doing throughout this match.
Yeah, AMT was just clapping them, AJ. And with this win right here, it still remains, their record for Control still remains the same. 100% win rate ever since the start of Garena Masters Season 3. A lot of teams tried, a lot of teams failed, and Wolves is now a part of it.
I mean, and that's just shocking to hear, You would have never expected to hear one of the casters say that after how Zai performed for Wolves in the King of Sniper Battle. I mean, the guy, I get it. The guy kind of set the bar a little bit too high for the rest of the squad. But that's once again the kind of storyline that we are painting from the very first day. is this King of Sniper Battle solo challenge gonna in any way show us what's gonna happen during CDFI? Answers are resounding hell no. MVP once again, the one and only Heaven. This man don't need no bet no more. He is still flying high, taking one shot after the other and one title after the other. Not just the MVP, but the man of all of our hearts, the best sniper out there on the battlefield all the time whenever he steps on out, except in that case against Whoopi. Unfortunately, the man went down. We don't know. I think we need a rematch, Kali.
I think we need a rematch. Again, it was really sad because both of these two players of Garena actually match up with one another on the first bracket, the first stage of the playoffs. So it really sucks that we really have to be that way because both of them didn't really have momentum at all. But look, just watching these two teams, this is a high quality competitive match that we just had here. And imagine what we're gonna have when we watch stage 5, AJ. It really gets me riled up because a lot of comebacks and a lot of things can happen.
Yeah. And of course, just like Ali said, the stage 5 is gonna come to your screens very, very soon. Yes, some of you guys can fly yourselves over to the LAN event and witness the action live. Or, of course, you can watch it from the comfort of your own homes. I'm pretty sure, just like last year, we will have two
好的，欢迎来到
broadcasts,
赛
the
后采访席，
official
我是主持人，
broadcast
我
as
们今
well
天
as
请
the
到的是
Garena
来
one. But
自
let's take a
AMT
quick
战队的
moment
Incendio， 有
to
请
hear
Incendio 和
exactly
各位
what
打招呼吧。
Incendio says. Trash talk, trash talk, trash talk.
Oh, well, here we go.
Hello， 有请 Incendio 和各位打个招呼。能听到我说话吗 ，Incendio？ 哇，确实还是投入在比赛当中啊。
能。
OK， 今天的第一个问题是拿下了开门红之后啊，现在的心情如何呢？
就感觉很兴奋，能拿下大陆的冠军，所以很期待下一场比赛。
还是比较兴奋的一个状态啊。因为你是第一次接受我们国服赛区的采访嘛，想让你简单的介绍一下你们自己的队伍以及你们队伍的风格是什么样的呢？
所以我是 Incendio， 我是队里的指挥，然后有 Heaven、Shadow、狙击手，然后二番 J 是一个冲锋的位置，然后 Jeff Pro 就是最后一名队员，就是在点内吧，就多一点点内的工作。
站点的那个人员，想问一下 Incendio， 你们队伍啊是更偏向于一个运营的打法，还是说会比较凶一些，偏向于钢枪一点呢？
感觉上我们队里的风格就比较钢枪吧，就是冲，只要冲，
比较偏向于钢枪一些，
就冲，
就是冲。第三个问题是，今天Erfen在这个庄园的爆破模式当中拿到了哈迪斯这把枪，其实在国服赛区是比较少见一点的。想问一下，这是他准备的秘密武器吗？
不可以算是秘密武器吧，因为那把枪就还好，只是在排位上感觉不错用，就拿来秀一下。
它的排位常规武器。那想问一下，这把枪它的优势在什么地方呢？
就它是一把重型机枪，所以就能穿，然后中远距都蛮好打的。
就是今天这个穿点，让我们国服观众看到了他这把枪的魅力。最后问题是，你们下场比赛将会对阵到北京微博，这场比赛的结果可能会影响到今天的一个晋级形势。想问一下你对这场比赛怎么看？
对上微博就打赢了狼队，觉得微博应该没问题吧？
应该没问题。
不能小看对，但是不能小看每一个战队的实力，都尽全力吧。
尽全力。想问一下你自己比较自信的模式会是在哪一个呢？
我们战队 Almghty 就控制模式吧，控制模式暂时我们在比赛中还没输过，所以希望能延续这一个streak。
OK， 也是期待你们接下来能够延续100%的一个胜率啊！也是感谢你接受采访，我们稍后比赛更加精彩。
This that it doesn't matter. The numbers shouldn't be much of an issue, and if you're not keeping it fresh, the pressure on Lynx, 30 seconds to get this done, which is so dominant with all of the gunfights, was all
Very strange match.
center. One guy inside of mid once again. Trying to work on their strategy very early on in the matchup. They've already taken the spawn away from the field work with a few seconds scrap points. And here will be let's see if they can get that repeated once again here. Notchi, good positioning, straight to spot and out. Goes in for the spray. Able to fight back from the bomb. Has already been
Right now missing the shots, but the push is on the back up.
right there. That's on fire after that.
ABC Esports are doing well. So far, it's already
I mean, that gun is just absolutely. You're not gonna have anybody playing that extra bit of distraction, taking away much more easier than offense when it comes to.
Lynx the 8th pick up the pace here.
Yeah, there's one thing when you make a mistake, it's also an early in there coming from Change World, but it will not hold as the rest of Lynx will dig them down.
Here, we're finally getting some slack off of the dominate this once a week out of the first two series. Now we're starting to see some very close one in here. Evo now.
Change World right now who needs to make a hold, and there's a point. We have Emo right now with that UQ9
This time around, we're looking quite solid, especially with 2-1 ratio in here right now with 38 seconds left.
balance for just this moment. 2 points and 2 lives ahead. To fight back, Zen it is now a trade up after trade up from what we've seen earlier. We still might
Here we go.
with the bread might have been a barge, but not so much of a takedown. But with that heady, a double kill once again.
Price with the gun that I managed to spot. I don't know if that was a misplay. Irfan J is the only one playing and a little bit of an off mess. I say that Zen quickly takes the position to hold the spawn for the Malaysian side. That's the kind of leaves. And you know, this was something that we talked about.
I think this will continue on as Evan is still in there with Crush on the backstab, but a trade up against Esper will be in the process.
For the side of Huntsman, this is the kind of what gives you that extra bit of advantage. And as soon as the player gets it back, 3 kills now. Can he get more out there? Not just an MSP.
But and we have Crush right now going in for a rotation.
Around Blacklist International Ultimate and now with the warehouse hole just taking the fight straight up. Look at the investments of the score streaks coming through from the Indonesian plan, and that plan is to take over the early hold onto B3. You can see the
With that trade and has
he's the guy on the side of
number 2 in blue can have
good position, but Ainrek's the one that gets the sledge. He can take it out of there. Time is running out, Cali.
And right now, the push comes to stop. Slowly and surely getting this time to ultimate. They get
Investment off the Sparrow, and Okan's already hopping on it in for the spawn trap. Stern are so close, and Okan wasn't punished. Manages to get.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational 2022. What a blockbuster plays and what a blockbuster series we have from the first game, but now we are back for more. We are going to be seeing AMT once again get right back through it, this time against Team Weibo. And joining you on this commentary desk will be me, Cali Gaming, down here with Warden. And man, how are you feeling after the first match?
I don't know. I'm feeling quite scared here for the set of Weibo. I mean, they're coming inside this tournament with the third of the least promising win rate per maps, at least here, Cali, with a 42%. And just alongside that will be your team like Change World and stuff. But, you know, just taking it out of the equation here, just adding more information. The last time that they took like a good old W for their side, it was dated back in the China Masters season 4, stage 3. And that was a long time ago up against the Kinzone.
And for Team Weibo, having to be maybe the baddest team that we have in here right now in CDM, having to face the number one team in Garena, that's going to be very rough for them. But I hope that they do have something in play here. They have something to offer to the table. And I believe that S&D is going to be one of their main thing, because so far what CDM has taught us is that they know how to play those search and destroys.
Yeah, I mean, this whole event here is a completely just testing out the fads, who can really beat the CDM teams in Search and Destroy. And so far, we've seen one team falter in Search and Destroy, and that was FPX. But till then, it's not really a significant matter at all. The statistics still remain the same for them. But, it would be quite interesting if ever Weibo could even take a map at all out away from Almghty, in which we know for a fact, just like looking at the run there up against the Wolves, they are bound to be one of the most promising, if not the most promising team here for CDFI.
Yeah, just talking about how Almghty just defeated Wolves there on that first game that we had. They win that hard point. They did lose that Search and Destroy, but it was a very close fight. And the last match has to go down to the wire, but the Spawn Chaps were just there to clap Wolves. And right now, Almghty, the case still remains. They are an undefeated control team, so they have that win streak going on. And the recent interviewer, Incendio actually said that they've never lost this control game out, so they're looking to keep that win streak as well. So that's definitely a thing that we have to really look forward to in today's schedule, because right now it seems like they're going to be the untouchable team here today.
Yeah, I mean, despite the fact that the statistics will always going to be shining for the side of Almghty, I love the fact that instead you did say that, yeah, for sure, we beat in the best team in China right now up against Weibo, which is actually titled to be the least promising team in China in the CDM region. They are still going to be playing be careful and just overall putting the respects that, the CDM region overall is expected to get. And that's exactly how you play esports. You can't be too complacent. You don't exactly know what the opposing team can offer, not until you get into the battlefield. Until then, you can find a grasp on how far you can get into the results.
And the respect, man, that I have for Almghty, they just defeated Smart Omega before on stage 4 that has 2 coaches. And you have to defeat Wolves, who has arguably the best statistics in the entire CDM 2022. That really speaks a lot of what these guys have put into work. And they have been vocal again at Twitter, and what Mustachio AJ said, they don't really like the guns, but they came here today surprising everybody with their insane displays on the respawns. They do have to work on that S&D though. But again, it might go down to a very dominant win here for Almghty just by looking at what they were able to do against Wolves, the number one team in CDM, and to having to translate back and forth, play the second match as well, where they have to go to the number 8 team of CDM. They might have the overall advantage. They just have to play their cards right.
Yeah, just playing the cards right is something that I'm really looking forward for here for the side of both ends of the spectrum, actually. And, Almghty, back-to-back regional champions. You're rightfully number 1 spot or team here in the Garena as of the moment right now in terms of the accolades. I mean, they're the closest team, in my opinion, to be the one that could play on par in terms of the tacticalness of the CDMs. The pacing is right there. The way they put up their decisions, they're looking quite smart. The way they compose themselves, the fighting power within them. And it's really showcased as well, especially on their run during GM3. This team here is looking quite compact overall. Weibo, a lot of things that they have to handle here up in their plates. It's just a matter of question as well. How much fight can they put up against Almghty?
Yeah, if you're going to look at the David and Goliath story here, David's going to be Team Weibo and Goliath is going to be Almghty, which is how they're able to perform. I mean, just take a look at the progress of this team ever since the start of 2022. This is a team that struggled ever since the start of Garena Master Season 1. And until Garena Master Season 3, we thought this team was over. And, their chances of being a Stage 5 representative will be thrown out of the picture. But then came Stage 4, where the control was just amazing. The control game mode was the key for them to be able to rise up and transcend to be the better team up against Smart Omega and Blacklist International Ultimate, and in fact, the entire Garena region itself. So the ability to be resilient and, of course, be prepared for the big moments, Almghty definitely has got it in their veins.
Before the whole CDM region was found in my radar, I was really titling the Almghty to be the most tactical teams, the tacticality that they can offer for the table of Garena. It's just so much to bear with here, and that's really just retaliating over the contrast of the energy of teams like Omega and Blacklist. They really set themselves apart and show their personalities, and it really works quite well for them And that's just the main reason why they are the #1 team in the Garena. Now, here we go. I mean, it's a new day here for the side of CDFI, a new team that they have to go against. There's no clear head-to-head records here in between these two. It's just them finding the grasp once more, just doing their magic here. Just the same case as well for the side of Weibo. But coming in, once more, David and Goliath story here, guys. We always have to bring this one up back and forth. Weibo being David, the Goliath being Almghty. For sure, the Giants can be slain. But it's just going to be a hard toll factor here, Cal.
I wonder what's gonna happen here. A potential 3-0, just by looking at how well AMT played at first game. And, I'm not biased in here, just looking at the statistics and, of course, the overall firepower that Wolves can pack in the game. AMT had a rough time against them, but they managed to pull through. And Team Weibo, this is going to be their opening game, so this really matters for them because right now, they have to make sure that they take that #2 spot because after all, at the end of these groupings, the top two of this group will be advancing to the playoffs next week, and we'll play a best of 7. But the bottom two will be kicked out, and of course, will be out of the playoff picture. So, Team Weibo, if they do want to change their narrative of their team, it's a great way to start it off here by maybe defeating AMT and score an upset, but not at this pace where the team has momentum. They have Incendio, Heaven, Shut Up, Jet Pro, and of course, Irfan J.
Yep, Irfan J. And on the contrast here, especially if ever they do take down Almghty here, it's going to be a hard call as they still have to go up against Dunia Games, which is titled to be the best team here in the competition in terms of map percentage here. But in terms of the Dunia Games, there's always a question mark. How can they play without Clove? But it's a different topic that we can bring up later on, especially when Dunia Games is now back in the stage here. But for the side of Almghty, they're just going to be doing this one up by fire. I mean, they're coming into this matchup quite heated up. They scored big time against Wolves, the #1 team. It's the least promising team here, Weibo. I don't exactly know, but as you would say, probable case of a 3-0.
Yeah, we got for Weibo, they got Float, Qming, Xingfeng, Hui, and Meng. And I love those bomber jackets, man. I would love to have one of those. I mean, that thing looks so fire. Take a look at that. They look so badass with it, man.
It's quite intimidating actually to look at, and that's really the storyline as well for the CDM teams. They do love to rock their outfits and they really know to shine with it. And it's just one factor as well that you could consider, oh my days, what are we going against with? Okay, I mean, the percentage doesn't really correlate to how intimidating they look like right now. So maybe they really have something to offer here, Cali.
They definitely have, and I mean, to every Garena team out there, we should have one of this available for merch. I mean, it's really amazing to see, these teams not only just play the game, but they also have this amazing merchandise that they actually wear out there to support not just their team, but of course, their overall brand itself. But now, to determine whatever's gonna happen in this game, everything's gonna all be down to that map bans and picks. And as we see the official match between AMT and Weibo here, second schedule of the day, here it is. Almghty, they will be banning Slums and Firing Range, and that operator skill ban will be Spiral. And for Team Weibo, the ban has Shanda and of course Takeoff, the two best maps of Almghty so happen to be. And of course, Claw get banned in here. So the annihilator is open. You don't want Almghty to use that in a map that they are successful in. Standoff Hardpoint is where we head on to at the first match. And oh boy, it's like what we saw from the first game. Wolves struggled in here against AMT. Here we go, the second match for the day. Irfan J. Am I seeing things correctly? The Chikum is now being used here at the early game. Let's see how he uses it to full extent.
I mean, there's a lot of underestimation in terms of the Chikum being brought up here in the competitive scene, but with Irfan J putting a lot of noise here on towards Garena Master 2, he was able to ball out and really put up a statement there for the Chikum. But now here, current state of the game, Weibo clicking things off here. They are able to accumulate 12 points here up in the board. But the map control now looking more promising for the side of Almghty. They're finding themselves slowly but surely to the left side of the minimap, and that's exactly where P2 is at.
Now, as we continue to play it that way, Weibo have a great start, but now Almghty's been able to bully them out of the hill. And not only do they have that, they're claiming the final 20 seconds, but Weibo is trying to find a way to make sure that the anchor is going to be stick through them at that P2. But Almghty gains full control of it with number 1 Incendio winning that key gunfight to spawn them right on the left side and prepare them for the chain of P2. And right now for Weibo, the key here is to make sure that the break is going to happen in multi-angles, not just in one, because Almghty is going to get you through it if you don't try to play it tactically. And AMT now, as they start to open this hard point, they will be inside with 2 players, and they will be looking forward to the rotation at that gas station, while Incendio continues to pop off and, of course, take the players away here at the boxes. He continues to have this streak going on ever since the start of Bulb's gameplay earlier, and he's been a key piece in here right now.
You know, one thing that you really don't want to go against is Almghty being quite well established here, especially in the power positions. They're quite locked off now, but finally, fortunately though, Weibo Games do try to find a breaker on towards Barnes, but Heaven just continues to deny it. On towards the back end here, Hunter Killer Drone flies up in the board, is on a 3 killing streak here. Look for some more. Can he find some more? Absolutely not, but till then the damage has been done, and they have accumulated at least 40 points here on towards this very hill, and it still continues with Earth and Jade just bagging it up. No points whatsoever here for Weibo Games, looking like we're gonna be settling for new as Almghty. They basically got in the full 60.
Oh my god, the chicken! Oh, it just fries when Earth and Jay uses it, but that's really hard gun to use. I've tried that and I failed several times. And that guy, on just the first 2 hard points, already got 60 seconds in the hill. And they have chained from P1 to P3. Weibo stands no chance at all with the way the Incendio and, of course, the AMT squad is just facing themselves in the matchup. As Irfan J will be routing around at the long route. Heaven will be using that Purifier to remove all these players down, spawn them away, and take them out with the Predator missile. But unfortunately for Irfan J, is not going to get any of the skills, but they are able to score the time, which matters at all. They continue to skyrocket their performance, already reaching a 100-point mark here. 30 seconds left, and Weibo, they are struggling.
I mean, there's absolutely no reason why Earth and Jay should start getting those kills. If you get like Jeffro, Heaven, and Shut Up just balling it out on a double-digit kill take here. But finally, though, you get a Weibo Games. Weibo Gaming here is they do get the influence inside a hill here for only a little bit of time here. 38 to 100 here, Almghty in a very significant take. We're going to be seeing a reset here slowly but surely. But now the allocation here for Almghty, they do have 3 players here already on towards New. Heaven cutting off the rotation here on towards the 8 bomb site. So far, there's no distinctive positioning right now for the set of Weibo, as they are looking to find a break here on towards the mid lane. Quite well-established Almghty. This could be a hard take here for Weibo.
Yeah, not looking good at all, Looking at the statistics here, Weibo is struggling to win gunfights. They only have Team Fang to actually have 10 kills. But apart from him, everybody is just dropping their bodies one at a time, and it hurts your odds of winning the most, because Hardpoint is a respawn game. And right now, well, from what we are seeing, AMT has just been a step ahead of Team Weibo. But right now, they have been able to manage to break the play from Hui with that Purifier. Will be more than enough for them to create some time in the hill. So that's a good sign. But you already see AMT looking to make sure that the pinch play is going to happen. And Incendio will stab Fuming from the back. And now they are going to be back at it, scoring in that scrap time. And not to mention, they are already looking in for the rotation at P1.
You know what's really questioning where's the rotation here for the set of Weibo is player Q Ming was left instead of Hill for like 10 seconds, 20 seconds with no sense of a team whatsoever. But if you get a player like Heaven from the set of Almghty just cutting off the rotation, it can clearly just throw off the full momentum here for the set of Team Weibo. Now we're approaching on towards a reset here on towards P1. So far the first handful of death there will be shown for the set of Team Weibo, but it's not gonna last for so long as we have Incendio here all over his teammates as well, just securing the parameter, and they do get a clearance inside of Hill.
And Weibo just nowhere in control right now. AMT, they are anticipating where they might spawn, and this is just the dominance and the total map mastery that we've seen from AMT ever since. This, guys, has been a total mainstay. Another pred from Jep Pro. I believe it's the third Predator missile that he has been able to earn, and he continues to slay that way. 22 kills already earned up for this guy, and 20 seconds is left in the matchup at P1. And you already know the early rotation battle will be held here by Shot-Up. It's currently 50-50, but with him slaying Meng on the gas station, these guys are all prepared to give up the scrap time and of course settle for the next seal. And every time we see Weibo score some points, it's always the scrap time that Almghty is giving them. So right now, it is just total cluster plays here for AMT, and they've been way up ahead.
You know, there's no absolute reasoning on why Almghty why are they at this take right now. They are the Lion City representatives for a reason here, and they're playing hardpoint by the perfection here. They contest the scrap time, they get the rotations on towards you, they set themselves here quite well established, and they just maintain to retain and take the lead out away from Team Weibo. 196-71 now. Team Weibo putting a lot of effort here, trying to find a break here from the back ends of the hardpoint. They awaits him with a chick spots down one, takes him out of the equation. They look for the trade, but he dances some more. Rips out the Purifier here, kills some more. Until then, Almghty, they just retain the lead.
Yeah, he's the only player inside the hill now, and he's going to this Purifier, so he can get the double kill here, and of course, still remain in the hill, but looks like he's gonna get shut down, and Weibo will continue to claim the scrap time while Almghty set up the next. And every time we see this happen, you really hate to see it, but Almghty's just been perfect with their rotation, and I believe they always are able to win this early rotation as well, and of course claim all the time. But the gods of RNG has given Weibo the chance to spawn right beside, so this should be the chance for them to take away this one from AMT. So there you go, they're able to shut down the player inside this hill, and they're able to predict where the players will spawn, and Weibo now will be able to claim the early game plays, but Jeffro will stab them on the back once again, and this guy is on a mission but finally won't be shut down. Weibo showing some life. Let's see if they can be consistent, because right now for sure AMT will look to find a way to disrupt them.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it a lot for the set of Team Weibo. I mean, they're slowly bouncing back here on towards this game, but if ever they want to stand a chance and take this out away from Almghty, it's still a long catch up here, Cali. 210 to 124. It's going to take at least another money heal here. In fact, maybe two, in fact, for them to take the lead out away from Almghty. And it's going to be a hard call here. It might get brighter if ever they do establish themselves here and get this break here out away from these bakeries. As Almghty, they have three players here all around the parameter. They got shut up. Irfan, J, Jeffro here, well established. Who here tries to find the break, keeping as well. And looks like they are going to be able to do so as well. It looks quite nice here for the set of Team Weibo, Cali.
Yeah, the mid-game adjustment right now is taking into effect, but AMT now bursts out their Purifier to bully these players out once again, and split spawn situations should help them be able to attack in multi-angles. So right now AMT has really got to watch out now. Heaven is starting to pop off. This guy's got 38. Look, they drop a 40 bomb right now. 225 points for AMT. They only need 25 more points as well to actually end this game, and Heaven's got a 40 bomb already. 15 more points for the win, and Weibo are spawning on the gas station, and Heaven shuts them down with the Underkiller drone to top it all off. Another Predator missile kill for him, and that should seal it. AMT, they stand undefeated in this group stage again as they win hardpoint against Weibo 250 to 143.
Oh, wow. I mean, I'm quite surprised but not shocked. I don't know if that makes any sense here. And something I want to bring up here, Cali, is that I made a call here before CDFI started that, you know, Garena teams, they have to adjust on how different the rotations comes into play here for the CDM teams. And clearly, Almghty won up that one. Heaven, he was just roaming around the map, playing unexpectedly, coming out in a surprise, just, you know, waving his hands goodbye. Hey, I'm here. You're out of the chase. I'm going to rotate once more. And just overall, just shock them. You know, it's quite confusing to play up against Almghty here because every factory just laid down quite nicely, my guy.
I mean, every interview that we've had for the CDM regions after they win a series for the past 3 days, you know, they're aiming, the team that they're aiming out the most to compete in the playoffs is AMT. And now we see the reason why, because they are the biggest threat. They are on top of that food chain, and everybody wants some of those. And I believe, you know, this is a great start for AMT. They are now 4 points in map wins, still undefeated so far. And we're heading into Search and Destroy right up next. But just talk about how the strategy there was for AMT. When they are on the final 20 seconds in the hard point, they always make sure Shadop will be anchoring the spawns for the next kill. And, they've been able to do that consistently. And that's the good side that you really want to see. This guy's been having trouble with winning games before stage 4. But here they are clicking and, looking to be the best teams out of all as we've seen so far.
I mean, they just have every factor locked on, and the Call of Duty takes 5 to tango, as I would love to say. They got FNJ just contesting the scrap time. He set Shut up there just to get that early rotation, and in the process as well, Heaven cutting off the rotation. It's just really, really a good team here overall, and that's the reason why they are the representatives of Singapore, the Lion City. They are the #1 team in Garena because they are so complete. They're so stacked up. Now, one thing that they really just have to prove to us now here, though. Can they put up a name here in Search and Destroy? They struggled against Wolves, which is the title to be the best team out there in the competition, up against another CDM team here, Weibo. Yeah, for sure they won this one out in a very significant manner, but it's still Search and Destroy, and you could never take it away from CDM team.
Yeah, obviously, even though Weibo is going to be on the lower end of the tiers in CDM region, one thing more than likely that we have for Weibo is that they have better repetitions, they have better sets in S&Ds. Way because of the tournament format that they have there in China Masters. But taking a look at the team stats on this game, take a look at the difference in terms of the kills and the heal time. Wow, amazing difference there. And not to even mention that AMT made it look like Weibo has no hands with the way they were able to slay. They got 2 players with 30 plus kills, and Heaven is one of them with 44, 2.4 KD as well, and he continues to transcend to be the better player right now ever since the start against Wolves.
With Wolfie being the rise of one of the best flex in the competition, Heaven is on it as well. He's really making himself work through it, playing around with its Switchblade. He really put up a name right there, and you can really call him as titled to be one of the best flex in the competition as well. I just love the fact that there's a lot of evolutions of this man right here for CDFI that I know. First is that he knows how to roam around. Second of all, he knows how to bag his MVPs, and third of all, he switched from the bed into the gaming chair.
Yeah, we all know that this guy is a marksman. He is a deadly sniper, but with the recent addition of Control, this guy has continuously been effective in the respawns as well and proving to be the best flex player that Garena has to offer. I mean, back-to-back MVPs for AMT, Heaven, and of course, every respawn that he has played so far, and he's been doing great. 44 bomb is not that easy to accumulate, but that's not actually the highest skills that we've had overall in the group stage, I believe. We've had one player in Allen yesterday against Change World where he was able to score 50 kills, but AMT, they just played their cards correctly. Irfan J is the player that they want inside the objective, and he made sure that he claimed all the time, and his role was just damping up the super soaker of Almghty. Just made it work, and not to mention, he may be an objective player, but this guy is named a Clutch King on that S&D, which we will be heading on to next after this hardpoint.
Yep, after this hardpoint. And hardpoint standoff said and done. Summit Search and Destroy up next. And Callie, let's talk about this. Summit Search and Destroy. Almghty. They put up a lot of history here in this very map itself as well. I think this could really side for them, but they tend to lean towards those open maps more. For Summit here, it's just gonna get a little bit closer this time around. I don't exactly know how this one's gonna get played out. Team Weibo, they have this reputation here. Almghty, they have the history to back them up. It's just a matter now here. It's just a matter of us seeing this one get through and being played out in the battlefield.
It really matters that you find a way to counter and of course adjust every round, because here doesn't matter how prepared you are leading up to a game, it matters also that you are able to find a way to counter the plays that will be quite the surprise. And for Weibo, definitely going to look like a threat here. We haven't seen them play any Search and Destroy, but that gameplay from game 1, they look so uncoordinated, but it's reasonable because AMT is definitely a strong respawn teams. But now we're heading up to the Summit Search and Destroy up next. Weibo You know, if they want to play that second spot, they have to make sure they win every map as possible. And now here we go. We're heading up to the summit map, and AMT will start as the attackers. And Irfan J once again has been a standout on last game, and he looks to use that Chikum once again in there, and they get punished up for it. Float with a huge 2-piece.
Looking like he wants some more Heaven here on the parameters. Will take him out of the equation. Lowering down the numbers now, but still more excited for the side of Team Weibo. Till then, this is where Almghty excels at the most, just slowing things down, playing by their own sense of pace. But one thing that I love the fact here is Incendio has actually pushed up here on towards the mid lane. If ever he can wrap here on towards his mid doors, he might be able to get another piece here, but he, you know, Ming awaits him right there. Context here, having to put the place. Heaven reading him like a book. Howie out of the play. Until then, now the grounds is equalized.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, nice play for AMT to equalize the number. And Incendio not really doesn't have any kills just yet, but this guy's been reliable in terms of trading players. So right now, they just have to pick up that bomb first, clear out the buildings, and make sure once they get that bomb, they are able to be decisive to where they put it. And right now, it looks like they're centered at putting that bomb at the B side, that A side, not looking really friendly at all. But Weibo, they are just waiting it out right now, waiting for AMT to strike. And of course, lead the pack and initiate. And, you know, for AMT, they try to initiate the B side, but it seems like they will push that bomb at the A side. So right now, we are waiting, but, you know, things are about to go down here. The bomb is being tapped by Incendio. That should be 45 seconds for Weibo to play a 3v3 retake.
3v3 retake here. I mean, the grounds was so favored for them, but it's now all equal. The time of the factor taking up against them, and it really awaits them here. They need to make a move, set up, awaits them here on the bottom of the staircase. Spots Ming out of the equation. King Fang gets a trade off there. One player on towards the top end of this catwalk here, and Shadow spots him out. Whips up the CBR4, goes for the challenge here, but still then the time is ticking here. Mang finds him shut up, but Heaven awaits him from the back, and it is planned for him. But till then, can he find connection here? Yes, he does. The bomb on some more. This doesn't go for the bomb. How does it happen? But till then, it doesn't matter. They still have the time.
Bomb defused.
There you go. That should be Weibo playing that retake perfectly. It all started with Team Fang on the second floor, and when Shut Up was distracted, they were able to move up and, of course, force Heaven to play. And, you know, that's his clutch genes as well. I mean, he connected the first one, but the timing was just better for Weibo there at the end. And, of course, they take that round. But, you know, for this round to start, it's gonna be looking like AMT gonna be playing correctly now. They are serious. Irfan J now bringing in the Hades, looking like he sent down 2 players down there, 6 feet below. And it's all down to Hui in this first 30 seconds, probably thinking what happened to his teammate. Well, unfortunately, his teammates died, but he has the chance to turn the narrative down, but Jeff Pro shuts him down in an instant, and AMT gets right back to it.
They get right back through it here. I'm just questioning the weapon of choice here for Irfan J. Rocks around with a Chikum. Now with a Hades. This guy loves to play around unconventional guns here, and it's really just showing off the statement here. Yeah, for sure, we're going to be playing Be Careful, as Incendio would say, but we're just going to let Irfan J do his work here. But Float here going quite aggressively on with the mid-lane spots on the shirt as well. But Irfan J gets trade. Hui takes him down as well. In a glimpse of a second, same statement here. Shut up.
Yeah, I mean, anything you can do, I can do better. Weibo Float got a good read on that rotate, and that just happened. A huge 3-piece to Severe. A good blow against AMT, and now they are back on the lead. And, you know, even though Team Weibo definitely is a team who struggled at CDM, that still doesn't remove the fact that they have way more sets and repetitions when they're playing S&D on their region. That's +2 in every game relay of best of 5 that they have. And right now for Weibo, it seems like they're trying to play this one passively, try to bait out some players, but that slide from Float just gets him. Jeff Pro now gets the first blood, and it's looking like we're gonna see attack from the B side. And now Irfan J has to turn this. What a lovely snap back against Meg, and now they have the number advantage once again. These guys are just going back and forth, and Shut Up now waiting for the perfect moment where the wind will blow. One pick, and this guy can just end the round, but he's just gonna wait it out here. Bomb is down though, 38 seconds left.
8 seconds left. Ming, cool, but no more. Doesn't really matter. I mean, the grab there from set of Almghty. There's this thing that I would love to talk about now. Well, Team Weibo, they love to play this wraparound. They love to go for the flank all the time here, and it's really keeping Almghty in the question mark. Who's going to be playing who? Who's going to be wrapping around? We better watch out for our back. Until then, that's exactly what Irfan did. He was able to respond quickly enough. He did really stall out to play a different side of Team Weibo. But now to kick things off here for this very round number 5 it is, Ming will kick things off. He will be able to take down Irfan out of the equation quite early on.
So Weibo now has got the first blood. They just have to convert it to a win. They have the number advantage, but Heaven looking like a man on a mission. He finds the first player, looking to get the second on the acute angle, and Heaven finds one more on the close range, but Float finally gets him. All down to shut up for AMT. He's got to worry about these 3 players, and that bomb has to be picked up as well. But one thing that Shut Up has shown so far in SND is that he's extremely reliable. But right now, in the face of adversity, how well can he do individually? 1 minute and 8 seconds left here, and Weibo is looking to flank him, looking to play the wraparound at these A side. They are waiting for him to put that bomb. And I mean, this is a brilliant play. They got 3 caterpillars on his nose, and Shut Up. You have to be very aware of the situation you're in. He gets to pick up that bomb, but this extreme cautiousness could just get him in here. Meng is already on the back. Weibo get to play this one so aggressive, but you know, Shut Up. As soon as he gets that bomb, Weibo will get direct information.
And that's exactly why Shut Up avoids it. And Shut Up is quite confused. Where are they? And it's exactly where you came from. Just respawn. Till then, time is ticking here. Bomb gonna get picked up soon, and we're gonna be able to expect a rotation here to bite in for side of Team Weibo. They exactly do so now. They make a move here. And they're just on the tail of Shut Up. He gets tagged up, and just like that. I mean, good plays, good execution, a well-renowned take here for set of Team Weibo, and that's exactly them one-upping Almghty once more.
Yeah, despite a very good play from Heaven there, the huge 2 kills just to try to bring them back through it. It doesn't really make an impact because AMT wasn't really able to take care of their lives that much, and their heavily reliance on the mid-map is very important. So they know that Float is going to attack on the mid-map, so they sent Irfan J to spray the hell out of them, and that's it, a good 2 kills. That should lead them to this victory, but it's too close for comfort. Meng, we know what he can do, and he can turn it around, but the guy just got jumped on. He got pinched, gets shot down, but the bomb is tapped in there. Ting Feng will be able to shut down Jet Pro. The closest player here would be Shut Up, but can he go in for that rotate? Ting Feng is waiting for the next gunfight. He spots Heaven, but loses the gunfight, and there it is. Heaven ties the game. We got 3 and 3, man.
Back and forth for the last 6 rounds here, Cali, and there's really no team at all here just showing significance whatsoever. But one thing for sure though, if ever the trends won't change up, it could be just Team Weibo one-upping Almghty and just neglecting the fact that, you know, Almghty hasn't taken the lead at all from them. Here we go, round number 7 here, the storyline. Weibo this time around, they're starting off with offense here, but oh my days, nifty shot for side of Shut Up, takes on Ming out of the chase. Until then, a push will try to come through for the side of Heaven. He will take down Float as well. Until then, the trade-off will come true, but more excited for the side of Almghty.
Yeah, Heaven's on the flank now, and Ming will be the last man standing. Jet Pro just severed the head, and just one more player to shut down. Heaven's got the information. That should be relayed at this point. He knows that the player is going to be on the catwalks, and now number 5 in Jet Pro just to get the kill here, and there it is. AMT takes the lead. Took them some time, but I'll take it.
I mean, this time around, Almghty, they do take that lead now out of way from Team Weibo, and they're playing on defense here. And coming again, this is exactly where they excel at, just holding down angles, playing patiently until then they can just be full on locked on. And instead of Team Weibo here, they're just going to be playing default, just spreading their map control, and maybe till then they could dictate on which bomb site to go to here. But it's really putting up a big contrast in how Almghty is playing here, because they're exactly doing just the same thing, just waiting for the assertion of offense here for the side of them. But here we go, the push will come through. Heaven spots on 1, look for some more, misses 2 shots. Not the most Heaven thing so far we've seen in this competition here, but it's not going to totally matter now. It's a 4v1 situation. Shut Up, 5v1, Shut Up just shuts it down. Until then, Almghty now, they're going to be able to lead this one in a significant manner, 2 up by 2.
Yeah, that doesn't remove the fact that Heaven missed 2 shots and missed with the 50 GS as well. And Shadow has to step up and man, boy, let me get that kill. And AMT now pulls up with a 2-round lead. Come on, Heaven. I know you got the 8 kills, but yeah, I mean, the strongest man can always be imperfect sometimes. And we didn't see that there, but it created an impact. That kill at the mid map was the start of something great for AMT as they were able to chain that to a round win. But Ting Feng fighting back. It's 1. Now finds Jeff Pro there looking in for that Mon hand. And of course, Jeff Pro has to back away. Regroup back with Heaven. Because right now, Weibo will be having that bomb. And of course, they got the opportunity to put that bomb at either side. They have the number advantage as well. So, 1 minute and 20 seconds left here. They can totally play time and wait for a player or two to actually extend out and, of course, execute as well.
Yeah, but, it's going to be really an easy call to be put up here as Jeff Pro
no.
just winning the casualty up from Ming out of the chase. King Feng will take down Jeff Pro. Heaven takes on 1. Now it's on an even ground. Now it's a 1v1 situation here. The bomb drop around the C domination here. King Feng wrapping around, getting this one up. Looking like it's going to be settling here on towards speed. Bomb says Heaven. He kind of exactly knows where he's at. It's just all about the timing now. He checks around, doesn't spot him out. But till then, I mean, if ever the bomb does get planted, he's not too far in terms of the rotations here. And looking like Jing Feng actually going to go for this wrap here on towards A.
And one thing that Heaven learned from that King of Sniper is that you can use your pistol. And right now, I know that's going to be an advantage for him because that sniper cannot just do much except for the quick flicks. But if it doesn't hit, you're going to be in trouble. So using that 50 GS definitely going to give him some huge boost in terms of range. Not just that, the damage that they can deal. But right now, the bomb is going to be planted. That 7 seconds will turn to a 45. So Ting Feng should just play his cards correctly. And of course, find what angle is going to work to him best. But Heaven finds him. Ting Feng gets shot down in Heaven. The clutch gene gonna be right through it. Gets that huge 2 kill to the pistol and the bomb defusal. AMT on match point.
Yep, AMT on match point here. A missed opportunity for King Feng overall for the side of Team Weibo. And Heaven just showing his smiles early on here. This is just quite devastating for the side of Team Weibo. I mean, till then, against Almghty, it's not really an easy matchup here. Showing off a little bit of a fight was a little bit expected here for a search and destroy. Now they falter here. The momentum is just too much here to be dealt with here up against Almghty. Round number 10. Here we go. Can Team Weibo just extend their game furthermore and prove their chance worthy here? Or will Almghty just finally shut them down?
AMT now just waiting for the perfect moment to strike, but they sent out Heaven at the back. I didn't think Q-Man got the good read on it, but Heaven still ends up with the win. Heaven now gives the first blood. Everybody knows that there's a player upstairs, and he sprays, and he gets 1 more. AMT going at it 1, 2, 3 to the 4, waiting for that perfect moment once again. They are trying to wait it out. Ting Feng will go for the retake. The spray transfer is pure. He gets a huge tokens, but he's got a pounce. But Incendio ends it. Almghty finally wins an S&D.
Finally win an S&D. That's the CDM team. That's just winning the statistics just a little bit here. But till then, I mean, the overall statistics here coming into this matchup, it wasn't so promising overall. Quite devastating here. Surprised but not shocked. Team Weibo, they're down by 2 now. Almghty just securing their points here in this very group that they have here. Now, what awaits them is obviously, despite the fact that the game is not over here up against Team Weibo, I'm really excited to see how Dunia Games and Almghty will play this one out. Clearly here, it's just so distinctive that Almghty can just rock the show from then on forward here in between Team Weibo.
Yeah, the decisive victory by AMT against Wolves clearly give us a rough look of what they can, they can output in this overall group. And so, with that, we can really form a conclusion that AMT really is a tough team to beat. I mean, Team Weibo, who definitely had a great start here at the Session D, was able to get outgunned and outperformed in every way possible. I mean, Heaven just performed a lot of gameplays with that sniper, was able to pick a good thing or two. And, when the guy got hot, Weibo stopped winning rounds. And, you can really talk about the impact of this guy. He is one of the best response players out there in Garena, but he is one deadly sniper. And of course, he has developed that pistol as well here at this game as he scored 11 kills, man.
He scored 11 kills. And that's exactly one thing I would love to talk about Almghty, once they get heated up, as you would say, they can really just bag it up until the very end. And that's exactly what's shown there on towards control earlier against Wolves. Yeah, for sure, Wolves as well, they were able to heat up, especially at the start there on towards round number 2 for control. But, Almghty, they know how to respond back here. Now, in terms of the statistics here for Search and Destroy, I heard your reaction here, Kelly. Run it down.
Oh my god, looking at the kill difference, it's expected because it's a 7-3 win for Almghty, a 15 kill difference, but that KD is where it is different. A 1.6 compared to a 0.6, a 1 point difference. That means a lot in your win percentage. And boy, oh boy, do take note of the player stats in here. Weibo, they did try their best. Their first 3 rounds were great. It's strategized, it's structured, but when AMT started to pick things up and when Irfan J was able to use that Hades instead of that Chikum, was able to pull this team apart. And of course, not to mention the impact that Incendio has on this team. For sure, the callouts are going to be insane. Despite that 0.9 KD ratio, he is the main guy of this team. But talking about the main player for this Search and Destroy, your IQ MVP of this S&D, AMT Heaven, 11 kills with a 3 streak on that map. And of course, in this lobby and in today's series, got 4 overall MVP count. And let's take a look at the MVP highlight and the highlights in here. It's a lot of sniper engagements, but Weibo, one thing that they're really good at all here at this game, you mentioned this earlier, is that they really love how to play and flank. But when AMT managed to find a way to actually counter that, that's where their attacks were kind of get read, and of course, they were just shut down one after another.
Yeah, overall the snipers there for set of Almghty was able to put up a big contrast on how Team Weibo was playing there, and it was just the power of Zeke. It was the god-strengthening power of the snipers there for Almghty, and it was enough for them to just hurdle themselves through the competition and just run it on for the Search and Destroy. Search and Destroy Summit, yeah, for sure, it's a close quarter map here, but you can never neglect the fact that the snipers can be one big factor in terms of clearing out those angles, especially on those nasty headies that you tend to see in cable cart, on towards the boxes. Until then, you can really rely on Shut Up alongside with Heaven as well, just clearing those out.
And what we didn't felt from Team Weibo here was that sniper. There's a total contrast in here. We felt the presence of the SMGs from Float for Weibo, and we also have Team Fang with that Craig 6. But you really have to see the value of the sniper here and what Heaven and Shut Up brought down here at this map itself. It's a textbook offense, of course, and defense first, AMT. And now we're down to the final game here for this match number 2. AMT, once again, they have been undefeated in terms of playing the control game mode, and they're looking to continue that win streak here against Team Weibo, and the map definitely gonna be favoring them. As we all know, these guys, they don't just play for objective, they don't just play for kills, they want the spawn trap in every way possible.
Yeah, they really do. And one blitz play that they love to take into consideration here, Cali, is they reserve their operator skills and they just bombard themselves, regardless if they're on offense or defense. They love to play it that way. And that's actually one of the most common plays we tend to see in control as well. Now, the hardest part is finding the right timing on when to do so. And clearly what Almghty loves to do is that if ever they are playing defense, they push quite harshly, let's say on towards B control point, just putting off the rotations here on towards gallery. Until then, they make a pavement there on towards the driveway and pushing themselves on towards the garage. Until then, they're just going to be leaving the opposing end. Nowhere or no way for them to just go out of their spawns.
Weibo has to be very smart with how well they play this game, because any wrong errors could just lead to a severe damage over time. And when AMT finds a way to sneak past through you, there's a good chance that you're not going to be able to make it out alive. And Weibo has to make sure that they don't repeat the mistakes that their brothers of Walls did earlier, because it could just make sure that AMT continues to continue that win streak that they have here at Control. But, Heaven has been a great player so far, and he's going to be the key player for AMT once again. He was the MVP of the match on Control that played earlier against Wolves, where he scored 32 kills. And, he's going to be reliable when it comes to slaying but you really have to mention the way Incendio and of course Irfan J plays in the game as well. They are one of the refined corner pieces of this team, and not to mention not to mention Jeff Pro, who's gonna make sure everything is gonna be harder for you because of how well he supports this team.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's just so consistent overall. I mean, this whole tournament actually just gives me a whole appreciation for the support players out there. Kendi, Jeff Pro, those two players right there, they put up a big significant manner now and role for their team. Back then I tend to question, how will Kendi, how will Jeff Pro play out if, they move over to stage 5? And guess what? They're really putting up their names now. They're really showing that they really fit the role of a support, and they can really be flexible enough to back up the team, what they exactly have to go up against their opposing ends. Jeff Pro, if ever Setup wasn't really doing his role quite nicely, Jeff Pro was there to back him up. Until then, the guy can actually rock the spotlight for him. So if ever, I wouldn't be so surprised if ever Jeff Pro can get the spotlight as well, alongside with the other take here. Overall, Almghty, they have like a 5-way MVP contender type of team. They are completely set here. For the set of Team Weibo, we had a lot of keys to victory here for the set of Almghty. For the set of Team Weibo, there's absolutely nothing here aside from the fact that each and every player has to step up.
They have to step up, of course, because right now things are not looking good. Down 0-2 on the overall series, and they face the hardest game mode just yet because they face the best game mode of AMT. And they just gotta play it smart. They have to play for those trades, and of course, once they get trapped, they don't play individually. As much as possible, if you are getting trapped here by AMT at this control at spawns, you just gotta make sure you play and of course find trades. Play at 2s instead of 1s, because 2 heads are better than 1.
Yep, definitely. 2 heads is better than 1. 5 complete. Almghty, they are at it now. Team Weibo, I don't exactly know what you have to step up here, but really the gunfight department wasn't really shown there as well onward search and destroy. The rotations was lacking there onwards. Hardpoint control, you gotta have both. You gotta have the better rotation, you gotta have the better map control. I mean, it goes all the same for each 3 game modes here. So there's a little bit of a level of differences here between Almghty and Team Weibo. So it's just a matter of questioning coming again. When are they going to step up? We asked them. They have to step up. When are they going to do it? Is it going to be up against Almghty, or is it going to be up against another team that they have to face in this very bracket?
I mean, the biggest difference here between the two is that AMT is the #1 team in Garena, and Weibo is on the dead bottom of the CDM. So you clearly see that on the stats earlier. They were dominated in terms of kills. They were dominated in terms of heal time. And not to mention the S&D, where we kind of expected Weibo is going to have a lot more chance because of their own map pick. But again, they struggled. They win the first 3 rounds. Their strategy is just make sure they flank. Apart from that, when that was read by Almghty, there was no answer at all. There was no adjustment at all. And it all will boil down to the range that the team had, because everyone relied on the Krieg 6. Everyone relied on the place of float where he was using the CBR4. We barely felt the presence of the sniper. And mainly because of AMT having a shot up, always shutting him down, man. You're the better overall.
I mean, in terms of, I think one thing that Team Weibo has to take into consideration here is just maybe, first off, dealing with Heaven, just wrapping around, being a nuisance, and just going to be going for those wraparounds unexpectedly. Till then, that's one factor that they have to take out. Next up is taking down Incendio and just removing the power position out away from him. But now, just overall, looking now at the current state of the series here, coming again, first game here, onwards, stand of Hardpoint, won over by Almghty so convincingly, 250 to 143. On Search and Destroy, we just saw that one right there. 7-3, still won by Almghty here. Onwards Control, could we expect a 3-0? Or will Team Weibo show off a fight?
Yeah, what Weibo can do here is, reduce the chances of Heaven and of course Jeff Pro from making the plays, because what we can overly realistically say here, you can't stop Heaven because he'll continuously effort to find ways to counter you. So I just gotta remove the fact and of course stop him from building up any sort of momentum. And Weibo starting out very strong. They will find 2 players inside of the B control point to get the first segment in, and they have range now with Meng using that SKS. So that's going to be very beneficial in taking down the players in spawns. But AMT now finds their 2 players inside the fountains, and well, Jeff Pro is on his way to shut them down. 2Ps with that KRM 262, and this update has given rise to the short range once again.
Yeah, I mean, despite the good race showcase here for Center Jeffro, actually the game looking excited for that team Weibo. I mean, they do have the life advantage here so convincingly here, and they're also 2 quadrants inside in terms of capturing the B control point here. Only player around the parameter is going to be Irfan, Jay, and Jeffro here trying to stall this one out. But if I was the side of Almghty, I would have settled for the A control point here. As it's said and done, Team Weibo, they have the time, they have the lives as well, and this could be a complete shocker here for this very first round.
Yeah, great job by the way, because Ting Feng was being able to work with that submachine gun, but Meng is able to now retaliate against AMT with the range. So totally a huge upgrade on what we had earlier from this team on that S&D. But now Heaven, he hasn't been warmed yet, but he's looking to make himself involved in the gunfight, making that 2-piece connect, looking to get a few more. 11 to 16 live count. Number-wise, Weibo is in front. In terms of objective-wise, Weibo is in front, but slowly and surely, we are seeing AMT pick up their pace, and this is not what you would want to see if you're Weibo. And Float has to make sure that the mid-map will be controlled. Well, he gets shot down, but Hui will be there to back him up. So 8 and 13 still. Weibo is in striking distance to take this away from AMT, but they are now picking up their pace.
One thing you cannot allow out away from Almghty is giving them the map control here on towards the Central Garden. Because still then, if ever they do get the control, it's going to be a hard one to get out of it. So now, here we go. Team Weibo, they get the break here on towards to the kitchen. And they are quite set it up now to get the spawn trap as well, initiated and going. But on the process here, Irfan J trying to slow down the pace here for Team Weibo, playing around here on towards the staircase. Keep in mind, the game is not over, not until it's over. And Irfan J just continues to become a nuisance, but finally, it does get shut down. 2 to 4 now, here we go. Team Weibo, they're still on the promising stick, not no more. 3 to 2 now, here we go. Heaven tries to make the play, but he gets denied. 1 to 3, now 1 more life to take away from Almghty, and Team Weibo, they get the first round.
And this is just S&D here, 1v2. Weibo needs to take care of one more. This nade, they could just get it. But no, it's not gonna connect just yet. Weibo, they could use it, rely on Meg's shot to connect, and there it is. Finally, we see Weibo stand a chance, and they take the first round on the attacking side to top it all off. Now, coming on to the next round, they will be on the defensive side, so they're gonna have the initial power positions on their favor, mainly that kitchen control and of course that long race. And here as well is where you find value off of your operator skills, and Meng decides to bring his own here early up against AMT. He finds the first one with that Annihilator, and of course that Gravity Vortex will be used as well by Weibo, will not find good value off of it, and AMT now starting to strike, but they get shut down. Weibo reading them like a book.
Yeah, reading them like a book. Until then, one thing that I love the fact that is they won the first round as well, and they're on offense, and it's just going to get much easier here on defense. Here's Float will be popping off with an Annihilator. Is now having this clearance here on towards the B control point, and it's going to be just slowing down the pacing here for Almghty, but they still pursue to play here on towards the B control point, but finally Float does get shut down. Almghty shut up as well, is on the process to get this capture up in the board. But actually, despite the fact that a lot of impact was being shown for set of Team Weibo, till then the line's still on the lead here for a set of Almghty.
And you know, shot up here is very aggressive with that sniper. I mean, you would often want to use him on the back, but it's on the front line, just getting all them kills. And now finally we see AMT make a move. Their first attack came from the B control point, and now they're on their way to the A side. And if you're Weibo, you gotta stand your ground at this kitchen control. And Huming now will find the first one, and now AMT will decide to back away and slow things down. Maybe a good use of that smoke could help AMT close this thing out. Huming is a very prime position here to take these players down, and they are in no way in control of the moment. And now they're starting to use their tacticals here. Huming just being very patient, which is very, very nice for this team, because finally they are now able to reduce down the kills, and now they are tied up in equal. 13 live counts for both ends in here, Warden.
Yep, quite equal here, and it was a good run for the set of Almghty. They're on towards the Central Garden, but the wrap around here from the set of Team Weibo was able to shut them down. But with Almghty shut up now, slowly but surely building up the heat here on towards the A control point. Might make it a 4-3 for his name. Could he find a 5th as well? The contestant will try to come true, and the A control point will get contested here. The stakes here quite up high for the set of Team Weibo as the live is getting drained out as well. Irfan J pushing here on towards the spawn. Ming takes him out of the equation, but till then, Almghty, they're persevering here and just continuing to get the contestant here on the A control point, but Hui shuts them down. Until then, the slow pace, the pace gets slowed down. But till then, they still have more lives compared to the side of Team Weibo.
Yeah, T-Fang there. Lovely shot against Irfan J. That should stop the bleeding. Meng on the long range against Incendio. That should stop the spawn trap as well. And Q Ming, the entire control at the kitchen, all boils down to him and how effective he is. Float just raining down upon Jet Pro and looking to be Weibo coming up on top, but it's still relatively tied. But if we don't see AMT place this one correctly, they get shot down. Weibo 2-0.
What a flick! What a flick! To put up the score and put that blow to lead the game 2-0. Team Weibo pulling off and putting up a shocker here in this game of control. We might be able to steal this game out away from Almghty. One more round to claim, and it's gonna be game. But now here on towards round number 3. Let's see if ever they can shut it down.
Yeah, great job by Team Fang, by the way, with that sniper. But of course, who had the 15 kills in the first 2 rounds, 7.5 kills per round, their ratio for him. So definitely an efficient one for him. But now AMT starts on the defensive side, and maybe what this team wants is, have some fun, have some challenge. And now you see they are trying to spawn trap this team once again, which is quite scary because this is not what we saw from them in the first round. So again, adjustments has been made, but right now Weibo, they are definitely kicking. But Irfan J and his impact right now with that CBR4 could just be a detrimental here, but he gets shut down by Q Ming, and now Weibo is on their way to the B control point, which AMT tries to let go. They only have one player in there, and he gets shut down, and Hui continues to beam the laser up against AMT. They now get control at the B control point.
This is looking quite nice, but despite the fact that they are getting the influencer on towards the B control point, and the life is getting drained out. Shadab finds it too here. He continues to just freak off.
Oh, wow.
Finds some more. Team Fang out of the equation. Almghty on override mode. They're on the overtaking take here. Until then, Team Weibo, this is not looking like the Team Weibo that we saw there on the last 2 rounds. They're getting slaughtered like hell. Until then, no lives at all being present here for a set of Team Weibo. This could be one of the best comebacks here. Build it up here for Almghty.
And they have waken up from a deep slumber. And Heaven now will get shut down. Q Ming, wait to remove the spawn trap being enabled there. 13 seconds left, and Weibo will look to find their way to B control point, but Shot Up shuts them down. 10 in a row with that right-click AMR. You don't get to see that often. And AMT looking to close things out at round number 3 as Jet Pro will be shut down. Irfan J on the swimming pool takes a swim and shuts down the final player of Weibo, claiming this win 1-2 now.
A little bit of a tribute here to our co-caster back then, Gas. You don't want to tickle the bear, Callie. You don't want to tickle the bear. It's surely going to fight back. And so far, Almghty just showcased a different type of Almghty there on towards round number 3. But it's too early to call. They still have to deal with this defensive round that they have here up against Team Weibo, and which we see now. They're going to be heading over to this B control point. 3 players here from the set of Almghty.
Oh my God.
Here, 2 players here on towards the mid lane. And so far, Team Almghty now, they're balling it up. They're balling it quite heated up now. But, keep in mind, Team Weibo, they are so good in playing defense. This might still go down to the wire.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Shut Up right now. Who's number 3? He's got 28 kills and 11 in a row now. He is currently in the spawns. He has activated the EMP system, but no! He gets shut down. No Nook here this time for AMT. But advancements being made by Team Weibo, despite all the score streaks being used here by AMT, they have not found any sort of move here at all. But the play from Shut Up, this constant impact that he has on his first 3 rounds, definitely very beneficial with that range that he accumulates. And now for AMT, they might be struggling, but they are making progress in terms of the objective kills. They got 2 segments of the B control point, and they're on their way through the A site. And Q Ming right here, right now, will look to find a way to mid-map. And again, this is a great counter. If you see AMT on the attacking side, you get control of this kitchen control, because once you take control of that, it's easy for your team to not get spawn trapped on that kitchen. So right now, that's the keys to victory, and Weibo definitely doing a great job. AMT is struggling to find a breakthrough, but this play from Incendio could just be the play.
It's looking to be the play here. I mean, so far, both teams here are looking to just intent to cut off the rotation from both ends. Almghty tries to find a break here on towards Kitchen and alongside with the Almghty as well. But on the process, we do see player 4, who we hear from the side of Team Weibo, cutting off the rotation here on towards the bedrooms. And so far, Almghty, they're looking to settle, just get to go for that long rotation here, but it's not really working out. On the process here, they're losing the gunfight as Ming with a Gravity Vortex will just shut down and keep that laundry out away from Almghty. And look at how aggressive he is from the side of Team Weibo. He's just pulling up a game and a highlight reel here on towards the spawns, but till then, game down to the wires, but so much still favorable for the set of Team Weibo.
This is just brilliant for Weibo. You know, they found the great counter to outplay AMT, and right now they're looking to end all things. Hui now pops up, he finds the first player, shuts him down. That's 2 more players trying to escape the spawns, and here comes the Predator missile. He finds 1 player, but it won't be shot down. The guy gets some cover, and AMT still alive, but Hui now making things matter worse for AMT as they look to get severed. That 100% looking no more, and Flo tries to create the play. He finds 1 kill. Ming will be able to spot that information in the kitchen, and Irfan J gets slain. Weibo successfully ends AMT's trick as the Control Kings. They are now defeated here at Control as they win 3-1.
Okay, Search and Destroy Kings gets taken out of Search and Destroy. Control Kings gets taken out of Control. I mean, it's just a backfire here for Almghty. Was it a little bit of an overconfident statement for Almghty? It could clearly be not. It could be just really a different showcase of Team Weibo here in Control. This is a big statement here, in my opinion, Callie, with a CDM team taking down Almghty in Control. I bet you, and I best to believe that as soon as the tournament just progresses through, Callie, this could get really scary.
I mean, and what's scary here is because Irfan J played a KSP 45 where it's not really in the meta right now. You know, he was trying guns out there at the Control game mode. So, you know, maybe they really have a play, but a win is a win. And Weibo, it's not a fluke here because they studied the game. And, you know, AMT on the attacking side definitely is a pain, but they find a great counter. As we all know, Shut Up loves to play that mid-map. And one thing, more than likely, that the boys of Weibo actually did out there to counter the attacking side of AMT is put players in that mid-map on that kitchen itself to avoid the spawn chopper being enabled. And of course, Meng, we did not see on that S&D, suddenly somehow stepped up and made sure that when he was out there, he scored some kills. And of course, he was the one mainly eyeing out for that laundries as well. So definitely a tactical, brilliant play for Team Weibo. And unfortunately for AMT, their win streak unfortunately ended in a very, very studied gameplay from Team Weibo.
But you know, some rumors just spreads around here, Callie. Maybe Almghty just loves to preserve their statistics much better for the playoffs. You know, just give a game here for group stage and just hide your strategies here on and just showcase it in the group stages from then on forward. Just play 100% in group stage. But you know, till then, it's really contradicting to the statement of Incendio. You know, you gotta be careful. They weren't really too careful here. I mean, if ever they were hiding strategies, yeah, they could for sure do it. But you know, you can really win Control as well just by playing by the kills. And we can clearly still say that Almghty, they still try to play, you know, somewhat their 100%. We did see the setups coming to try to come true, but Team Weibo, they just had a better take in terms of reading on what are the intentions of Almghty. And keep in mind, Almghty, they played this Control map earlier.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Maybe Team Weibo just knew for a fact what were the plays to be.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why they actually made sure they pick the Summit map earlier, and it's to play a trade here. Because they know they have data and they are able to find a great counter for it. Then there's 2 things that happen here, by the way, Warden. First, AMT being sneaky. They were trolling out there in the map. We did see, you know, Irfan J using the KSP 45. But second, although they are trolling, at the end, they tried to fight. But it kind of unfortunately ended for them because Weibo had the strategy to counter the plays of AMT. So that's just what happened. So in the comment section, AMT, they were not sneaking gameplays in here. They tried to troll. But at the end, it backfired because Weibo got the strategy, man.
Exactly. I mean, I don't think that Almghty would troll until the very end. I mean, maybe, come on, it's their pride. It's their pride. Control is their pride. They're the kings of control. I don't think that they would just let a 3-1 loss slide and just be given for the opposing ends. But till then, I think we just have to set this one apart. Can't cry over spilled milk no more. Let's just give applause here for Team Weibo as they managed to take a game here out away from Almghty, and it's going to be on control. After all, a win is a win. Could it be the overconfidence of Almghty? Could it be just the resilience of Team Weibo? We will never know until the very end of the competition here. But come again, guys, a win is a win.
Many teams have tried to take down AMT in control. Many have failed. But at this instance, Weibo has successfully made AMT kneel down to the ground as they bleed them here with a magnificent tactical control gameplay. And here's the scary part about the CDM teams, the same thing cannot happen twice. And for Weibo, after seeing what happened against Wolves, they clearly see the weakness of the attacking strategy of AMT. And they were able to find a counter for it. And not to mention the snipers, man. Ting Feng, Meng with that SKS, the guys were just an absolute mental out there in the map.
Yeah, exactly. In terms of like hiding strategies here, it's a really hard call as we're here, Cali. Because till then, they did play the same way against Wolves, which they won is 1 out. So there's really nothing for them to hide as well. So clearly, for me, in my own take here, Almghty just really played their best here in control. Maybe for a question here, Urban J rocking the KSP, which is the first gun here. But it doesn't matter if it's a KSP or a Chicom or a Hades. This guy doesn't put his team in a very questionable spot at all. It's still capable to slay out. It's still capable for him to just win out the gunfights, and it's clearly shown there with his 23 kills and 21 deaths. He's still on the 1.1 KDR. So really, it's just the composition. It's just how they put up the final adjustment for them to take the win or take the game out away from Team Weibo, and it was clearly not enough to run towards control. But
yeah, exactly. And they know that they had the upper hand, and they kind of overestimated their true capabilities. Even slacking on the early game, and on the first attacking side that we saw, AMT definitely had the chance, but Weibo once again had a good performance from Hui, who we did see struggled in the first 2 maps, barely felt the presence of the guy, but what matters is they were able to win. And of course, the quest for that second place is gonna be in their eyes, obviously, in this series that we're gonna have later on. But an impressive gameplay here for AMT. They get the 2-1 series, and they proceed to have 4 points in the overall series. Now they're gonna be on the top of the leaderboard, while Weibo is gonna have 1 map win. Definitely very useful for them. They are definitely looking forward to that number 2 spot. But in a group of that where you have Dunia Games not even playing yet, you don't really know what's gonna happen after the game number 6 or the series 6 that we're gonna have later on.
Yeah, we don't exactly know how this one's gonna get played out. Almghty will go against Dunia Games. And that could really put in a scary spot situation as well. If I reckon just Dunia Games, just a bit of a setback here, Cali. Dunia Games and Almghty, they're coming into this tournament with basically just the same rating here. Almghty just trailing by 0.3% in the map win rate here, Cali. So if ever Dunia Games can pull up a shocker and just serve a 3-0, until then the rest of the teams could back them up and win more games than Almghty, it could be putting them in a scary spot as well. But it's a hard call, Cali. It's very unlikely to happen. Here we know for a fact what the offerment of Almghty is. And in terms of the comparison of Almghty and Dunia Games, there's always one question that we love to talk about. How are they going to stand without Globe? Globe was really a big factor in terms of why the percentage was so high for the Dunia Games. So it could be a different showcase here, but the spotlight will not be for Dunia Games. It's going to be given for Team Weibo, and it's going to be given to this player right here with 26 kills, 3,100 total damage, and an H3, and the first MVP count for him.
This guy was really needed by Weibo to actually step up in the game, and he was in charge of pulling up in the spawns and cause chaos. That pick 6 definitely was a very good play for him. But as we start to look at the highlights in here, we can see that right off the get-go, AMT had a very promising start. And then when they're able to kind of gauge the situation, they somehow fell apart because Weibo somehow managed to always gain control of the mid map. And on the second round that we did see Weibo definitely put up the fight, but their range definitely is a lot better compared to AMT, as they could look up this commanding 2-0 lead. We kind of thought that AMT will be able to come back, but no, Weibo wins it.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访席，我是主持人，我们
interview.
今天回到了 AMT 战队的 Heaven， 请 Heaven 和各位打个招呼吧。
So say hello to the audience, Heaven.
Hello.
首先，今天的第一个问题是你们赢下微博之后，基本上已经锁定了晋级到下周淘汰赛的一个名额。想问一下，此刻心情如何呢？
So it is almost a sure thing that you will advance into next week's knockout stage. So how do you feel about this now?
We are very happy and we will do our best to prepare for the teams we will face in the playoffs.
我们现在非常的高兴，也非常激动，下周能够对战非常强大的队伍。
今天第二个问题是你今天在第一张地图热点模式当中拿到了 X9， 并且有44个的击杀，想问一下你对今天你 X9 的表现是否满意呢？
So the second question is, in the standstill map of Hardpoint, you used Switchblade X9 to kill 44 people, and this is a submachine gun. So how do you think about your performance in using this gun?
I think the Switchblade fits my playstyle the best because I like fast fire guns, and the other weapons are kind of slow fire rate. So I think the Switchblade is the best fit for me.
因为我觉得这把枪其实是最适合当时的一个场景的，因为它射击非常快，其他的枪的话，我觉得都射击速度有点慢。
看来还是这张地图让你有这么好的一个表现。因为我们知道你是以狙击出名的，想问一下你，如果让你选择的话，狙击和冲锋枪，你会更喜欢哪一把枪？
We all know that you're a good sniper, but now we also find you're also a good submachine gunman. So would you choose between sniper rifle or submachine gun?
I prefer SMG for response and sniper for SND.
对我来说的话，如果说遇到热点战还有控制模式，我可能会选择冲锋枪；如果说遇到这个爆破模式，我可能会选择狙击枪。
还是一个非常谨慎的选手，看图选枪。今天的下一个问题是，你们今天对阵到狼队以及到微博的时候，都搬掉了残破街区以及枪火战区两地图，这是为什么呢？
The next question is, we notice you've banned the slums and the firing ranges in today's two games. So is there any special purpose in doing this?
No. Yes, we have never played against them in tourney, so we don't know what maps to ban.
我们之前从来没有对阵过这两个队伍，所以可能在地图的选择上会有一定的随机性。
看来还是非常谨慎的一个选择，避免一切会发生的不好的事情。下一个问题是，其实上一场采访的时候有问到你们的指挥位 Instill， 他们说你们的热点控制模式是非常自信的一个模式，但是今天这样的一个成就被微博给破掉，想问一下这场控制模式当中是出现哪些问题呢？
Unluckily, you lost the control mode this time, which you are really good at. Sorry for that. So do you think, is there any problem you faced in playing the control mode this time?
I think we are not playing at our best right now. We'll try to improve and to prepare for the playoffs.
我觉得我们这次玩这个模式可能玩的状态不是很好，下次的话会做更充分的准备。
背靠背的比赛体力消耗比较大，到最后一场状态不是很好，可以理解。下一场比赛你们将对阵到DG，这是你们今天最后一场比赛，也是你们的老对手了。想问下对于DG这场比赛你们怎么看？
So in the next match, you will play with DG in the GA region. So what do you think about this?
We have played DG many times. We try our best to win and qualify for the playoffs.
我们之前已经跟 DG 对阵过很多次了，那么这次也会想要拿出一个最佳的表现来赢下这场比赛。
期待你们休息以后有更好的一个表现。知道 Heaven 其实中文说的还不错，能不能在最后的时候和我们的国服观众说个拜拜呢？
谢谢采访，拜拜。
拜拜，我们下周是超后比赛更加精彩。
The opening that they get now, they just have to do it to AJ.
Incendio making one small mistake, and now beautiful slide punishes Purcell. How could he miss that? It doesn't matter. Iris should be able to break this out. Incendio says, hell no. Jeffro protects his brother by dropping him.
The good news is here, we're finally getting some slack off of the dominated ones that we got in the first two series. Now we're starting to see some very close one in here. Emo!
For the investment of the Sparrow, and Okat's already hopping on it in for the spawn trap. Skirt are so close, and Okat wasn't punished. Manages to get ball back.
Forward in. Smart Omega has already taken the lead as well as control on this point in there towards Gorilla Base. But the rotation of Dunia Games is showing a little bit of ARB. Yeah, I mean, it pretty much acts like a sniper in there. It should be used as a sniper. And Skirt right now is doing that in a double right there. Oh, and what a kill in this Skirt really popping up right now. I think we want to spot an MVP at this point, but missing those two. Well, looking in if we're going to hit them.
Yeah, exactly. And cooked up names are often the most exciting part of these games. But Linksy Asians slightly making an ingress here.
Quite a bit of points here, but it is hard point at the end of the day. You've got one superb hill for yourself. You should be able to make it all the way back to crush on engagement. Lily's gonna be the top superstar here. Spots out the play. Turn it around, Lily. Does exactly that. Headshot of the Brad. Can Lily get the final kill? They've got the numbers, and now they take the spawn over from the special forces base. Intentionally or unintentionally, it seems to be favoring them a lot here.
No one's still moving in. There's more of that window, but they might be able to protect that. And MIB relax now, stepping onto that field. Will be a miss for them. Good thing. Waiting
in order to stay inside. Right now, good positioning for MGU, but Kilo is about to bust out one of the big guns in here. Jumping this spiral once again to get 2 picks in. Pick that 3. This guy is on a roll. One more for that kill.
And you're going to stand a good chance. And that same exact thing works for the side of WDC free slot as well. But the first engagement here takes out a Naren from the side of WDC. Ding with the headshot, but that was not easy. Played the headless to perfection. Good see. Bad bounce on the nade. And once that sneaked away the majority of points from this B1. And an early rotation into B2 where gunfights have to be won back to back. Jeffro steps up for the team. Indonesia Pride on the side of Almghty as well. Lion City representing Jeffro this time round. Gets the single slay, but he was
actually trying to do. The number 1 C1 is actually trying to place gunfights there at the back. They open this B control point right in time. A huge double there for C1. We're getting one more against FPX, and now lining it up. Living Black was on fire with C1 making the play.
That information, that's not in the desk yet. There goes takedown. Send brings it to the 1v1.
Crazy stuff out there on the battlefield. 1v1 now. Send really needs to win this out for his feet. Got a KSP in hand. Rotates around towards the basketball court. I feel like that's the perfect one.
And I'm not sure what's happening to Smart Omega right now. Positioning, they are losing most of the fights at this point.
It's a 4v2. Cheek on the far angle. 1 KSP uses the C1, gets a double. Cheek drops him, and now it's a 1v1. Cheek versus Jamin. Jamin with the opportunity slays him out. 16 seconds to go. Blacklist International Ultimate wraps up this SMD. That's what WDC was waiting for. They were waiting to activate all of their operators, and they go in for a full investment this time round. WDC, can they turn things around? Qatar with a double kill. Can he get the third one? Goes in for the pop. Close range combat. Manages to get the slay. They're all equal with the numbers out there. Blacklist Ultimate, can they survive?
But as we can see right now, 16 seconds stop. Not so much on the lives being turned over by Dunia Games.
Oh, but Dunia Games now showing some signs of life within this hard point, not once but twice now. Early on with the XS1 Goliath, this time with the KSP. The guy goes half against Almghty, but Almghty manages to find the break of that hill towards the final few seconds. But still replaced here by Rage. He sneaks away the scrap point, and now Almghty have to find that sustenance within the first hard point. We talked about how Whoopi was just a little slow earlier on, but now 8 kills back. Because obviously that's going to be the first spot Almghty runs in for.
Yeah, that is the advantage that they can take to get all the lives that they need to take it.
5-24. Game of numbers. Not really stacking up well for the side of ABC here. They've gotten one quadrant ripped away by Black's ultimate. And Reeve just goes on fire right now.
DH have going into this hardcore number one is they now already have
leading towards 10 kills at the very start of
the time, but they're able to manage to bring
now on the other side of the wall, has to anticipate two players, and he does that absolutely well with the KS. Incendio making one small mistake, and now beautiful slide punishes Purcell. How could he miss that? It doesn't matter. The numbers shouldn't be much of an issue, and if you're not keeping it fresh, the pressure on Licks. 30 seconds to get this done with the I, first of all, absolutely dig the BGM whenever we hit into the breaks, right? I mean, it pumps me up, bro. The matches today have been amazing. The match earlier could have been a little bit more amazing if we saw more out of Weibo in that hardpoint matchup. Unfortunately, they could only shine in Control, and Control just happens to be the best game mode for Almghty. They dropped the ball. They thought that they could make a last-minute comeback, but unfortunately, a last-minute upset it was. Shut Up still did try to give his best, though, a 1.4 KD. But that's Almghty. We'll wrap that little ribbon on their story for the time being. We'll welcome them back for the very final series of the day as they take on Dunia Games. And Dunia Games is the team that we want to highlight this time around. We want to see exactly what does Indonesia have in store for us, one.
Yeah, definitely. And there was a lot of speculation as well. Was Almghty trolling on Control? And I want to hear your thoughts for that one there, AJ. Because, come on, I mean, Almghty being the king of controls, and all of a sudden Team Weibo just managed to bring that one here. I mean, on my takeaway here, Almghty was just playing at their very best. They weren't hiding anything because there's really nothing to hide. They played against Wolves earlier, and they clearly showed up. They were able to dominate that one out. Team Weibo, they retaliated with the same force, but much better this time around.
They did. I will not agree nor disagree that they trolled. I think they could have given a little bit of a better shot towards Control as a whole. And they kind of realized a little bit too late that they needed to step up their gameplay. And Weibo just had enough in terms of firepower to punish them for not getting super serious earlier on, right? And now the question is, of course, going to be, can Weibo punish Dunia Games with a strong lineup, a lineup that's strong enough to shut down the one and only Almghty at Control? They might just be the black horse of this group. They might just end up surprising all of us.
I mean, a win is a win after all, and it's a big statement there. And if it's a win, put up to your name, it's going to be drawn to your name here statistically, and it's going to be written in the history books for Call of Duty. So, Dunia Games, here we go against Team Weibo here. And there's a lot of takes that I would love to point out once more. Another question that I would love to bring up to you here that I've been questioning myself as well, and for the whole community, is how could Dunia Games stand without Clove?
I think they'll do absolutely fine, man. If there's one thing that I have loved about the Indonesians from the very first day, it is the teamwork that they display out there on the battlefield. Jetsky, Gonzi, Franz, SAS, as well as Zen will be representing the Indonesian flag today. Let's see if the Garudas can rise up to the top and dominate, or will we see the winds of change as Weibo blows them away?
We might be able to do so. I mean, Team Weibo, they're, as you would title them now, it could be the dark horses for this very competition here. They might be able to pull off a surprise as well here on Onwards Hardpoint, which is arguably to be one of the strongest game modes for a set of Dunia Games. But where it could actually falter for the set of Dunia Games actually is going to be on Search and Destroy. I mean, Team Weibo, they can offer a lot, but it wasn't clearly showcased here onwards up against Almghty, but it could be a different storyline here up against Dunia Games. We may never know, but before that, what awaits them is Hardpoint here, in which in Hardpoint, we know for a fact how well and how comparable Almghty is in Dunia Games in terms of playstyle in Hardpoint.
Yeah, long story short, Dunia Games cannot afford to miss a single opportunity to pick up every single point out of this game because the next two matches for them are going to be a tad bit more difficult. You're talking about Dunia Games having to go up against Wolves as well as Almghty, and the probability of picking up a win there gets a little bit more difficult. So Weibo, yes, you've got promise, but unfortunately Dunia Games is going to look to devour you up, and they also win the coin toss, which allows 2 out of 3 map picks. So you've got your comfort picks going your way as well. Indonesia might be able to run this 3-0 if only they put enough of heart and soul into it.
Yeah, I mean, here we go now. We're going to be heading straight to the first map here on our Slums on Hardpoint. Dunia Games, Team Weibo, they're on it right now. Big flash here on towards the mid lane, and so far the casualties here will be won over by Dunia Games.
Yep, Slums, they start things off really hot. They don't hold on to their angles well. All of the players go down. Dunia Games will be able to pick up the hard point solid. Weibo has not managed a single break. And the respawns that were forced on earlier were just a little bit too far away. And now Dunia Games spawning from the right side of the map, which is going to give them an advantage for P2 as well. Indonesians getting control of this Slums map from the very start of the match. Weibo needs to be careful.
You know, something about I love about the teams like Dunia Games and Almghty, they exactly know how to put on the influence inside a hill and also get the pressure on for P2. But actually now, as we do see, they're a player forward from the side of Team Weibo, and actually most of the players now from the side of Team Weibo is located there on towards the right side, but on the process they do lose the gunfights, and we are going to be seeing more influence by the side of Dunia Games. Here Zen actually to the back end, and all over the place, the clearance here will be found over by the side of Dunia Games.
Yeah, you see the strategy just beaming from the Indonesian side. First of all, let's break down the final 10 seconds of P1. They knew that fighting for it is going to be futile, mainly because they were forced to spawn out of Broken instead of the Special Forces base, which they were holding a little bit earlier on. So you see the team focus, moving together as a squad, breaking Ghetto first, unlocking that hard point, taking over spawn, and very quickly dominating P2. This is the Indonesian side that Weibo needs to fear.
I mean, just look at how they put their players just accumulated right around the parameter. They got 1 player anchoring, 4 guys around the hill. But till then, the player that was anchoring for them does get eliminated. Until then, Team Weibo, they do try to find his break here up in the board. Close by the courtesy of him. Can you find the skills up in the board once more? Spots down 1, takes down some more. Until then, the break will come through from the side of Team Weibo, but it's only going to be the scrap time.
Yeah, 16 seconds to go. Weibo's going to get those scraps, and Dunia Games setting up P3. But the most important anchor spawn for you to hold on to is going to be that Gorilla Base spawn. But over at Fountain, you can see player number 5, Meng, already on standby. He plays the timing, waits for backup. But this is going to be a little unfortunate, as Fran is there to welcome him with open arms, eats him up in his Holger. And that spawn, that favorable spawn, held on by Dunia Games. They're playing this map to the T. Weibo better catch up.
You better catch up here. 3 consecutive kills has to be changed over by the side of Dunia Games. The spawns here looking quite favorable for the side of Team Weibo, but until then, they need to get the clearance inside the hill. With the Annihilator here popping off from the side of ZZX, going at it now on a 4-killing spree, still on it for some more. Until then, it's just going to be pushing Team Weibo out of the parameter. They're evacuating here, nowhere to be found. It's just all about Dunia Games. 101-28, and it's still a very devastating run here for Team Weibo.
Yeah, 104, Weibo catching up now, but look, favorable spawn still with Dunia Games, so cracking this code isn't going to be too big at all. Freddy comes through a little premature because the team members already get the job done. Dunia Games dominating Weibo. No winds of change coming through just yet, as the Garudas are the kings of the sky. They flap their wings, they turn that win around. 114, Weibo a little too far away. They crack it. 1 play to save the day though, and ZZX continues to hold on to the grounds. Weibo can't do much.
Can't do a lot here, but one thing that I love the fact now in this very run right here, they do get the spawns, they do get the influence inside a hill, and they also have the parameters. Dunia Games, they need to find a break here, and keep in mind, I think it's only going to take at least 1 money hill for them to even the grounds up, and it's a really hard hill here to break here, AJ. So far, Team Weibo, they're bouncing back. The energy is what I'm liking here, and they're winning those gunfights now.
116-52, Weibo winning this. They've got the favorable spawn from the Gorilla Base, but from Memorial, it's not too far off the journey for Dunia Games to make their way back in. Hunter Killer Drone comes out for the hunt and Float nails Fran down to the ground. Weibo, good hold, and they're cutting down that lead. Now just over about 50 to catch up with the players of Dunia Games. Weibo can most definitely get their way back in here if they can hold on to this next hard point as well. But final 14 seconds and Dunia Games just do not know when to give up. They fight their way back in just to make it more difficult for the Chinese team.
Yeah, you just can't let the momentum slide there for a set of Team Weibo. You can't just give up a hard point like that. I'm just loving the full take there for a set of Dunia Games. Yeah, for sure, with only limited points until then, it's really just going to be putting up a statement that you're not going to get it that easy here. But now, here we go. We're setting now here onto our T1 once more. And so far, looking to be more promising here for a set of Team Weibo as they do win those first few casualties here off in the board. Dunia Games, they do try to find a break here onto our top end. Until then, it's not going to matter. Here, Team Weibo, they still hold on. Not until now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough, man. This game is pretty much one-sided in terms of map dominance. Weibo's always on the catch-up gameplay, trying to figure out exactly what the strategy on the side of Dunia Games is, not leading the game at all with their own strats. And the Indonesians are just a step ahead when it comes to the annihilations on the battlefield, man. Numbers-wise, they're doing way better than the Chinese side, except for Float, who's trying to hard carry the whole of Weibo.
I mean, I don't know, man. One player makes a player for Team Weibo. He does get a kill, but another player away from a set of Dunia Games. Each and every player here from a set of Team Weibo, they got to step up big time here. And so far, Meng will try to respond back here with an early rotation forward that power position, but it's not going to matter here. Player 4 from a set of Dunia Games takes him out of the play. Until then, this could be another good run for the set of Dunia Games. Just look at the factors here, AJ. Power position, influence instead of hill, parameters, place, name it whatever you want. Dunia Games, they have what it takes.
Yep, but the Gravity Vortex gun won't be able to do a lot of damage. Goes in, gets one pop, but both avoided by Dunia Games. This is quite the GG, as even those operators cannot break the Indonesians now that they are in their flow state. As they still hold on to these spawns, it's not going to be difficult for them to break, but Hunter Killer Drone misses by a mile. The players jump on in. One final gunfight to win for them to take this hill right back. And Hoi goes down, and Dunia Games are right back at it with 25 more seconds to go. This is a lot of damage that will befall Weibo. They don't have a choice. They can't go in for the break anymore. They need to set up the next hill and hope and pray they don't lose the spawns at Fountain.
I mean, hope and pray, but one thing about Dunia Games is that they are absolutely insane in terms of breaking up the spawns and just putting it back to their side here, AJ. And something about, this whole allocation of gunfights here, man. 20% goes to the side of the operators because 80% for this raw mechanical vanilla gameplay here. And so far, Dunia Games, they're just pursuing in each and every factor here. So I wouldn't be so surprised if ever they can just run instead of skill, pure mechanical gunfight. But till then, first handful of contestants will be 1% Team Weibo. They do get this opening break, but the question is, can they hold it on?
I mean, player 3 on the side of Indonesia. Fran is getting the job done. He wants to stake the spawn away. In the meantime, the rest of Dunia Games members pulls off that distraction. They go straight in for that hill, being forced to spawn out of Broken. They just need to fight this head on. They just need to bash their heads on in there, and they are doing a fantastic job at it. Dunia Games running circles around Weibo, not allowing those annihilations. Almghty with a backstab, and he fails as well. Dunia Games, what's it gonna take to take them down? I don't think there's a way. They should win this first matchup.
I mean, but unfortunately here, there's not really enough time for Dunia Games to end this one off. I mean, it has to settle for P4 here, but till then, if ever this kill will end, they only need to claim one. It's just a digit away for them to claim off this game. Team Weibo, they gotta come out flawless here. And we know for a fact this is looking to be a very unwinnable game, but this is where it all begins here. This is the strongest kill that Team Weibo was able to showcase earlier, but can this rock the show and can this ignite the flame that they have to showcase up against Dunia Games?
Enemy down.
240 to 112. Fantastic opportunity for Weibo to make a small retribution run here to get the scores a little bit closer before Dunia Games just puts the final nail in the coffin. The Indonesians pretty much have dominated all throughout, but now the weaponry from the side of Weibo, it is all guns blazing to get every single point available. But look at the Indonesians, they're not going in for an aggressive push at all, waiting to time this well, but Weibo doesn't care, they're winning on all of their gunfights. I like this final stat.
Yeah, I love it a lot. And so far, the most consistent kill that Team Weibo has up in their pockets right here, AJ. 151 to 240 it is. But till then, they still have to deal with this open kill here on towards P1 after this kill will end, the reset will come true, and the first 3 kills is exactly where Dunia Games excel at here, so it's gonna be a hard call here, AJ. And so far, here we go, 4 more seconds still for the hill to open up, and looking like the first initial gunfight will be won over by the side of Team Weibo.
66 to 240. Dunia Games doesn't need to do much. They just need to hold their ground. And Weibo, they just need to hustle, man. They cannot allow the Indonesians to break the hill, not even once. King Feng, this is the fight of their lives right now, and the Chinese are proving themselves. But Fred, he whips out the Annihilator. 1, 2, 3. You don't even need the 4th one. Dunia Games blazing! But Hui steps on in, fires him right out of there. But the damage has been done. They've got the spawns out of garage. Too close. Dunia Games, they finish it right here, right now. Valiant effort by Weibo.
Valiant effort by Team Weibo here. Let's just neglect the spotlight now for set of Dunia Games. They came inside this matchup here as the most promising team here in this matchup in the series overall against Weibo. But what a run it is. I mean, a 7-point deficit for them to bounce back and take it away from Dunia Games. Maybe till then, it would be a different storyline here. But the effort was right there. They were playing by their heart. The passion was there. It was greatly showcased. And if ever they were able to just come in prepared for P1, P2 to P3, just like how they did in P4, maybe it would have been a bigger fight.
I don't think that would be possible because you're going up against a heated up, fired up Indonesian side. Like I said, Dunia Games needs to take all 3 available points. They cannot afford to slack off because the battle between Almghty and Dunia Games has happened one too many times. Dunia Games knows what to expect. And yes, they've not gone up against Wolves all that too many times, but they know what the #1 in China can do to them if they slack off a single time in that matchup. And there are many things that can go wrong. I mean, you're talking about Wolves who managed to take the fight up against Almghty themselves in that search and destroy and annihilate them 7-5. Nian was a monster, and the probability of that happening to Dunia Games is there. So unfortunately for Weibo, they just have to deal with a relentless Indonesian side that is not going to slow down.
Relentlessness is the word. Dunia Games, I mean, you have the mission right now to secure as much points as possible. Until then, AJ, there's still 2 more games that they have to worry about, and that's going to be Search and Destroy and Control. And which we know for a fact, Team Weibo was able to showcase themselves here on First Control. For Search and Destroy, it's a CDM team after all. But, team stats here, it's actually not too far apart here, AJ.
It's not far apart at all. You're talking about a difference of 16 kills between Weibo and Dunia Games, which, I mean, I've been harping on this point for the longest of time now. But it's like the most obvious point when you play hardpoint, right? Play your objectives, don't just look for the kills. You spawn out and you run straight towards your opponent without a plan, they're going to beam you down, especially if your opponent's someone like Dunia Games who holds on to all of the right angles. You got to methodically set up that approach and then attack together as a squad. Make every single elimination count. If you're going to go for the kill, you better be breaking that hill.
Yeah, you better do. And in terms of kills actually in the KDRs of both ends of the spectrum, I'm actually quite surprised how well Team Weibo was able to perform this one out. At least, 1, 2, 3 players staying on positive rate here. We know for a fact Dunia Games is one of the best teams out there in terms of mechanical capabilities. For Team Weibo to showcase this one out, it's quite impressive here. But for Dunia Games, you gotta give it up to their MVP, ZZX, with 33 kills, 3,100 total damage in the 5 straight in his first MVP.
Yeah, look at the eyes, man. Those are killer eyes, bro. He's ready, and he's ready to rock and roll. Let's see what sort of a answer Weibo has, because we did see moments of brilliance from them against Almghty, but that was the Almghty. Maybe against Dunia Games, they could bounce right back up here. You never know. What do you think, Gordon? Is it going to happen?
I think Search and Destroy could be a different question mark here on the hardpoint. I mean, keep in mind, I always cited hardpoint because Dunia Games, but on the way here on First Control, we've been seeing this bad recently. It's just, the Chinese teams, the CDM teams, is so well done in terms of Search and Destroy. So it could go 50-50 for a B, maybe 60-40, still cited for set of Dunia Games just because of how the fire you did explain there for the set of Dunia Games.
But I'm hoping Weibo kind of just, throws a curveball at us, surprises us, just like what they surprised us in Control against Almghty. If you can do that to Almghty at Control, brother, you sure as hell can do something to Dunia Games at S&D. They just have to set this up better. I mean, Almghty is an amazing S&D squad, right? You have got 2 Annihilators, long ranges, and that is the one and only Heaven and Shut Up. And you've got one crazy guy in the name of Irfan J that just bags kills left, right, center. You've got a crazy setup between Jeff Bro himself. And it's just an all-out annihilating squad in those S&Ds. So understandable why Weibo couldn't go to the distance. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from Dunia Games. They're quite the hell of an S&D team as well. But Weibo did show us moments where they could exploit the defenses of Almghty earlier, Warden.
Yeah, it could be the case, but it's just up to us to find out and how this one's gonna get played out. I mean, really not citing for any teams here. Dunia Games bound to be the most promising teams here in the competition, coming inside this tournament overall with the most promising map rate here, just alongside with Almghty, one-upping them by like 0.3% here. So they're on the even grounds here. So I wouldn't be so surprised at all if ever they can just run this one through. But coming again on the opposing end of the spectrum, Team Weibo, the tacticalness that they offered there on Control could be slowly applied here onto Search and Destroy. So Dunia Games, you better watch out.
Dunia Games is like, you better watch out. Let's go, man. I can't wait. I think match number 1 was pretty much one-sided, with Weibo kind of making a strong comeback at the very late game. But it also felt like Dunia Games did not want to push as hard towards the ending part of that first game. They could have ended it a little bit more devastatingly well for the players of Weibo. But as we head on into S&D, this is a pick from the Chinese side. Their comfort pick could just end up with a dub for their side.
One thing about the Chinese teams is that we could really expect lineups of nades, lineups of wall bangs perhaps. So, just doubling down the efforts, maybe being extra careful, especially with the nades, just have a trophy on towards the bomb site. Till then, they could really just outread the Team Weibo here. But here we go, first round here, game number 2 opening up. We have Dunia Games leading the series overall. Can Team Weibo put up a response?
Let's see exactly what the setup is like as Zen gets the first blood. Immediately traded out, but ZZX just going on a punching spree. And this is what I mean, in terms of being outclassed, Dunia Games is just doing one heck of a job shutting down Weibo, but they cannot underestimate them just like Almghty, because you know what happened.
It's crazy to just hype things up, and then all of a sudden you just see ZZX just running around with the glove, just punching everyone up. It's quite crazy, my guy. Until then, the round is not over, not until it's over. Qming left alone in a 1v2 situation. Time factor taking against him. Needs to deal with Zen in front as well. Have a sniper in hand. 2 players on towards the boxes. Splits at the 50 GS as well. This could be good timing. Good timing is all what he needs here. Needs to swing out. Spots on 1. Gonna go for the shot. Spots on 2 as well. But unfortunately, the refrag will come in. Zen will take him out. And that will secure the first round here for Dunia Games.
Dunia Games. I am surprised they won the first round. What a surprise. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, I just want to see, I want to see Weibo step it up. And I think we have seen them show us a few rounds. S&D might not be the strongest game mode from Weibo, so I hope they can give Dunia Games a good challenge in the second round to show us what we can expect, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
Doesn't seem to be the case here. I mean, through first 2 initial frags was given for the side of Team Dunia Games, but Team Weibo would respond back with 2 of their own as well. A trade-off will come in afterward as well. It's a 2v2 situation now. Here, the bomb getting pressure here on towards the A bomb site. But on the process, actually, as well, Gonzi extending his map control here on towards CT. That could be information that, yeah, they're not going to be here. They might go for this wraparound once more, just like how Qming played it one out on the first round.
A rotating long way round, Gonzi. He's missing everyone by a mile, but the timing is going to allow him the backstep onto Float. But King Feng should be able to trade him out. Float turns around. Gonzi looks the wrong way. Sorry, Jet Sky looks the wrong way. Punished. Gonzi, final one now. Nate does not connect. Kumar, fighter, spots him, punishes, and King Feng gets the trade off and enough time for the defusal as well. Dunia Games dropped the ball in the second round.
And these rounds here are looking to be just down to the wire. It always ends up with a 1v1. And I think Dunia Games just really has to play this one by the book. Don't be too aggressive. Just like how Gonzi played that one out. I mean, he could have, if only he was playing trade with his teammate, maybe till then it could have decided for them and be up by 2. But, you know, different storyline now. We're on towards round number 3, and could be a different approach as well as the bomb lenient here on towards mid lane.
Gonzi spots 1, Swoo spots 2, but Float punishes. Information sent right back. Jet Sky moves on out for the check, but doesn't get aggressive. Good play, and then the backstab finishes it off. Fantastic communication on the side of Dunia Games. But Hoi trades 1 back, gets spotted out. Information sent out. Hoi is not going to be able to strike down on anyone just about yet, but the backstab from Fran might just be able to do the trick out of the hotel back doors here.
Yep, 3v3. 1 player just right around the corner. Zan doesn't check his corners. Mang finds him out. Hui as well takes on Fran out of the chase. And Jet Sky is left in a clutch situation which won't last for so long. And Team Weibo, they're going to be one-upping Dunia Games 2-1. Wow.
Let's go. Let us go. This is the challenge that we've been asking for. And Weibo doing a fantastic job. 2 rounds back-to-back. They just need to keep punishing, pummeling down Dunia Games, and for all you know, they are going to win this right back 2-1. The Chinese team so far have shown us that they've got a little bit of promise. In fact, a lot of promise out there on the battlefield. They're getting us excited more and more day by day. King Fran, what a flick. Fran goes down. Tries to spot out the back as well. With the bomb already on the site already. And Fran down. Zeze goes down as well. Dunia Games really biting the dust. Weibo's on fire.
You're on fire right now, and just like that, I mean, it's going to be another 1v3 situation. Gonzi left alone with a CBR4 in hand. Up against 3 players of Team Weibo. What exactly can you do? The Tavern Factory, yeah, for sure is sticking for the set of Team Weibo, but the lives, the advantage is just right there. And Team Weibo, they're going to be up by 2 rounds.
Nice work. Get ready for the next
Well, what do we have here? Dunia Games is now in a lot of trouble because after what Weibo showed us that they can do in control, they can't underestimate them there, and they desperately need to win this S&D because it's really looking like a possibility for Weibo to win this whole series 2-1. If they continue playing it the way this is, Zeze punishes. Yumin goes down, and they instantly open up this A-bomb site for themselves. A quick plant is going to put that pressure onto Weibo once again. 4v5, Zeze spots 1 more, but the timing's just a little off.
A little bit off. This time around, Dunia Games, they have the every playing cards here to just hold their grounds here, to lower down the lead of Team Weibo. 4v5 here, the map control so resilient for the set of Dunia Games. Someone has to make a play here for Team Weibo, and it's surely not going to be King Fang as ZZX once more finds down 1 kill. Hui pays him off, but Fran is right there to take him out of the equation. Till then, the game still continues. It's a 2v4 mixed in a 1v4 situation. It won't last for so longer. Dunia Games, a push on towards a bomb site once more was the answer for them.
Yeah, KRM's back, all guns are back. I cannot wait to see what sort of a meta is set up right before stage 5, man, because this game just looks better and better day by day, and that's really going to favor the NA and EU side a lot because they do love playing some of these guns that Garena's not so fond of picking up. We are pretty much find out the meta and smash the meta until it cries, sort of a server. So let's see, man. Stage 5 is going to look very interesting after this.
Yeah, quite interesting. But, you know, in terms of the round here, being talked about, oh my days, Q Ming, spots on Gonzi, what a nifty shot. And the snipers of the CDM region has been just balling off. We got to keep in mind that Zai was able to win that sniper showdown here. Back to the current stage here, Fran left alone in a 1v3. And, you know, AJ, going back to your statement right there, one thing about the arena culture here is, especially if they see a player in the competitive scene rocking an unconventional gun, they instantly think that, why are they doing? Is it trolling or not? It's just the players now experimenting and seeing what they could really offer on stage 5.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. You gotta figure it out. Like I said, right? CDFI is just way too close to the patch update, so people are still trying to find their rhythm in the current season. People are still trying to find their rhythm with the current meta. Not everyone's figured it out wholly yet. Dunia Games clearly having a little bit of a tough time against Weibo, who has now stepped up the pace. And although they are playing with their comfort picks in terms of guns, they're just not able to master this map the way the players of Weibo have. I mean, once again, the comfort pick going the way of the team that chose it. But after this in control, Weibo also needs to steal away a map from the side of Dunia Games. Or will we see the Indonesians fight back in this S&D in itself? If they do, it's going to be one long night, Warden.
The pressure is on here. for Dunia Games. They need to get the diffuser up in the board. Qming in a very ratty angle here. Spots down ZZX. Float takes on Zen. Gonzi takes on Float. Until then, here it's a 2v1 situation. Here, Gonzi needs to make a move. And so far, his answer is going to be taking down Qming out of the equation. But the time is ticking here. And Mang is just waiting. He knows for a fact he won the round. And he's going to be putting the pressure up in the board for the side of Dunia Games. One more for that match point advantage.
One more. Let's see if or not Weibo can go the distance. If they do, my brothers, my Indonesian brothers are going to be in a lot of trouble in this competition. Or they could just pull off the biggest upset on either Almghty or Wolves later on. That would be crazy. I mean, imagine Wolves not making it to the playoffs. I think CDM would lose its mind.
I would as well, to be honest. They're just bound to happen here. It's just bound to happen here. But now back to the game. Here, a lot of contact here on towards the A bomb side. And so far, it's just more sided for the side of Team Weibo here. Zen and Fran left alone in a 2v3 situation. What exactly can you do? They're spotted here inside this bomb side. But keep in mind, the pinch will try to come through. Here, another casualty here. One by the side of Dunia Games. Fran responds back with one. But it doesn't matter no more. King Feng will take him out of the equation. And now Team Weibo, one more round away. And they're going to be pulling off a shocker.
Dunia Games. One round away from losing their own minds, which is not a good setup for control. Dunia Games circling around. Chinese teams on S and D. I mean, let's talk about that a little bit later on. Zen spots one out. Fantastic slay time. But Qmin trades one right back out. ZZX and Gonzi goes down as well. Weibo, final round 2v2. Qming, what a quick shot. Shuts down Jet Sky. Fran, very low. And the pistol takes him down. 7-2. Weibo, what an S&D.
They're still in. They're still in the competition. And it's a big statement here. Playing by the heart, we knew exactly the Dunia Games. That was exactly what the perception was. Just take this series out. They're bound to win this one out. They are the promising team here in terms of the statistics, but clearly statistics are lying right now. So with Dunia Games now losing the Search and Destroy and following up before the series here for Team Weibo and Almghty, they wanted control. This is looking so shaky for Dunia Games.
Yeah, and this is why we always encourage people to not assume, you know, who's going to be able to win it all when nations go up against nations. For teams that don't usually play on that same server, you can't take their historical data, their historical performance and assume that it's going to go all one way, right? Because when teams meet other teams, the composition's different. The way they set their strategy up round after round, especially in these S&Ds, are so different. Dunia Games found that out the very hard way. And now here's a question. Can Weibo win 2 control matches back-to-back after nailing Almghty? An opportunity now to nail Dunia Games as well and put the Indonesians in a very, very, very salty spot in this group overall as the ones that are at the very bottom. Shocking for me to say that might just be possible.
You know, the community can just say that Almghty was trolling here, but when you give the taste of victory for the said Team Weibo, they can just really savor that one out and find a grasp on what exactly that they have to do to win it all out from then on forward here. And, you know, in terms of the team composition, you're battling each other here. Just to, you know, explain it in different form as well. It's a battle of elements, you know. Fire beats what? Fire beats grass, grass beats water, water beats fire. It's
Pokemon,
just like that,
gotta get him.
Exactly. So it's basically that concept right there. So you don't exactly know how Team Weibo can just pair up against Dunia Games here in control. But if we're going to be basing it off the statistics overall, they're on a 50-50 stake. So I don't know, man. But for now, on Search and Destroy, with a convincing win here and a similar personality here on towards control, Dunia Games, they have to double it down.
Let's see if they double down or they get taken down, because as far as Weibo is concerned, they want to blow the Garudas right out of the air, and I think that's exactly what is going to happen right after this, unless Dunia Games tries hard from that very first round and nails Weibo right back to the ground so that they don't float away in confidence. This is do or die time for Dunia Games, mainly because their next 2 matches once again is gonna be tough. But the MVP for this first matchup, Ho Hui, who hit 10 eliminations. This matcha hit 10 eliminations and got the MVP. My God, he was on fire.
He was definitely on fire here. And I hope that he's gonna show off a little bit more here onwards control. He is really one of the key factors here on how could Team Weibo overall rock this one out. But in terms of control, actually, as well, one thing that we love to talk about, who starts off on defense. Now, I'm going to be putting the top here quite irrelevant here because I remember that in the matchup between Almghty and Team Weibo, they start off on offense and they were able to absolutely shock us with a win.
I mean, it really doesn't matter how people play their offense and defense anymore. Because, I mean, when Control was first... Okay, wait, let's hear the team's comms first on this round where I believe they fantastically shut down the games.
流量掉，流量掉，
断墙掉了。
胶弹一个，
B包
，B包吗？胶弹，驴，扑这个，应该扑这个，驴应该还有，驴后 B 道应该还有，我能看翻墙，前面就看我们家。驴二好像是。
掉了。
切，不让我大显神威啊，真的受不了。
I really like that they didn't over-celebrate that victory. They were pretty much getting that lead at that point of time. And they were like, okay, all's cool. Let's not underestimate the boys just yet. You know, and that's a kind of confidence, a level-headed confidence that is going to allow you to go the distance, Warden.
And that's the type of mentality I really appreciate here in this competition here, AJ. Just don't celebrate. I mean, the job is not over, not just yet.
Yep.
You still haven't, found yourself in the playoffs, not just yet, and until this very day that we can conclude. So, with them winning that one out, not just, over celebrating, it just really shows how much passion that they are investing into this very competition.
I mean, they're nervous as well, man, because Weibo's already lost to the side of Almghty. Now they cannot take another L because if you do, then the probability of making it through to the playoffs is just so much more slimmer unless, there's a miracle awaiting you in some form or whatsoever, right? Like you need you need two teams to really do or mess up their matches in a way or some sort for yourself so that can happen. But, doesn't seem to be going that way. Dunia Games now, the tables have been turned after a dominating run in hardpoint. They have gotten annihilated, 7-2 on standoff. But we move back to the comfort pick of the Indonesians and in control, Raid. Will they be able to rise up to the top? It's all going to depend on who has got better mastery of this map, Warden.
Yep, it's all going to come down to that. Better start, better control in terms of how the flow is going to be and decision makings as well. And one thing that we love to talk about in control is, are they going to go for this blitz play of just investing 5 or those 2 operator skills at the same time, just going quite aggressively and play TDM, glorified TDM as we would love to call it here. So soon enough we are about to start here. Keep in mind, first game won over by Dunia Games here, following up with a win by Team Weibo. This is a decider of it all. Who is going to be able to build this win the series here? Is it going to be Team Weibo or is it going to be Dunia Games?
Let's see if the Indonesians can bounce right back up after that disappointing shutdown at S&D. And Weibo proving once again what the threat these Chinese teams can be in a search and destroy matchup. But at control, where Weibo has already proven themselves against the very best in Garena, taking down the most perfect control team out there on the battlefield. That's not a small statement. That's a huge statement from the Chinese team.
It's a big statement here. It's a big statement here. Keep in mind, Team Weibo. This is exactly where they got their win out away from Almghty here. And it could be the same card as well as Dunia Games, I mean, Weibo, they play this map here, and Almghty did the same thing as well. Maybe they could just read the books of Almghty until they retaliate with the same sense of force, but it's only for us to find out now. Here we go, first round for control here, the decider of it all. Is it going to be Dunia Games, or is it going to be Team Weibo?
The moment you and I start having a conversation, Warden, in some of these matches, I think it's going to take the game up to the next level because these boys are out there and they are building us a good story to talk about, buddy.
Storyline here, so here we go. First initial take here, Team Weibo on a very promising stake. I mean, they win this gunfight, they win the casualties, and they also get 2 quadrants out of way on versus B control point here. And Dunia Games, the light isn't so bright after all here.
Not bright at all. Weibo, first attack B control point, too easy. And now the A control point, let's see exactly how they circle around, because the Chinese team just showing a little too much of promise out there on the battlefield right now. On defense, Dunia Games are suffering a heavy pushback. Zen shuts down Hoi Hui 24-17. Dunia Games might not be able to sustain this with 1:50 seconds to go. The Chinese team has a lot of time here, Warden.
A lot of time, a lot of lives. They can just take this one slowly and coordinate the big push. And so far, the reset will come true. Dunia Games, they're going to be able to survive this wave right here. And looking like they're going to be extending their map control here on towards the B control point. And exactly love that, actually. They're going to be able to cut off the rotations here. Until then, just cut off the leeway of Weibo game, Team Weibo overall. So the lives still remain for set of Team Weibo. But if ever Dunia Games can just project the strategy here and actually execute it, this might still go for their way.
Lives not looking good for the players of Dunia Games. 4 life deficit. Make that 3 as ZZX shuts down Q Ming. Gonzi holding on to a very dangerous angle here. King Feng can take him out of the equation. Low, just what a shot! Zen barely had any time to peek there. King Feng punishes him instantaneously and does not fall victim to Gonzi just yet. Timing for Gonzi. Gonzi trains him out, and that's a good fight back. 2 life deficit. Make that 3 as King Feng takes Gonzi out of the equation once again. It still looks like this is gonna go Weibo's way.
I mean, Dunia Games has been playing chase ever since the start of the game here. Looking like Team Weibo is just so much closer in terms of getting the contestment here on towards the A control point. And the pressure is on, and the breakaway is now found here on this very round here. Team Weibo on a very promising take. 5 more lives to slay out and reap away from Dunia Games. And they're going to be able to just continue this shocker here, AJ. 5 more lives to claim. The contestment is found here as well on towards the A control point. Dunia Games is shaky right now.
Indonesia is shaking right now. 4. Make that 3 more lives left for the Indonesians. And Weibo's just running away with an A control point as well. Q Ming gonna hop right back in. Final life left for Dunia Games. And Q Ming just takes the fight straight up to their spawn and gets instantaneously punished for that. But in the meantime, they can take that A control point away. So Dunia Games doesn't have a choice. They have to engage. The timing is right. Zen desperately needs to win this. Float goes down. They still stay alive. But Hoi Hui is inside.
I mean, I don't know if that hop-up right there was smart for the set of ZZX, but it happened, and that's going to be the deal breaker there on how Team Weibo can win the first round. And, you know, just take time, just take some time to reciprocate here. Team Weibo, they won Search and Destroy, and they've also won the first round here on towards control. Dunia Games, they have to respond back with some sort of offense here, and so far they're going to be heading straight here on towards the B control point. So far, the first initial wave will be won over the set of Team Weibo as Q Ming here with the Annihilator spots down 2 players, make it 3 of his own. Until then, the streak still continues.
Dunia Games cannot afford to lose this matchup, but Q Ming on fire! Jet Sky shuts him down finally, but Gonzi. And Gonzi goes down after a 5-kill streak. Dude, I tell you, these guys are trying to go mental. 4 of the operators ready on the side of Dunia Games. Question is, do they go in for a full-on investment? Everybody at the same time answers no. Fran goes down right after he brings on his operator. A little unfortunate, but continues to activate it right back up. Float now, trying to take on the whole world and Dunia Games at the same time. But Gonzi with a solid defense. And this is Weibo trying for their desperate lives to play on the defensive, but Dunia Games continuously stepping on in. But the lives, they have to be careful with, Warden.
You better be careful now. I mean, the influence here for the set of Dunia Games on the versus B control point is so significant now. I think one play, I mean, the play that Team Weibo has to come up with now is just selling for you here for this A control point. But look at the setup here for set Team Weibo. They're allocating 2 players here wrapped around here on towards the spawn of Dunia Games. If ever one player from the set of Dunia Games will get eliminated, this could be a big spawn trap coming out their way.
4 lives on the deficit. Weibo slows it down, makes that 5. King Feng strikes right back. They're just keeping all balance. But Weibo needs to recover somehow. They have got 1 more on this control point to defend, and they are doing one heck of a job. Double investment on the Annihilator space of ZZX goes down. Fran, long shot. King Feng gets taken out of the equation. 3 life deficit. And Weibo are still all right here. They've got a minute plus to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, still a lot of time left for them. They could just glorify this game in this round and just play TDM. But Uwe here, wrapping around to the spawns, just continue to become the nuisance here. Looking like they're going to be playing TDM as well. and slowing down the pace here, but unfortunately doesn't really watch down the right angle right there, and Mang wasn't able to get the refrag. So far the live still so unconvincingly be put down here for said Team Weibo with Dunia Games. They just can take this one out by the storm. 4 more lives remain for them to take this round.
And if Weibo is super miraculously lucky after this, they might still be able to win this. But Konzi says, get the hell out of here. Good nade. Blows up the blue van, takes Meng with it. King Feng trades out Jet Sky. But 3 more lives to go, which just means that Weibo doesn't have much of an option left. But Dunia Games not focusing on the control point just yet. Weibo's doing amazing on the defense. 17 seconds to go. Will we see the Indonesians fail? 2 more lives left for Weibo. And this is the best opportunity to attack. 10 seconds to go. Time is ticking away. King Feng, what a defense. But here comes the Freddy. Here comes the Freddy. Is it going to end the game? Pusanggala.
No, why? Why?
Oh, Weibo goes down. Dunia Games survives. Final kill taken. What an intense round for both sides.
The Predator missile, though, could have sealed the deal, though. It was a missed opportunity, which just held on for too long. But till then, a win is a win. The game still continues now. Grounds all equalized. We're heading over to round number 3 as Team Weibo gonna be playing offense here. Dunia Games on it as well with the defense here on versus B. Control point. 3 players around the parameter here for them. Till then, Team Weibo pushing in. A lot of investments being found here for the set of Dunia Games. Annihilators to Annihilators here. Pistol to pistol it is. But till then, Dunia Games, they're gonna be able to get the clearance here on the first wave.
As both teams are just rushing into this fight now, making mistake after mistake, trading lives. Not the best way to play control. But you know, we'll take whatever comes our way, man. But the question is, who's at the losing end? Dunia Games, they need to look at the risk here. They win out a bunch of their gunfights. Freddy just eats one up. Gonzi got a little greedy there. Should have waited for, at the very least, for them to reach the control point first before whipping it out. But Jet Sky pulls out the Purifier, gets a double for himself. And they're going ham against Weibo, attempting a spawn trap. And it seems to be working. 10 life deficit, make that 11. Dunia Games should have this round in hand.
They should. I mean, this is exactly the Dunia Games we're used to seeing here, AJ. And now Team Weibo, they try to make this play here on versus A. Control point is float here with an Annihilator, cutting off the rotations here. But till then, the casualties is not really going in his way because on the process, Dunia Games, they have a lot of influence here on versus mid lane. 9-16 now, Dunia Games, they just have to slay this one out. Until then, Team Weibo, they're going to be on the deficit run.
Friendly hunter-killer drone.
There's no way in hell Weibo's going to be able to get this. No time. 14 seconds left. They need to control at least one of these points, but just a single quadrant stolen away. And hopping onto the hill isn't much of an option in the open because of the number of lives they have already lost. ZZX holding on for dear life. Bison for the freaking win. Gets a double for himself. 2 lives left for Weibo. And Dunia Games are right back in the driver's seat of this control matchup.
Oh, wow. I mean, I really believe that the Predator right there was the deal breaker right, for Team Weibo to just lead the series overall. But, you know, said and done, Dunia Games, they're on the match point advantage. 1 more round to take away. And they're going to be cutting off the shocker that was bound to happen, served by Team Weibo. Round number 4 opening up now on offense. We got Dunia Games, Team Weibo on defense here, and much more stacked up here on towards the B control point.
3 back-to-back slays coming through on the side of Weibo. Dunia Games needs to find a way back, or this is gonna get super dicey and spicy. Float only eats up the one and only ZZX. Qming attempting the spawn trap. Jet Sky goes down, pushes up a little bit more. ZZX cannot punish as the one and only Qming circles around. ZZX timing, pre-fire, manages to shut down Qming, and that's how you eliminate the guy who gets cheeky enough to spawn the spawn trap. Zen, on the other hand, does not slay with the PP19 Bison, trying to hold on to the central garden here. Neither side of the control point on approach just yet, as Dunia Games loses 1 too many lives to get aggressive.
I'm loving the investments here for a set of Team Weibo, but they're slowly but surely going to be able to one-up Dunia Games for a moment or two. But on the process here, as of the moment, we do see Dunia Games slowly but surely building up the heat. In terms of the mechanical gunfights here, the raw vanilla gunfights, they are winning this one out, and they are breaking this one through here on towards the end. Jet Sky almost gets a spree ongoing, but he does get shut down. But till then, Team Weibo, they're still on the lead. Dunia Games, this might be able to go to round number 5.
Yeah, I love how Dunia Games made their way right back into the matchup, and then Weibo turned the tables once again, and now Meng going absolutely berserk. But ZZX and Zen stepping on straight into their crosshold as Weibo tries to spring a very unconvincing spawn trap and opens the game up once again for the side of Dunia Games. They'll pause the clock as they hop onto that B flag. Can they take it away? 3 players, 2 to play the objective, 1 just to protect Gallery, but that's not going to be enough as Laundry is stacked up. Jet Sky, he gets 1, but King Fang circles around. ZZX was there, but 2v1, they get another kill. 11 seconds to go, and Dunia Games holding on for their dear lives with just 2 more lives left.
And make it 1 more. It's an unwinnable round here for a set of Dunia Games, and we are surely bound to see that round number 5 kicking into play as Hui here wrapping around here towards the Gallery has this opportunity to take the last and final kill, but looking like it's gonna be Flo taking down Jet Sky here, and we are now in this round number 5, the decider of it all. Who will win the series? Is it gonna be Team Weibo or is it gonna be Dunia Games? Let's go.
Either one that loses this might as well say goodbye to their spot in the playoffs, because Almghty as well as the one and only Wolves will be smiling year to year, and you don't want to see that Wolves smile, man. You just don't.
Going here, so here we go. Round now here opening up, and a quite aggressive take here for Team Weibo on towards the A control point. This is something different that we have been seeing from them. Until then, that's going to be putting them in a very, very convincing mark here. They're winning their gunfights. They're getting the influence inside a hill, and so far, Dunia Games here is trapped on towards response.
Nice. Hunter Killer goes out. Is that premature? Can it nail 1? Yes, it does. And Float with the backup. Annihilator goes for the pop, but Zen does the exact same thing from the other side. Friend now trades out Q Ming. It's the one and only Zen headed on in for that A side and for the pop. Annihilator gets the win for him. King Feng from the back. Zen still on fire single-handedly now. Weibo manages to wrestle away that A control point. Dunia Games fighting for their dear lives at Square Center.
You know, realistically, we can really see Team Weibo winning this one out, but they better watch out. Jetska and Gonzi here still has their operator skills walking aboard, and looking like Dunia Games allocating a lot of players now here in terms of the map control here on towards the B control point. Now, Team Weibo, they're spotting their spawns, they're trapped in their spawns. They need to get out. They need to get out right now, and they need to win those gunfights. And looking like Team Weibo, they're actually slowed down.
Yeah, let's see exactly who makes this mistake, because 15 life deficit, make that 14 as Float takes ZAX out with a headshot, and Jet Sky turns the table now, moving on in for a spawn trap with the Purifier in hand. This can do a lot of damage, but Hoi Hui goes around the long corner, but through the door still gets burned by the one and only Jet Sky. The brave move, and Ming punishes him for it. He should have just played his distance. 18 life deficit for the Chinese side. This doesn't look good now.
Not looking so good now, Team Weibo, despite the fact that they had a good start here on round number 5. The lives here just cited for the side of Dunia Games, and numbers as well. 6 more lives to claim here out away from Team Weibo, and Dunia Games, they deny their stronger. It's not gonna happen no more. 5 more lives to claim here, and Dunia Games, they're on it, and this is exactly the Dunia Games would expect.
Yeah, 4 lives more. Can Dunia Games sustain this, or will Weibo make a miraculous comeback? It looks like it might be possible in the hands of the Chinese. These guys are mental sometimes, but ZAX runs out for the spawn trap, but Meng punishes him right back. Hoi Hui holding on for his dear life. 8 life deficit. This is just the impossible, but King Feng, this is the Annihilator in his hand. He can be the difference maker. Swings around to the left, misses that shot, and he will still get that backstab, but Gonzi makes it 1 life left, and Jet Sky finishes it. The Indonesians stay alive.
Stay alive, putting their odds much higher here to advance to the playoffs here. Team Weibo, Brazilians stand here onwards control, and all the way search and destroy as well, but unfortunately, it's not gonna happen here. Dunia Games to still come out with the top end of the series here. What a series we had here, AJ.
Oh, dude, my heart was beating out of my chest. That was an intense game. Weibo put up a great fight, and now Dunia Games has got task number 1 completed. Task number 2 is to beat either one of the 2 Titans, Almghty or Wolves, to claim their spot in the playoffs. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be nasty. Anybody that fails, anybody that wins, we're still going to see 2 very disappointed teams. And clearly this group has got all 4 great teams in it, man. I mean, Weibo as well. What a valiant effort towards the very end. They almost got it.
exceeded my expectations so much, AJ. I wasn't expecting that one to reach to a game number 5. But, you know, the Shadows was more set for set of Dunia Games. We did really talk about how Team Weibo was able to rock the show there up against Almghty on control. With Dunia Games here pulling off this win right here, honestly, I'm going to be eating my words here. I'm just going to be taking my words back. You know, Dunia Games, he remained to be the Dunia Games that I know. It just took a little bit. It took a little bit of an igniting, you know, for them to show who they really are.
Yeah, I guess, you know, they can be a little cheeky sometimes, but this time the game face is on. And it's more towards Weibo, who managed to make the game so exciting. And one would expect at least for there to be one super weak team within a grouping. And Weibo's just not that team, man. Yes, they took the L. Yes, they've lost 2 matches so far. And the probability of course, making it to the playoffs doesn't seem bright for them. In fact, I think it's all over. And they next have to go up against their brothers from China, the one and only Wolves. And you know Wolves not going to eat no L from nobody.
I mean, Team Weibo, titled to be the least promising team. You know, they're at the very bottom bracket in terms of like the percentage of win rates here in the CDM region up against Wolves, which we know Wolves. You know, Big Brother isn't going to be no Big Brother here. Not the friendly Big Brother as we would know.
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, you're playing for the playoffs. You are playing for a little bit of money, a lot of money on the table as well. So it's not just for the pride. You know, what's got to be done has got to be done out there on the battlefield, which is why this match, this series was just so crucial for both of these teams. They desperately needed the win over each other, which is why it's just so much more sweeter for Dunia Games at the very end of this series. They get a 2-1 victory over the players of Weibo. First matchup, 250-183. It could have ended a little bit earlier. It could have been, you know, on a much more dominant scale in terms of the scoreline. But they allowed Weibo to make a small comeback. But Search and Destroy, we saw the Chinese side absolutely shut them up 7-2 at standoff. For the final game, on the other hand, look at the number of eliminations, man. Way too close this match was.
Too close, too close. I mean, the last run right there was played by the eliminations by Dunia Games. So if ever Team Weibo was, you know, if ever they could have heard that call right there that Dunia Games was playing quite aggressive on towards the B control point. Till then, maybe they could have rocked the slaves more, but, you know, in terms of control, when you get a team fully set it up to head on for a spawn trap, it's really hell, AJ.
Yeah, it most definitely is, right? Unless, of course, you can punish them for that decision, which I think both teams were able to do when the other one got a little bit over-aggressive. It's just that who manages to luck out a little bit more in their engagements. Because from the number of eliminations that you can see on both sides, you can see that the skill level mechanically is pretty much equal on both sides. It's just that who gets the angle first, who gets the spawn within those microseconds, and who gets to get that win and move forward a little bit more. We expected some winds of change from Weibo. Unfortunately, they got blown away by the gust of fury out of the wings of Dunia Games. The Garudas reign supreme for the time being. But the day is not over just yet. After taking Weibo down, they now have another opponent to face off against, and that's the #1 in China. The next challenge for Dunia Games is gonna be against Wolves.
Yep, gonna be up against Wolves here, and it's a big statement if ever. I mean, they're going up against you know, the worst team basically in terms of percentage here, up against the best out of the best in the CDM region. Dunia Games, you gotta double it down, maybe fix up the Search and Destroy, and till then, it could get more promising for them. But, you know, asking a Garena team to fix up the Search and Destroy up against a CDM team, it's a bit too much to ask. I mean, AJ.
I guess it is, man. I guess it is. You know, but Weibo did show us a lot of style out there, a lot of promise. I did not expect them to go the distance with Dunia Games in this fashion. One would expect the #1 from Indonesia to be a little bit more dominant in the series. But not only were they not super dominant, especially in this control match, which went all the way into round #5, they also lost that Search and Destroy once again to the Chinese team. Weibo has more than proved themselves in this series in itself. And of course, the matchup against Almghty was a match where they did the impossible. They took away control from Almghty, a team that has never lost control before. What a record to set for themselves.
Yeah, what a record. I mean, being able to put up the pride of Search and Destroy up here, up against Dunia Games, and taking the title out away from Almghty. They've proved a lot, a valiant effort, as you would say. Now, looking at the player stats here, onwards control, and guess what? it's not too far apart at all. I mean, a little bit of a breakaway for, like, let's say the side of Dunia Games, Zen, 37 kills under his name in comparison to Ming, which is the highest fragger for the team with 32 kills. It's not really gonna put up a big significance in terms of the overall team comparison, but it did matter at the end of the round.
Of course it mattered. And Zen picking up a 1.6 KD average. If you are in a control match, your KD truly matters, because when lives matter, it really depends on how many can you eliminate to gain the points for your own side, and how many of your own lives can you save as best as possible. And the two best survivors on the side of Dunia Games was Friend and Gonzi. Yes, they weren't eliminating as much as Zen, but they sure as hell were not throwing away cheap lives.
Yeah, definitely. And it's really just them playing tactically, just taking this one slow. If ever Team Weibo is going to be going ham and quite aggressively, they take this one slowly and to position themselves. Till then, that's exactly how they rock the show there on towards round number 5 in control. Slow it down just a little bit, just let the Slayers do their work, aka Zen and ZZX perhaps, and just let them rock it out. Until then, it was an easy win for them on towards round number 5, despite the fact that it was a good start there for Team Weibo. Heading over to the A control point in the blitz play, it didn't matter. Place was too much for them to handle up against Dunia Games.
I don't know if it was an easy one for Dunia Games in that final round. I think Weibo did put up a very good fight, but Dunia Games got a little bit more luckier with those engagements. And of course, they did have the score streaks to dominate towards the very end. The timing of the score streaks on Dunia Games on the other side was more spectacular than Weibo, which kind of felt a little bit rushed in circumstances when they were playing their own operators. They were desperate for the eliminations. Dunia Games, on the other hand, were a little bit more cool, calm, and collected. They were very composed with terms of when they go in for those investments. And you can clearly see the communication on the side of the Indonesians being a little bit more solid than Weibo, which is really what you have to have out there on the battlefield if you want to overcome teams like Almghty as well as Wolves.
Yeah, you just gotta have that one lay down right there. Overlooking now for the series here for Team Weibo. What awaits them is obviously gonna be Wolves later on after the matchup between Dunia Games, and that's gonna be all found in match number 5, if I'm not mistaken there. And in terms of Team Weibo winning up against a CDM team of their own culture, it was found way back apart there in the series of China Masters 2022 Season 4 Stage 3 up against the Gen Zone. That was the last time they won up against a CDM team. So could they perhaps reset that time? I don't know. Easier said to call out, but it's just up to us to find out who's going to be having a better day as well in this competition.
Yeah, let's see if or not Weibo can also surprise us in their matchup against Wolves later on. That is going to be match number 5 or series number 5 of the day. But of course, the man of the hour, the one and only Zen, picking up the MVP title, 37 eliminations, total damage of 4,437, 12 streaks picked up in total. This guy was unbelievable moments ago.
Quite unbelievable. Being able to slay out for the team. And, for a moment, I mean, if ever one of his teams just, slows down, he can really just back up his team. Being a very good support overall was one key factor in why Dunia Games was able to just stay on top of their game here. The highlights of this overall control game mode here, it was going for both ends, man. I mean, Team Weibo, they had their own take, Dunia Games as well. It was a back and forth ping pong battle, it is, not until the final adjustment was given for the set of Dunia Games.
Yeah, and both teams had their moments of very impressive maneuvers in this matchup, with Weibo obviously opening up amazingly well. Dunia Games fighting their way back in, taking the lead, but just for Weibo to make their way back in. A spectacular control matchup between the two. But the Garudas survived the final round. A quick interview with ZZX. Let's see what the boy has to say as he represents his team.
So say hello to the audience, ZZ.
Hello everyone, I'm ZZ from DG Esports.
欢迎来到赛后采访席。首先，第一个问题是，今天你们拿到了你们队伍的开门红，想问一下你此时此刻心情如何
？So how do you feel after winning this game?
Of course, we really happy. Honestly, we didn't expect to win this match. Yeah, I can say I really happy now.
我觉得现在心情非常的开心激动，因为之前其实没想到能赢下这场比赛。
这场比赛也是一个比较意外的收获啊。因为你是第一次来到我们国服赛车的采访期，想问一下你能不能简短的介绍一下你以及你的队伍的风格？
So because this is the first interview for you, could you briefly introduce the style of your team?
Okay, let me introduce ourselves first. I'm ZZ from DG Esports. I'm support main. And our playstyle is just doing aggressive thing. That's it.
我是来自 DG 的 ZZ， 然后我是我们队的狙击手和掩护手。对于我们队伍来说呢，整体来说是比较具有侵略性、进攻性的这样一支队伍，和其他地区的队伍不太一样。
打得比较凶一些啊。在上一场比赛结束之后，有没有哪一位微博的队员在你心中留下比较深刻的印象呢？
So is there any players in Beijing WB that is particularly impressive for you?
Yeah, I really impressed to the one using SKS because it's very annoying to me. Yeah, if you're unlucky, you get one shot. If you get headshot.
有这样一位队员，他不记得对方名字，但是这位队员呢，他总是能一击爆头，所以这样的队员对他来说其实很难处理。
这位神秘人感觉听上去像是签名啊，一击爆头。下一个问题是，想问一下你们队内有什么比较喜欢的娱乐方式吗？
So what does your team usually do for recreation?
Recreation, yeah. Actually, we playing together and eat more pizza, I think. Yeah, and swimming together. Yeah, just chill like a friend.
我们队伍其实关系特别好，平常经常一起出去玩的，也很喜欢体育运动，比方说一起去游泳。
游泳也是非常好的运动。下一个问题是，你们今天的第二场比赛将会对阵到重庆狼队，他们是一支非常强的队伍。因为这场比赛的结果可能会影响到你们今天是否能够晋级到下周的比赛。对于这场比赛，你们怎么看？
So today you will also play with Wolves, which is a really strong team from CDM region. This will decide whether you can advance to next week's match. What do you think about this?
How I think, yeah, we really respect the Wolf because yeah, we know the Wolf has strongest enough in China region, and yeah, I hope we can win and go to next round.
我们对这个重庆狼队是非常尊敬的，因为知道之前他们有得过冠军，是一支非常强劲的队伍，所以也希望我们接下来能够赢得这场比赛，然后晋级下周的比赛。
那你们对阵狼队的时候，你们觉得哪一个模式可能会是你们的优势呢？或者你们比较有自信一些
？So which game mode is the most confident one for you? From hardpoint, search and destroy, and control mode.
I think we're confident with hardpoint because if we die, we can easy respawn and we can revenge.
我觉得对于热点模式的话，我们还是比较自信，因为这样就是他可能死了之后还能再复活，然后再去尽力的去打对手。
有更多的容错率，也是期待你们这场比赛了。也是感谢 ZZ 接受的采访，我们稍事稍后比赛更加精彩。
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
So dominant with all of the gun fights. What's all?
Very strange match.
Center, one guy inside of mid once again. Trying to work on their strategy very early on in the matchup. They've already taken the spawn away from the serve, but with a few seconds scrap points, here will be taken. See if they can get that repeated once again here. Not you. Good positioning, straight to spot it out. Goes in for the spray. Able to fight back from the bomb. Has already been right now missing the shots, but the push is on the back up right there. Depth's on fire after that.
ABC Esports are doing well so far. It's already.
I mean, that gun is just absolutely. You're not gonna have anybody playing that extra bit of distraction, taking away much more easier than offense when it comes to.
He wins the 8th pick of the face here.
Yeah, there's one thing when you make the mistake, it's also early in there coming from Change World, but it will not hold as the rest of lanes will take them down.
Here, we're finally getting some slack off of the dominating ones that we got in the first two series. Now we're starting to see some very close one in here. Evo!
world right now who needs to make a hold. And there's a point. We have Emo right now with that UQ9. And time around, we're looking quite solid, especially with 2-1 ratio in here right now with 13 seconds left. Balance or just this moment. 2 points, 2 lives ahead. To fight back. Then it is now a trade up after trade up from what we've seen earlier. We still might make it. We go. With the bread might have been a bars, but not so much of a takedown. But with that heavy, a double kill once again. With the gun that I managed to spot, I don't know if that was a misplay. J is the only one playing and a little bit of an offset. I say that Zen quickly takes the position to hold the spawn for the Malaysian side. That's the kind of leaves. And you know, this was something that we talked about. I think this will continue on as Evan is still in there with Crush on the backstab, but a trade off against Esper will be in the process. For the side of punishment, this is the kind of what gives you that extra bit of advantage. And as soon as the player back 3 kills now, can he get more out there? Not just an MSP. But Rush right now going in for a rotation. Blacklist International Ultimate is now with the warehouse hold. Just taking the fight straight up. Look at the investments of the score streaks coming through from the Indonesia plan. And that plan is to take over the early hold onto B3. You can see the move.
That trade has
the guy.
number 2 in blue can happen.
Good position, but Aimler's the one that gets the sledge. Even take it out of there. 3 kills. Time is running out, Cali.
And right now, the push comes to stop. Slowly and surely getting this time to ultimate. They get
investment off the Sparrow, and Okat's already hopping on it in for the spawn trap. Skirt are so close, and Okat wasn't punished. Manages to get.
Away from this hard point, Almghty, this could be time under their belt. Heaven already 22 kills to his name, gonna get taken down, and the game is still not over. We're moving into the next rotation. It's a battle for spawns, a battle for that B2.
Yeah, here we go. 139 to 136. And again, Annihilator. What? Oh my Jesus Christ. That Flip gets the second one. Gets the third one. Clove. They can just spawn on top. Make them go one way. Let Jeff Pro handle the one at the back. And this is what we're going to happen. 4 down. And so far, Jeff Pro, he spots another play. ZZ. He makes them spawn there. Another good play coming through from Almghty. Let's see if they can get all this time. But so far, back-to-back kills, Cali. Just milking a lot of this time.
I mean, Jeff Pro is doing a great job right now, dropping all these players as he takes his way.
All Almghty.
Drop bodies in
oh my God.
Right now, this guy's that they will take 2 players in the B flag and they will just get it 86 to 122. And for Weibo Lady, they just need to get one more to just kind of have a chance to get this comeback happening through. And there we go, triple capture right now for Weibo.
But he spots one, gets the second, almost gets it, but the Thumper's gonna clean it up for him. Another one behind him, can he get the triple kill? Jabin gets it as well. Triple kill for Jabin. Can he make it 4? Yes, he can. Jabin on a quad feed. Can he keep on going? Blacklist International. Jabin making the plays for the team. Make it 5.
He's gonna find one more player, hunts him down, but Kalo's Hunter Killer gonna drop him out. So the game continues, and PJ is gonna be slaying again and again and again. I mean, 18 kills to his name already. Fully streaked up. One more to beat. Up front is gonna take Jabin out. So that's gonna be one way to push it. Another player in this staircase, and this is going on up there. Here comes the Pred. 2 players up front, takes him out. Him down, and even more with the gunfights. But now finally he gets shot down. The hard point gonna belong to Dunia Games. Clove lighting up the shots, and now they get full clearance. Here comes the Pred now. 2 players to beat up front. He's gonna take one. I'll take that any day. And now this guy already 6 in a row. And the guy's
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile Invitationals 2022. Today's schedule is far from over. We got more action coming up ahead. While AMT remains at the #1 spot, the #2 spot remains to be determined. And coming right up next is going to be Wolves and Dunia Games battling for dear life. Your host for this matchup is going to be me, Kali Gaming, down here with the Mustachio AJ to bring you guys all the Frontier action.
At the moment, Dunia Games is holding on to that #2 spot. Almghty obviously reigning in #1. Now, if Dunia Games wants to continue holding on to that #2 spot, all they need to do is just pick off a couple of wins against Wolves. Easy, innit?
I don't think that's going to be easy. I mean, they're going up against a team that's the #1 in China region. And of course, a team that really gave AMT a run for their money at the first scheduled matchup we had earlier, where, you know, it really had to go down to around #5 with Control to determine who is the winner. So for Wolves, you know, they definitely would have the cards in their favor here, but, you know, Dunia Games could surprise us here, but I believe they do have to work on that S&D.
Yeah, 6 matches played for Weibo so far, and they've only got 2 points. So unfortunately for them, even though they do have 2 points, which is 1 more than Wolves, they are sitting dead last. The probability of Wolves beating down Dunia Games in this next matchup is most definitely there. But is it going to be a 3-0, or are we going to see the Indonesians, the Garudas, just continuously shock and impress all of us to set up an all-Garena playoffs spots taken by both Almghty and Dunia Games? We still have to wait and see. There is still a possibility that happens, and it's all going to be super tricky, right? If we could even see a tiebreaker situation between these top 3 teams, between Dunia Games, Almghty, as well as the one and only Wolves, by the time we reach the end of the day, Kali.
Now, what matters here is you make sure that at least you get 2 map wins in every series that you get. And, you know, that #2 spot is going to be important for Wolves and Dunia Games. So, for sure, this game is going to be packed as usual. And, you know, we really hate to see Weibo go down like this, you know. I mean, after being dropped by AMT earlier 2-1, they also lose their game against Dunia Games. So technically, if they lose at least 1 map against Wolves, their chance to play at the playoffs is impossible, and they will have to exit the playoff picture. So possibly we are down to the final 3 contenders here, and it should be AMT, Wolves, and Dunia Games. So right now, what Dunia Games has to do and what Wolves has to do is, you know, outperform the other. So whoever technically gets this victory will automatically get the #2 spot, AJ.
Yes, absolutely, man. And Weibo, I mean, they can still be in the running if they can beat the one and only Wolves 3-0. Y'all tell me exactly what you think the probability of that happening is in the comments section. We'll pick up on it in a little bit. But Dunia Games surely has a shot at the playoffs here, going up against Wolves. We don't know what the Indonesians have got in store for us just yet. And, you know, the matchup at Control got way too close. One would have not expected the Weibo squad to play that well, but they did. They pushed Dunia Games to the very brink. And, you know, we did see the exact same thing happen in the matchup between Almghty and Wolves as well. I don't know if that tells us anything, but I'm one thing for sure looking forward to that matchup at Control later on. The lineup of Wolves, they look as deadly as ever. Earlier, we saw them pop off against Almghty at Search and Destroy, totally annihilating them 7-5. Let's see if something like that can happen again as well here against Dunia Games.
I mean, they're really prepared for always the next gunfight. You see, Nian had the key 1v4 earlier against AMT. Zai had an unimaginable 1v3. And these guys are built for the moments. No matter they're down, they always find a way to see the light and, of course, come up on top. And, you know, that's what Wolves can offer to the table. And one thing that we've seen so far ever since the start of CDFI 2022 is how great Wolves and, of course, the other CDM region teams are in terms of the Control game mode. We've seen them play it so good, you know, to speaking that they barely even played in their competition. But now on front of yours will be Jet Sky, Gunzi, Franz, ZZX, and Zen. These guys were able to beat Weibo earlier 2-1, only losing that Search and Destroy. But that Control, I believe, was very close on raid.
It most definitely was. And I guess they just stepped it up a notch against Weibo earlier on. But Dunia Games needs to understand that they cannot let their guard down at all. that higher gear that they kind of kicked it into towards the later end, towards the tail end of the matchup. That needs to be the kind of gear that they start off on against Wolf, because dude, these animals will eat you up alive if you give them a chance.
And just like AMT, you make a small mistake, they're gonna fiend on it and try to take you down. So for Dunia Games, they're gonna make sure that their offense is gonna be stable and their defense is gonna be intact. Overall, when we play the hard point, the search and destroy, and the domination. But what matters here is whoever gets the map mix and what operator skills are gonna be banned, because you already know Wolves can do almost about every operator skills in here, and of course slay it out there, AJ.
Yeah, and that's something that I am looking forward to seeing exactly how their strategy pairs up against Dunia Games. Once again, the winner gets that second spot. Almghty will only lose the first spot here if Dunia Games wins this 3-0, which is where you will see Dunia Games rise above Almghty with 5 points, as Almghty is currently sitting with 4. Almghty will be in performance once again later on to close the day off as they take on Dunia Games. So that's going to be a huge matchup as well. And as far as Weibo's concerned, yes, their run might be over, but they still have one opportunity to prove against Wolves. And you never know, man. I mean, just when you think you can count them out, they show you signs of life like never before. And if Weibo's going to use the opportunity against Wolves to really prove their worth, their, exactly what they stand for later on, maybe I'm up for that.
Yeah, I mean, that team constantly goes up onto the rise. Every time they head onto a series, they somehow improve. But unfortunately, they have to go down to Dunia Games and, of course, AMT earlier. But now here's the ban and pick for Wolves and Dunia Games. Of course, we do see that Summit, that standoff, and of course, firing range and takeoff ban in the overall series. That leaves, Slums, Hacienda, and Raid open. So this is a first, More often than not, Slums is actually banned in the game. But right now, Wolves and Dunia Games will try to open it up. And do believe that this is the best map of Dunia Games when it comes to taking down players in the hard point. Right about now, this is their most played map and the most success that they have had in every sort of maps in hard point. But we are actually gonna see the operator skill bans here. The Sparrow and the Annihilator gonna be banned here, so that leaves the Purifier, the Gravity Vortex, and of course the Claw. So that's really very useful guns there that you can really use. And I believe for Slums, it's better that you get a balance of those three to make sure you can control the situation.
Dunia Games obviously was watching that control matchup at Raid between Wolves and Almghty earlier on. They surely have picked up a couple of points from that game and will be trying to execute that exact same maneuver later on. But these are 2 out of 3 map picks for the Indonesian side. Let's see if or not that is going to be able to bring them the distance, the fight of your lives. And that statement holds true for both of these teams at the start of this series.
Yeah, ever since the start of this schedule today, Raid control has been a constant, and the teams just really love playing here. I mean, it's very equal in terms of fighting there. I mean, defensive, attacking side, it can go both ways. But right now, we're going to be loading in to hardpoint Slums. And once again, Dunia Games there. This is their best map pick in taking down players. So let's see how well are they going to do against the impact of Zai and, of course, the overall team of Wolves in this game.
Wolves sets things up first, and they do have the favorable start from the side of Special Forces base, quickly taking over the side of Broken first so that they can continuously spawn out of there instead of having to travel all the way from Special Forces base. That is just genius of a move from the Chinese side from the get-go.
All right, here we go. Dunia Games definitely hanging in there as they are going to be claiming all the time here on this first 30 seconds while Zen continues to play the objective. Right now, Wolves definitely playing it tactical in here. They are prepared for the next hardpoint as well. They have a 50-50 battle here between Dunia Games. So Zen right now is kind of playing with his life, is kind of in the middle here, but he continues to slay. He finds 4. He finds the 5th one with the help of his teammate ZZX. It's relatively a close game in here right now, but one thing more than likely, Zen is playing so well for Dunia Games.
Yeah, Dunia Games is right back in this, but now they have to find a way to break the spawn. Held on by the one and only King with a Krig 6 in hand, and he beams down Zen. Finally taken out. This is a big kill coming through from Dunia Games as they have a very early break of the spawns to set P2 up for themselves. But Wolves are not down and out just yet. They've got the spawn out of Broken, which means this is going to be an equal fight. Wolves still can dominate this hardpoint.
Wolves that's fighting tooth to nail here. It don't matter if their opponent is gonna have that control in the spawns. They will put their heads inside the matchup and of course barge their head in and of course put that contest inside. And right now it's currently working. They're winning majority of the gunfights and Dunia Games, despite the spawns in their favor, the unlimited reinforcements is there, but they can't seem to stand inside the hard point. King is there to buy some time for his teammate to supply in the hill, but unfortunately, they will be stopped there by Dunia Games, and now we're kind of seeing some stability now for the yellow side as they remain to be in full control of the hard point and, of course, the anchor as well. But the final 10 seconds will be belonging to Wolves. That's going to be time under their belt, while Dunia Games will be ending, of course, that P2 while they have set up here at this P3.
Very well played by Dunia Games at P2. Not only do they get the favorable spawn at the Special Forces base, but they also take away the spawn at Broken. And when you take 2 spawn sites away from Wolves, what that does is it forces them to spawn from the opposite side of that angle, all the way at Memorial, just increasing the time that it takes for them to travel right round. But you can see Wolves using P3 to get right back into this matchup. They now have the spawns at Fountain. They've got the favorable way into this hard point, and Dunia Games needs to hustle all the way from Garage. This is going to be a problem for them unless they maneuver around, get the spawn break at Fountain, and continuously supply that manpower. Peck is going to be an annoying one as they shove 3 objective players in to defend this side.
Yeah, King, we're just laying this player. Just make sure that Dunia Games will continue to be severed with damage as Wolves continue to gain full map control at this P3 rotation. This is how perfect as it gets. You know, you sent out King here, who's currently having 8 in a row in the game thus far. Has been so efficient with the gun, and Dunia Games is left but to rotate at the next hill. But here's the bad thing: Zai is on the flank, and they just burn them down one at a time. Wolves just pulling every game they play into their favor, and I mean from P3 to P4 they have chained it and have bullied out Dunia Games at the early rotation. They win it, the battle continues, and Wolves continues to put down Dunia Games away from the hill.
Yeah, let's talk about the failure of Dunia Games here, both at P3 and P4, failing to take away the spawn at Fountain, which currently has been granted by the gods of RNG. That's where they kind of lost the plot in this matchup at Slums. Wolves, on the other hand, they maintain dominance at Fountain spawn, and they use that segment to just hop onto the hill one after the other, controlling both P3 and P4, not just to jump back into the matchup, but to take a solid 40-point lead over Dunia Games. The Indonesians started off hot, but Wolves proving that they've got mastery over Slum's hardpoint as well.
Well, that's the big factor here for Wolves is making sure King is stay intact on that Fountains to get that anchor position. And you know, now he's out here staying for the final 5 seconds as they continue to rally up this scrap time. Now for Dunia Games, it's going to be bad, but they are still in striking distance, and maybe a good hill from this P1 could help them get right back through it, and of course make sure the game is relatively tight. Right now we're looking at about a 60-point lead for Wolves as they open up this reset, and Gunzi really has to be in fact a better player overall right now. His kills are currently in 12, but he needs to do more for his team. He is the guy that, you know, was replaced by Clove, so right now he's gonna be he has to play a bigger role in here despite the fact that, you know, they are getting dominated by Wolves. And well, looks like it's gonna be broken here, but Fran is gonna fight, and they are trying to get that contested hill, but no, Wolves bully them out once again.
Methodical break off the hill coming through from the Chinese side. Dunia Games fighting for their lives, but they've already flipped the spawns. Wolves are not 1, not 2, but 3 steps ahead of Dunia Games. Now they have got the favorable spawns from Broken as well as Archers. All Wolves needs to do is just to continue dominating the right-hand side of the map, which will give them an advantage for this next hard point as well. And even if Dunia Games breaks it towards the final few seconds, they still have that advantage that they can use to snowball towards the end of this victory. But now, Broken spawn taken by Dunia Games. That's number 1 out of 2 that you need to secure for yourself. Circle around towards the Special Forces base and break that main spawn. If that happens, Dunia Games can get this hard point. If that fails, Wolves will run away with this game in this hard point right here.
Dunia Games has to smoke out that long alleyway just to make sure that they get the spawns here. But Wolves now starting to bring out their operator skills. The Gravity Vortex is a great crowd control gun, so that should buy some time for Wolves to just to filter out the entryway. And of course, make sure that they get some slays as well. Dunia Games are going to be using their Purifier to break through the hill.
Oh,
And I mean, that's going to be a good thing because
One
now
more?
they have reversed the
One
spawns.
more?
They have flipped it as well. 169 to 94, going to be the score of the game. And this is a very much needed hill for Dunia Games because Wolves has been pulling away and they had a rough time breaking off the hill. But again, the Wolves spawn's gonna be right beside, so they get shot down. And here we go, P3. This is where Dunia Games struggled earlier. Right about now, they should find their mistakes and of course correct it as well. What they need is one player that can anchor the fountain spawns and keep it away from Wolves to score more than time here at this P3.
Yeah, that was a slight mistake made by Dunia Games. They allowed the players of Wolves to pick up the scrap points over at Ghettos as well, which might just be the failing factor for the Indonesians. The only thing to mitigate that is picking up every single point available at this next hill. So therefore, the sacrifice that they made was the super early rotation to anchor down, but the anchor has now been removed from the equation, but the gods of spawns are still giving it away to Dunia Games. Fran now holding down the fort. It's a 1v2. Gonzi spawns right back, and they're holding it. Dunia Games is actually getting it done.
Yeah, they don't repeat the same mistake twice, and that's what you'd love to see from Dunia Games as they're trying to climb their way back into the matchup. Wolves, though, are trying to find their way inside the hill, but that Gravity Vortex from ZZX should keep the entryways into one. But unfortunately, he gets shot down, and Wolves now finally gets the control at the graveyards and now has get back into that hard point, but they only claim a little bit of seconds, and Dunia Games are still in striking distance. But this is the problem here. Right now, Wolves has the fountain spawns, but Franz still spawns on the fountain. And right now, Wolves are trying to keep him out of it. He's trying to get taken down here, and King misses all of the shots, and Dunia Games are inside the hill. They also have their spawns.
One mistake by Wolves was not anchoring down Fountain. That gives away the spawn to Dunia Games. Dunia Games using that mistake to jump back into this match. They need to win out all of their gunfights. They win 2 back-to-back. King trying to get the job done, but gets annihilated by the Dunia Games player. And now DG is just a couple of feet away from making this all equal. 169 to 192. The fight of the lives.
Wow.
And King brings in the Purifier only to get settled down by ZZX and his Bison. Dunia Games, Fountain Spawn. What a fight we've got on our hands. This is that comeback for the Indonesian side.
Now they are on single-digit lead here. Wolves now are in striking distance, and Dunia Games can just take them out. Look at the play. They are now in it to win it as well. After suffering 2 massive losses on P2 at P3 in the first set of hard points, they have managed to correct their mistakes. A 4-point lead here for Wolves as we approach the P1. But right now, they have a solid setup here. They also have the P2 spawn in their favor. And right now, the way for Dunia Games to break this is right through the broken walls. And they have to rely on Zed to make sure that the play on the bricks is going to be attacked as well. But right now, Dunia Games are looking to flip the spawns at the moment. So this is going to be a smart play for them. They convert this play, they flip the spawns, and they're ready for P2. But right now, someone needs to stay inside that hill.
Oh, what an overextension. This is just God-level play from Dunia Games.
There you go.
But Nian saves the day. He cuts the rotating player. But the spawns now from the right-hand side of the map through Ghettos. Dunia Games jumping right back into this fight, and they can take over. But they need to win out all of these gunfights. Zen final slay. They take the hill right back. Big fight. But Nian once again breaks it for the side of Wolves. And they take the spawn out of Memorial. And they get the control. Now Dunia Games, they don't have no choice. They have to win the scraps. They have to take P2 as well. And since the variable spawns are in the hands of Wolves, they have to take a head-on fight right at that hard point to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, they have 4 operator skills that can be used inside this hill, so that should be more than enough for them to break this hill. But what matters is they break that spawn. And right now, Zai is in the hill. He's been slaying and forcing players out of the hill. But right now, Fran uses the claw. The Ricochet will be able to hit more players. And right now, he is tasked to take the spawns. And he takes it away from Wolves. And now, Dunia Games are inside this hill. Wolves are bullied out. And right now, the spawns is going to favor Dunia Games. But King fights back, but the operator skill is coming through for Dunia Games. Jet Sky steps up big for Dunia Games.
Operator skills just saving Dunia Games. What a fight we've got on our hands. This might just be the equalizer we've been looking for. Dunia Games, the fight of their lives, but King brings out his own claw. That's the game changer. The Chinese side can run away with it. 17 seconds to go. A heated matchup. The Indonesians once again butting their heads right in. Broken is their saving grace. They still have that second favorable spawn and they're holding on for their dear lives. Final 7 seconds will be making the biggest of difference as Wolves now just needs one final break. 4 more points to end the game. Dunia Games can also end the game if they pick up all of the points available at Junkyard. It's all gonna depend on player number 3. Fran cannot lose his life.
Dunia Games are now in striking distance once again. Fran is on the hideout. He gets one more player. The oversight is on. Dunia Games continues to shock the game. China's teams are bullied out of the hill. And now 10 more points for the win. But Zai looks to create the play for Wolves to kind of win this game. But unfortunately, he gets shot down. And Dunia Games are surviving. CZX gets shot down though. And they're gonna get in. They're gonna get in fast. And they do so. The fight remains to continue. Gonzi on the corner. The Freddy gets the game! What a fight! The Garudas, they take it away! 250 to 249! The fight of their lives! Dunia Games survives! What a match! What a series! That's such a stunner there for Wolves. They had their early rotation at the ghetto, but they got broken through by Dunia Games, and you know, the score streaks played a big factor, but I have to say, the operator skills were the difference maker there, AJ. They used the claw from Fran to break off the spawns, and they get immediate access to the hill. And not only that, they did try to take the risk to remove the players at the scrap time and rotated back to P3, and I believe that was a very smart play for them. It was risky, but it paid off.
I hear you loud and clear. I want to agree, but unfortunately disagree that it was the score streaks that made the difference. The score streaks helped even out the playing field. What makes the difference in a hardpoint matchup, especially when you play it on slums, is spawn management. You allow your opponents to spawn from a comfortable area, from a comfortable distance. They can very easily take that hardpoint away back from you. We saw exactly how crucial that hold, that break for that P2 was, and that's exactly where the operators that you were mentioning came into play. But when we went in for that P3 setup, scrap points given away to the players of Wolves. That was the biggest risk on the table, and Fran just could not lose his life. He had to hold on to the anchors at Fountain, and he did not hold it out in the open. That's where you want to camp. That's where you want to camp at an angle where no one has caught you before. And we did see Fran before that, he was holding towards the back portion of that spawn. But this time around, he hid away a little bit closer towards P4, and the Chinese players were just running on in thinking that, oh, okay, nobody's here, let's hold on to the spawns, and bam, he just whacks them from the back. Fran was the biggest game changer, because if Fran did not play that smartly, if Fran had lost that spawn 1 second too early, bye-bye Dunia Games. I mean, we saw exactly how close that match was. It went down to the wire, 150 to 149. What an event we've got on our hands. Holy hell.
Oh, well, Wolves, they may have all of these skills, but Dunia Games far had better performance in terms of the late game. I mean, talk about how Dunia Games Fran, that individual broke through. He was able to control the spawns for the last 2 hills. First with the claw as they break through Ghetto. And I mean, the hideout that he did to play oversight at the fountains just to take that one away for Wolves. And of course, every death that this teammate accumulated, they spawned right beside the laundries. And when the hardpoint was contested, Gunzi was there to contest the hill and made sure Wolves wasn't able to get it away from them. And here is the player stats. It's going to be Jet Sky, of course, having 32 to 37, but Fran had 41 kills. You know, he's the MVP of this game, but Jet Sky gets it through with 32 kills.
Yeah, Jet Sky, man. I mean, this guy, you know, you're going to talk about all kills or you're going to talk about the people that play the objective as well. Jet Sky was your macha. Jet Sky was the guy that was rotating around, putting himself in the crosshair of the opponents time and time again as the objective player in that matchup to pick up all of those crucial points. And this is why we talk about those early rotations, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And this is why we talk about playing your objective in hardpoint. When you jump into random ranked matches, you gotta focus on it. I mean, more eliminations on the side of Wolves. Yeah, they can shoot, but who picks up those points? That's how crucial it is. That's how you gotta play your ranked matches. This is a masterclass by Dunia Games.
Yeah, of course, it was Jet Sky, of course, with that hard point, and then it was Fran with the spawns.
Oh, yeah, Fran.
And the ZZX Zen combination at the perimeter just sealed it there. What the play from Dunia Games. The closest hard point we've had so far in the entirety of the group stage.
Personal MVP is my boy Fran. That would have not been possible without Fran. Not only was he holding on to the spawns for the longest of time, he loses his life and he knows where his priority lies. Get your head in the game, hop onto the hill and survive. You just cannot go down no matter what. Yes, it was a Pretty that ended the game, but without these two boys staying alive and making sure, number one, we're all equal, neither side picks up points, just so that he can buy more time for that Pretty to be used. That was spectacular. Fran, the game changer in this hardpoint matchup. But now we move on to SND. Now we move on to the game mode where the Chinese players played on a whole other level.
And it's exciting to see Wolves play here, you know, despite the odds being against them on some of the rounds, they still came out on top. I mean, just to take it back, you know, we saw how Zai is able to clutch a 1v3. We saw how Neon with that scope can just, you know, play everything out of his mind. A 1v4 where he absolutely isolated every player he sees. So Dunia Games really has to watch out in here because they struggle against Weibo. What more in the map pick of Wolves, which is this agenda where they were able to slay AMT.
This is the impossible being done right here, right now by Dunia Games. You know, proving themselves at stage 5 might not be an option at this moment, but proving themselves in CDFI. This is what the boys have got to fight for in one of their final events of the year. And they're going all out. And I absolutely respect that. I absolutely love that. Dunia Games is putting on one hell of a show for us. And I think this in itself is going to gain them a huge fan base, not just with the rest of us here in Garena and MSP, but throughout the whole world. You know, the dominance of the Indonesian Garudas, I think, was very evident in that one matchup. And, you know, the gameplay, the game style from both teams, very commendable, very respectable. Wolves got so close, but outplayed. And, you know, we really stress about map mastery. We really stress about spawn management on hardpoint. Both teams were doing so well at that game.
Yeah, unfortunately, in a competition, there can only be one winner. And the winner has to be more hungry and has to be more aware. And this had two players that was really on point at the last stage. Fran with that spawns, and of course, Jet Sky on that OBJ. But now for Dunia Games, the big task is here to remove one of a jog of Wolves here at this search and destroy at Hacienda where their sniper tribes. In a map that's very long, first, and for Dunia Games, ZZX has to play it properly in here.
Let's see if or not DG can go 2 back-to-back and just make this an all-out Garena qualified group. Dropping the #1 in China would be a huge statement in CDIF.
I absolutely agree with you, AJ. And you know, not just here, this could shock the entire CDM. Their #1 team will be kicked out by the #1 team in Indonesia who didn't even qualify for stage 5. So right now we are gonna kick it off with King now extending out. He spots Gunzi and deals the first blood, but it's gonna be traded back again as possible here by Dunia Games as they come up with the numbers. Zai slays with the Unis and there it goes. It blows at 2v3 now, but CZX coming up with the trade back and a back and forth trade. So we go here.
Clutchable for Wolves. It's a 2v2, nothing much to deal with. Oh, but Fran hits one. Nian gets the clutch shot against Fran, and one more. Nian, clutch god for the side of Wolves.
Again, we saw him with the 1v4 earlier. Now this time with the early 1v2. Although Wolves will be able to get the first blood. The trade came through here by Dunia Games, but what a play at the end for Nian. It's really a reliable sniper that the team can really rely on as he continues to deal in that the final 2 kills. So now here we go for Dunia Games. The question is, how are they gonna stop Nian from doing all the damage here? The huge 2 kills again, severing Dunia Games at this round number 2.
Putting him out of the equation, just momentarily subsiding the amount of aggression Wolves were showing very early on through the sniper called Nian. So at least they don't have to deal with a clutch King later on. Peg, on the other hand, going in for the backstab, finds one. Bah! That's just blind shots hitting for him. Zai turns the corner, finishes it off. Round 2, too easy.
Yeah, Wolves like a clockwork. Everyone was just doing it. Moves like a clock. And it was just a smooth play for them. You know, they were able to work through that. First 2 kills for King. And it just clicked there for the bomb side. It's currently working. What kind of strategy are you going to be able to do to stop this from failing for the 3rd time? Nian watching with the Krieg 6 this time to get once again the first blood, AJ.
I expected Nian to get backstabbed, but it took way too long to execute that play, and Nian managed to punish first, which means still the sacrifice that he went out for is well worth it. Gonzi and Jetsky hitting 1 apiece. X-King, on the other hand, circles around, punished by Jetsky. Now Dunia Games showing signs of life. But King, can he get the clutch for the squad? Has got the sniper in hand and should be able to isolate players one after the other.
Yeah, but Dunia Games actually playing one at a time here. They're so far away from one another. The only thing closer here for King is, of course, take away Zen first. Right now, his information already loaded in for the hand. King shot on 1 isolation already. Needs to work on 2 more with 20 seconds left. He throws in the cryo, hit the tacticals, and right now it won't connect. And Gonzi just prepared for the gunfight. King shot down. Dunia Games takes round number 3.
Good angle held by Dunia Games, and King's not going to be able to run away with that. Now let's go. This is going to be yet another opportunity for Dunia Games to just squeeze their way right back into this matchup after Wolves put the first easy 2 on the board. That was a much more convincing round for the Indonesians, but they can't slack off just yet. They need more, and this time it's a straight B line for the B bomb side. I like this from Indonesia.
Totally not adhered by Wolves, but you see the rotation is on now to mid-map. They have 1 player already crossing that area, and of course for Wolves side, he's gonna be 1 player you really have to worry about. And I think Dunia Games are ready for it. They're expecting the players to be at the garage, and while Zai continues to route around the mid-map, Nian is already at the back. He spots the first player, drops Jetsky, ZZX on the 50 Gs, gets the huge 2 kills once again. Dunia Games a 4v3. Pew pew.
That's what he said as he wrapped around. ZZX on fire. Wants to show that he can whoop that secondary as well. Ooh, timing! Zeze gets the god nade. King couldn't do much about it at all. Zeze! Secondary supremacy! Dunia Games just putting on a smile as they pull equal.
That. How many pistol was that?
4,
I think it was 4 kills. That was 4 kills.
Did he ace them?
That ain't the fluke. Almost aced them. Oh, he does. He did ace
I think
them.
he aced them because that 1 nade kill. Oh my lad, ZZX. Let's go, baby. Good trophy play. They set this up. Peck now catches 2 of them. Good flash. Gonzi super aggressive, but Zai punishes from the back. That backstab too good. Zeze trades out Zai. King takes Zen out of the equation. Zeze as well as Jetsky. 2v3. Zeze still striking with a secondary.
That's just the thing. Right for CZX. He continues to live up to the pistol's name. And I believe it really works. But now he's about to have a duel with Nian. And he duel. Now it's a 1v2 situation. All down to Jetsky. Bomb yet to be planted. He has the bomb. So he takes where the bomb will go. 1 minute and 16 left on the clock. And swing that bomb to the ace. The play here to the mid-map, rotating around the right side of this mansion. Spot him, that player. This is the shot. And there you go. Information loaded in for Peg. That should be related, and they are going to wrap around the B side for now. And Jet's still playing Search.
Yeah, it's a good rotation coming through from Jetsky. Fakes it out, forces the one and only Peg to think that it's that B bomb side, but defaults over to A. I like this. Gotta keep them guessing, and this plant is gonna give them a little few of those extra seconds to just sustain out there the battlefield, but the Krig 6 in the hands of Jetsky should be the gun of perfection. But the A bomb side, to defend all on your own, it's not easy. So hopefully Jetsky finds a tight little corner to hide himself away in, because a pincer maneuver approach by Wolves could just be that perfect solution to this one sole survivor.
Yeah, too many angles to hold here, but that bomb plant location is initial for him. That's going to be beneficial in terms of using the range to his advantage. Right now, he is staying at the warehouse. 26 seconds for Wolves. They are searching. They're trying to clear out the areas as fast as possible, and Jetsky spots that 20 seconds left. The head glitch relocates back, and now the bomb is getting tapped. One player for Wolves will be able to take him down with the trophy system. And you see Nian laughing at it. Really crude way to lose a gunfight. A trophy system taking you down.
That's why you gotta play a trophy, man. That's why you gotta play a trophy. What a play. Unintentionally by Wolves. Dunia Games, they unfortunately got caught out by that. There was an earlier trophy setup that just ended up being the saving grace towards that final round. That one nade, if had connected, could have been the difference maker for Dunia Games. But Zen and Jetsky this time round popping off. One player down on their side. Friend, it's a 4v3. Nian, what an angle. Zen gets spotted out. Double, triple shot just to take him down, but ZZX gets the info.
There's still a 3v3 situation, so the numbers are still equalized, but this play from Peg could just scoop his skill and scored in this round. The play through ZZX shutting down with 2v3, so Dunia Games has less angles to hold here, and Wolves fairly gonna have Peg on that mid-map, and they're striking right through the warehouse attack. So there will pinch play happening here, but they have the total numbers to play for the trade. King's nade is just the damage blower there for Dunia Games. Jetsky left too. He loses the gunfight, and the bomb will be defused. Wolves once again takes the lead now. 2 rounds.
Dunia Games needs to find a way to win these S&D matches to secure their spot at the playoffs. Wolves has gone down to one Garena team already in the name of Almghty. Are they going to win this S&D and lose control yet again? Will history repeat against the Garena squad? We will have to wait and see, because Wolves looks like they might just be able to pull the exact same scoreline against the one and only Dunia Games with the way things are going.
Yeah, it's like a refresher of what's against AMT here. And, you know, Wolves continues to remain with the lead. They are doing continues to find ways to counter, but this play right here right now, the mid-map is potentially, especially when you try to contest on a head glitch on the staircase. King gonna fight the 2-player advantage, and Seeking once again extends out to drop Gunzi, and this should be another round for Dunia Games unless we see a play for ZZX. But as the moment I say that, they get shot down. Wolves 5-2, 3 in a row now, AJ.
Yeah, 2 more to just wrap this match up and move on to control to annihilate Dunia Games and ruin their chances of making it through to the playoffs. The Indonesians still have an opportunity here, man. On the defense once again. Dunia Games, they rush forth towards that A bomb site, betting their lives on it, but the bomb's heading over towards B, so this is a retake position. They're going to be thrown in very early on, but Zeze gets the first blood, so advantage to the Indonesian side.
Right now, they have to play through this. You know, they just have to wait out Wolves and where they will get that bomb. But Nian, I mean, the angles that he always takes always leads to kills. Every time he plays that crosshair, it always ends it up with the kill. And Wolves, he really is the key player here in this long-range map. But Final ZX is able to create with that right-click AMR. So they still keep up with the lead. But now it's a 3v2 situation. So where is that bomb going to get put up here by Wolves? That's the main question. They're looking to play through Nian's backstab, but that won't work. And it's all down to King here, AJ.
Yep, Dunia Games, what a comeback. King, spotting out the wrong angles as AX gets caught out, but the timing's not there. Double challenge. What a play, Dunia Games. 3rd point picked up. They are still alive in this S&D matchup.
So long as continue to draw that first, to take 10 steps at Dunia Games. So tie this game to 5 rounds. So at the moment, they just have to be patient. And of course, the key here for them to win actually is try to take out Nian as fast as possible. He is always a threat out there in the lobby. So if you take him out, that increases your odds of winning the game.
Good nades from Wolves, but doesn't seem like any of them connect. And King's going straight in for the plant. So yet another retake option for Dunia Games. It's going to be a little bit pesky as Nian. His angles never fail him. Says AX down with a headshot. King sorts one out. Oh, the other. The timing's bad. King goes down because of Fran and his timing working well for the squad of Dunia Games. Can they catch yet another? Yes, he does. Wall bangs. But now double challenge. Zai from up top sorts Fran out of the equation. Jetsky and Gonzi both with a CBR4. Going up versus 4 players. They take the first one. But Jetsky's all down. Gonzi alone. 1v3.
And not much can do when you have too many angles to hold there with the clock ticking into the final 10 seconds. Now we see match point now for Wolves, and it seems like they are the better overall SND in this group. I mean, they have taken away one from AMT, and they're looking to take one away from Dunia Games. So if they do win this one, they look to have a 2-0 on the map win count, 100% win rate at the moment. And you really have to commend how Nian always deals the first blood from this series. I mean, he's always out there being a kill threat. And right now, we are seeing Zai deals the first blood against Jetsky, so 4 seconds to play for retake.
Dude, what a nade, man. Freaking nade gets a hit mark. The guy doesn't go down, and Wolves still have the advantage. If that nade had shut him down instantaneously, we might just see Dunia Games still be alive in here. But clutch round for Fran fail. 7-3. Wolves eats up Dunia Games.
Defensive performance Wolves, and the MVP, Nian, always finds in the perfect place to score a kill. And you know, the team always plays through him, and he has done the wonders for this team. I mean, I believe Silver Games every round.
Yeah, Nian's just way too good. He almost got it caught for the side of Wolves a little bit earlier on, but Dunia Games held on for their dear lives, right? We see some signs of life in them, but it just did not end their way because of how well the map was controlled and how fresh Wolves kept it, right? They didn't just focus on one of the bomb sites. They kept switching things up. They kept Dunia Games guessing. They were forcing Dunia Games to make some big bets. And every single time Dunia Games made a bet, they stacked all 5 players onto the exact same side of the map. They knew that Wolves was going to be a very big threat in this SND, and it was well called out. It's just that some of the bets that they made just didn't connect, didn't hit. And once you give that plant away to Wolves, it's really hard to retake that side away back from them. Because in the defensive position, Nian just hits way more shots than he usually does.
Yeah, I mean, the problem here is that we didn't really see the impact of the sniper when it comes to opening picks here.
Yeah.
We did see ZX pop off, but this is more with the pistol and of course the nades that he was able to use. So when you have your sniper not really shooting this sniper, it really creates a problem. Yeah. And you know, once Leon gets walls start to play through it, and it should want.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem for Dunia Games losing this SND matchup, and Control is going to be a huge challenge for them, because if you want to look at Control, yes, we talk about the spawn traps, but we also talk about the KD ratio, the KD difference that the teams usually pick up. And in match number 1 earlier on, a total team KD of 2.4 on the side of Wolves versus 2.0 on the side of Dunia Games. There you can see a little bit of statistical advantage towards the side of the Chinese team, Wolves, to pick up more eliminations over at Control later on. And we've seen their supremacy when it comes to those gunfights in SND matchup already, where there are no respawns, angles all locked down. They annihilate, man. Now, this next matchup is going to be a really, crazy mix of Hardpoint and SND in the form of Control. And with the players on the side of Wolves able to hit so many of their accurate shots, like what we saw in this SND matchup, Dunia Games has got their job cut out for them. At Raid, once again, we hop on in, and I just don't know the chances for them, because if Weibo themselves could take Dunia Games the distance in this Raid Control earlier on, I think Wolves stands a stronger chance here, Gali.
power that Wolves can pack in one map, especially in Raid, where they were able to take AMT to to 5 rounds as well.
Yeah.
You know, this team definitely can. So Dunia Games,
Yep.
it's not a matter of 100% here. We have to go way over that to actually be able to fill away this map. And you know, this coming map as well is going to decide whoever takes that number 2 spot in here.
Yeah,
If Dunia Games wins this, they take the number 2 seed. But if Wolves wins it, Dunia Games might have a rough time in here because their next matchup will be up against AMT later on at match number 6.
It's a very tough game to watch because the loser potentially goes home. The loser potentially does not make it through to the playoffs. Callie, who do you have your money on for this next matchup?
You know, I have to go with Dunia Games, and despite if one of them shines here the most at this raid map, they can take it.
Yeah, man. Garena obviously is putting its bet on Dunia Games for obvious reasons. China putting their bets on Wolves, their best representative, their number 1 team. The number 1 in China taking on the number 1 in Indonesia. What a stacked grouping we've got here for them. And this next matchup calls the difference between these two regions, calls the difference between these two teams. And Dunia Games managing to prove their worth in that number 1 matchup. But it was just way too close for comfort, man. Who has identified with a match like that in the past? You guys will know exactly how crazy it is to experience that moment in the game. 250 to 249. One elimination could have been the world of difference in that first matchup in itself, Callie.
Yeah, Dunia Games had to be saved and sanctuary by the Predator missile in the Hunter-Killer drone on the entry where Wolves was kind of contesting.
Yeah.
And, you know, we could say that in the right position, but we say that they are in luck as well because the spawns were able to be in their favor as well. They were spawning right beside, and Wolves has to walk through the long line, and of course, just to contest the hill. But, I mean, both teams fought arduously.
Yeah.
Dunia Games just played it smartly, and Wolves were just stead. But here is our team stats for the second map that we had, Search and Destroy. Wolves completely outlasting Dunia Games as we end up with 10 rounds here in over 43 for Wolves, and I believe Nian had at least 40% of the kills there, AJ.
I mean, you got to look at the time to kill on both sides, right? The efficiency on the side of Wolves clearly much better than Dunia Games because Dunia Games is hitting so many of those assists, which means whoever who's starting that engagement off is not getting the job done, and the straggler, the one who's just the lucky player right behind him, finishes the player off on the side of Wolves, which if you think about in perspective, looking at their control matchup that is coming up right next, does not look good at all for the Indonesian side.
You know, this is Nian, the MVP of the game. 15 kills, 2 MVP counts in the overall group stage at the moment. And, you know, having to accumulate 35% of the kills here at this Search and Destroy. He was always a lot of rounds and creating the difference for Wolves in the game itself. While Dunia Games had their fair share of moments, it was always Nian's that's the fire extinguisher that eliminates the flame that Dunia Games are trying to spark in the game.
This is the final matchup that we are looking forward to. Winner potentially makes it through to the playoffs alongside the one and only Lion City representing Almghty. But let's take a quick break here to hear exactly how this round went. In terms of cost.
去贴假山，
可以准备签 B2，签 B2来。
来，
我 A2 也有，
我到中梯了，我到
拉过来了。
他们家没有，他们家没有。
中梯掉一个
，1楼。
我可以下 B 包了，
你下。
B 过来吧。
A2 窗口。
没事，我能刀。
Nice，
我还想刀他呢，哥们儿，我还想刀他呢。路喷泉2个，中路喷泉2，左手 B2 楼下死角，
下死角掉了。
双拱掏过来了。
掉一个，下外罩，我帮你看外罩，我看外罩拉你的，外罩，
掉了。
Nice。
Okay. So right now, that's from we have, you know, King to be the main shot caller here for the city in the engagements that they take in the map, and it's a very dominant game where he can try every round possible. When he wasn't shut down, this team always ends up with the win.
I know, right? And that just proves to show exactly how effective Nian is out there on all of those S&D matches. And he was the game changer in that matchup against Almghty earlier on as well, where Wolves just ate them up 7-5. Nian was on fire, and that's something that you can expect out of him in these non-respawn game modes. But Control is a respawn game mode, but you've got a set number of lives. And once again, this is where Nian comes in very, very handy, locking down some of these longer angles, not really exposing himself to a lot of danger. And from what we've already determined, it doesn't seem like the sniping angle of Dunia Games is as strong as Wolves. This is going to be a problem in this upcoming matchup, Callie.
Yeah, long range is going to be a thing for the raid map itself. And Nia positioned himself at the money room or in that kitchen itself when defending the A and the B control point to, of course, anticipate the players rotating. Also used the long well to take these players down. So if we don't see ZZX try to shot this player, Dunia Games will be able to away. They have to remove Nian as possible and as much as possible.
I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that's going to be possible for the players of Dunia Games to get done. But it's going to be more than just that. It's going to be about how disciplined they are to not get overexcited, not push in for a spawn trap. Play this really carefully, especially when you're on the defense. You know, don't get too trigger happy and try to push the Wolves squad back. Because just like what we were able to see, they are capable of taking rounds away, especially when they performed against Almghty earlier on, pushing it into 5 total rounds. Wolves showed not just signs of life, but signs of dominance at raid control. So this one is going to be potentially a very close matchup. And Dunia Games, if they can survive this, will make history right here, right now.
See that when they get shot down, they immediately fall behind. It's not. The mental fortitude of this Wolves squad is on another level, and Dunia Games has to play a different level of play just to make sure they take this one. As we see, we are now down to the final map, and it decides whoever takes that number 2 spot here at match number 4. For Wolves, they have been able to take that Hacienda 7-3, and Dunia Games are able to win a close one, winning Slums at 250-49. And now, to end it all off, we hop in here as we load up the raid. Dunia Games and Wolves to determine who will be having that second spot is on in here. AJ.
Let us know your thoughts. Let us know in the comment section for Facebook and YouTube. Tell us exactly who you think is going to be able to pick up the dub and move on through to the playoffs. Is it going to be Dunia Games or Wolves? The Indonesian side putting up a fight of their lives, and Wolves, this is a fight of honor. The CDFI, you want to be able to win it for the Chinese side.
Yeah, of course, you're the number 1 squad, and it takes a lot of severe pride to actually be in the number 1 spot. But if you get taken down here, it's going to be such a shame. But you know, what we see so far in this game is that they really know how to fight. And for Dunia Games right now, they are definitely hanging in there, but their defense kind of falls behind as they also dropped 9 players in here, and Wolves are now slowly doing a lot better. They have taken control of the kitchen right now, and they have immediate access to the spawns of Dunia Games. But a good thing that Zen was able to shut him down, so we got the B control point settled here by Dunia Games, and Wolves has to rotate to the A side just to make an ingress.
Oh, crazy spawn coming out through at Garden here for player number 2, but Zai sorts him out. And that A control point on for the T's by Wolves, but the Chinese side hasn't really made much headway in the game yet. About 35 seconds to go. They do go ahead and pause the clock as they hop onto that A control point. Dunia Games stacking up one after the other, and they've got 1 quadrant stolen away already. Dunia Games needs to shut down Wolves right here, right now, or else the Chinese players are going to extend that clock a little bit uncomfortably for the Indonesian side.
Finally, they were able to shut down Zai, so that's one. Now they have the head glitch here at the basketball court, and they are a step ahead of course, taking Peg down in here, and the other players supplying the chain for Wolves right now as they continue to capture that A control point that will stop the clock. And if you're a fan, of course, Dunia Game, the best way for you to win here is reduce the clock. And that's one thing that they're trying to work on, but Wolves will be able to win this objective, and now they will extend a minute in the game. And right now, they have the number advantage, and Peg will be here once again to secure another kill. And Dunia Games has to hold on for dear life in this B control point. A minute and 11 seconds with 7 lives left.
One might argue that the B control point is a little bit easier to pull away rather than the A control point. So I don't know if or not Dunia Games has made a big mistake here. With 7 lives to go, Wolves with 13 in hand, it seems like it's going to be slightly easier for the Chinese side to get the job done. But it's all going to be dependent on Peg and his entrance in here. Gets spotted out. Zen with a couple of shots. King, grenade. If this grenade connects, then it'll just open up the right-hand side towards Laundry. Does it connect? No. Trophy's played well on the other side, but King slays Fran. That's a big kill.
Yeah, they have slowed it down, and you know that guy will be trapped in the spawns, and every time the guy spawns to the right side, they get to take him out. But the smoke now coming through, Zen and ZZX responds back with their own kill, but the damage is already done by Wolves. They're currently in the enemy spawns, and Dunia Game only has 4 lives left. But here's the catch. They have to defend for 19 more seconds, and I believe that they can do it. Wolves has to go. They have to get in there fast, and they try to wrap around the mid-map, and I believe that's the best way for them to attack. Number 4 is going to be there, but Gun's able to prevent him, and Wolves taking too long, but they managed to stay inside of the control point, and they have managed to get the kill. 7 seconds left, and Nian looking to find the kill. He aced it as well. Wolves down to the wire. They win it.
What a clutch by Nian! Then one final engagement. And Dunia Games unfortunately made that mistake. They should have committed more players on for the defense for that A control point. Instead, they chose to sit on that egg. And that egg just ended up being a spoiled one. No chick for you, baby. Wolf steals away the first round. ZZX, good God, Nate, but Jetsky traded out. It's all equal on both sides. Purifier investment. Freddy comes in for the slay. Manages to get one. Zai goes down, and Dunia Games, I don't know if that was a waste, but they are on a 2-life deficit on for the attack at the B control point.
Yeah, we're at 25-28 here. Dunia Games now on the attacking side. Nian able to streak up here real good. That's going to be a Predator missile already earned up, and is pushing way behind enemy lines, and Dunia Games are stuck to their spawns. Peg, though, will get shot down here. So Dunia Games now has a breathing point, but Wolves now dropping in the bombs. The Predator missile from Nian will be able to connect, and Jetsky gets shot down. And if you're Dunia Games, this is much inefficient game here. You know, 18 life counts, and you haven't even stuck yourself to any of the control points. This really hurts the team win rate overall, and Wolves just reading them like a book.
Peg, annihilated by the Purifier. But Patience gameplay, as you can see, Wolves has no reason whatsoever to push the boundaries and rush on into this battle. Dunia Games, on the other hand, we cannot say the same. ZZX now, Gravity, Vortex gameplay just drops the beat just a little bit, but it just wants the Wolves players from stepping onto that B control point. Now, first quadrant eaten away, the timer on a pause. This is a lot of time now for Dunia Games to make their way back into the game by adding more time onto the clock. But with a 7-life deficit, to pull that A side away is going to be quite the hustle.
Yeah, Wolves now already found a counter here. They have stuck through the mid-map already, and every time a player, they are able to shut them down, and Zai is working around the enemy spawns already, and Dunia Games are in trouble. They got their players to spawn, but every time Zai is inside, he is a threat, and he can shut these players down. 19 life count, a 10-point margin here for Wolves, and they continue to play so aggressive. The confidence is on. They're getting comfortable as well, and the control at the gym for Zai is gonna be key for them to dwindle down Dunia Games down even more. The guy gets on a 4 in a row. He is unstoppable. Dunia Games down to their final 4 life count.
Yeah, man. I mean, Wolves can thank Zai for this one. The guy is on just a roll. Jetsky finally sorts him out, but the damage has been done by Zai. Single life left for Dunia Games. This is game over, baby. Nian once again with the final nail in the coffin for both the rounds back to back.
Yeah, better offensive round here for Wolves, and of course an even better defensive side compared to what we saw from Dunia Games earlier on. So right now they need to get their acts together this map right here is important. That will determine whoever gets the second spot. And if you are doing your games, you gotta make sure you play 110% from here on out. You have to win 3 maps, 3 rounds overall just to come back and win this game. It's gonna be a total team effort. But right now, Wolves has already made their attention here. This B control point, they have taken the first segment already. They have slayed out the power position holders, and Dunia Games are in trouble.
Wolves are really good at playing control. That's the gist of both the matchups that they've played so far. They went the distance against Almghty, and now they're going to be able to rip away the victory from the cold dead hands of Dunia Games, also ruining their chances to make it through to the playoffs. But it's not all over just yet for the Indonesians, even if they do lose to Wolves, because that one match, that one round that they did win at hardpoint earlier on is going to be their saving grace. They just need to somehow find it deep down inside of them, the strength and the ability to beat down Almghty later.
Oh yeah, exactly, man. I do believe that they have the power to actually do that. And for Wolves, they just gotta make sure that they get this window. The game is not yet over, and Dunia Games are definitely doing a great job at controlling that B control point. And now that has been the shifted attention of Dunia Games. Wolves has actually rotated back to the A control point. They have 2 players playing the objective, so that's going to be a much faster time capture for this squad. And Wolves now getting locked down at this A control point. Zai showing his skills with the Purifier this time. He gets one, and he knows that the person is right beside him, so he tried to sneak away, but unfortunately the spawns of Dunia Game able to take him out. But take a look at this. The game is still closed, but Wolves has done so much progress on the objective. 2 segments in for both A and B.
4 players already at the B control point, and they win out yet another gunfight against Friend. The backstab attempt by the one and only Ming does not succeed, but they have already battled away the B control point from the hands of Dunia Games. And now 1 more remains. With 12 more lives, Wolves needs to be really efficient with this approach. They cannot lose any more lives. This will be a problem, but they do have an advantage. What a god nade coming through, and back-to-back eliminations. The players on the side of Wolves are on fire.
Right now, Wolves definitely is doing a great job, but Dunia Games is hanging in there. They just have to play on the Friend a little bit more risky, but that play there from King, that kill from Jetsky, gives them an automatic access here at the A control point. Now that they have dealt with the player in the money room as well, Peg has to only clean up the kitchen. He finds the first player, but now Zen is able to retaliate back, but the damage is already done. King dropping in the final blow as Wolves wins the series 2-1.
What a fantastic fight right back. Wolves capable of reversing out the scoreline here. And the reverse sweep is beautiful as they drop Dunia Games after a close match at hardpoint, a no question gameplay at SND, and they put the game to rest at control. 2-1 victory. But Dunia Games still has an opportunity in the final series of the day where they take on Almghty, and that matchup now becomes a do or die time for Dunia Games. So the storyline still continues, and you guys have to stick on by throughout the whole day of broadcast today.
Yeah, it's going to be a very long day for everybody. Same thing with us in here. But that win from Wolves now gives them the chance to score points. So that means with these 2 wins, they get 3 points at the moment.
Yep.
Of course, so that's going to be very useful for them. But for Dunia Games, they win 2 maps against Weibo earlier, so that they have 2 points. So if they are able to 3-0 AMT possibly, they got a good solid chance, assuming that we do see Wolves actually 3-0 Weibo earlier on, AJ. Later on, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves definitely needs to 3-0 Weibo. But if Weibo can rise up to the occasion and show us that even not just against the Garena players, but they're also able to shine against the Chinese players themselves, because this is a huge fight for your honor on the side of Weibo. Because they don't make it through. There's no way they can make it through to the playoffs, but they can still fight for their own self-respect out there on the battlefield to show that not only can they take away a match from both Almghty and Dunia Games, but the same will be said. The same can be said against Wolves as well. If that happens, that puts Wolves in a very, very sticky situation, because that just leaves them with 2 points. And if Dunia Games manages to somehow get a 2-1 victory over Almghty, we might just see Indonesia make it through.
Exactly. It's a win over the other if, if Dunia Games is able to win against AMT, it means they automatically win over Wolves.
Yeah.
Basically on the point system. Despite Wolves winning this 2-1 series, if Dunia Games does possibly do the impossible, they're gonna be...
If they take two, that's a GG, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be a GG. But looking at the player stats here, the solid, decisive victory here for Wolves. They were making much more decision as a team, and they're able to convert. And here's the thing that really surprised me the most, AJ. More often than not, Wolves were actually very aggressive in the map itself.
Yeah.
You mostly see them invading the spawns of the opponent, and you know they always send out Zai or again King out there on the spawns to slay the players, and I believe that's the problem here, and that's why Dunia Games came up with a lot of deaths every time they spawn. I mean, look at Jet Sky, 8 and 17. Take a look at Fran with 10 and 23. Not a good sight at all.
Yeah, and this is one of the points that we brought up early on in the day as well. When it comes to control, who's going to be able to spring that spawn trap and hold on to it? And Wolves clearly showed that they are capable of doing that against the best from Indonesia. That's one way they flexed over Garena, and they desperately needed that flex, man, because Almghty made that exact same flex over them. So that was just a little bit of retribution back towards the Garena team. Unfortunately for Dunia Games, they had to pay for the sins of Almghty in that matchup.
Yeah, exactly, man. And you know, here's the thing. If Weibo actually finds a way to defeat Wolves later on,
GG.
Oh my God, this is the group of death after all. So definitely looking forward to this one. Everyone is not safe at the moment. Right now, currently AMT stands at 4 points. Wolves has 3 points. Dunia Games has 3 and Weibo has 2 points. So if they can garner up at least 2 wins against Wolves, they stand at 4 points and Wolves will only have 5 points at that play. So you know, there's a lot of possibilities that can happen in this game. So again, guys, you just have to stay tuned. The day is not yet over for all the teams that's participating in today's schedule.
I am actually at a crossroads here. Okay. Because let's break that down once again, right? Because if Weibo somehow manages to battle it out against Wolves and take a two-round winner, right? They win hardpoint, and by some miracle, they win out control as well. That kind of holds down Wolves to 4 victories overall. And Dunia Games just needs to win against Almghty. That's going to make this an all-out Garena victory in order to qualify towards the playoffs. But if Wolves manages to win all 3, that will give them 6 points.
6 points.
Which means it's do or die, man. The final series of the day will determine which Garena team makes it on through to the playoffs. You have to watch both of the series after this. There's no, okay, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to walk away from broadcast for a while because it's 2 Chinese teams. If you want to find out what the odds are going to be later on, you can come up and pick up the scoreline later on. But you know, you want to see how it breaks down, man.
Yeah, you know, everybody is definitely not gonna have a good day today. And I mean, if Wolves again wins this 3-0 against Weibo, they stand at 6 points. And Dunia Games definitely has to win 3-0 just to top it all off against AMT, just to be safe. Yeah. But, you know, what a great play for Wolves here. Great bounce back after a massive loss against AMT earlier. So now the #1 team in China currently stands at the 2nd place after they defeat Dunia Games in this control game mode in a solid victory. And all that's left for them is to win against Weibo. Here it goes.
Well, a quick interview segment, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We'll sign off and catch you right after the break. And Johnny West, you were asking for a kiss. Mwah. Have a nice day, guys. We'll catch you guys later.
欢迎安仔啊，安仔的话今天也是跟 Garena 赛区2支队伍都打完了嘛，现在心情怎么样呢？
心情还是比较平静的吧，因为就是我觉得我们没有打的没有想象中那么好吧，就是我觉得我们还有很多就是能做得更好吧。
我们从总的这个胜负来说的话，就1场赢1场输嘛。看到你们在阵容当中也是有一些的变换，想问一下，这是出于什么样的考虑呢？
战术。
简单说一下吧，简单说一下。卢卡斯。
就是因为在 Garena 赛区这边赛规的话是就是拼枪多一点吧，我们就选择让西芹来，就是热点偏多一点吧。然后的话就是在我们之前那种赛规的话都是爆破偏战术的话，我们就会选择让卢卡斯来。
根据一个赛规，包括跟对手也有一定的关系嘛，也是选到了这样一套阵容，打的也是不错的。那么想问一下，第一章的热点当中，最后到底发生了什么？
就是在热点，我们当时在上一个点的情况下，相当于就是对面选择跟我们僵持嘛，然后在最后几秒的时候，对面选择就是先拉到边嘛，然后我们没拉到边，就导致这把热点输掉比赛嘛。
只能说运气稍微差了一点，真的很可惜啊。那么来到了第二章的庄园，也是你们主动选择到这一张爆破嘛？因为庄园这张图好像 Garena 赛区那边ban掉会比较多，你们是为什么会选到这张图打爆破呢？
因为我觉得就是 Garena 赛区那边的爆破吧，不如咱们国内的爆破吧。就是我们的战术肯定会比他们好一点嘛。我觉得就是选择用庄园来击碎他们吧。
说到这一点，因为今天跟 AMT 和 DG 打的都是庄园这张图，你觉得这两支队伍的风格是什么样的？或者说他们哪些模式会比较厉害一些呢？
就比如说 AMT 的话，他就是求稳一点吧，他就是当老六吧。DG 的话就有点偏正面男孩的吧，都他们。
那你觉得哪支队伍对你们来说威胁会比较大一些呢？
我觉得的话就是 DG 会高一点吧 ，AMT 的话就是稍微我们只要改变一下，基本就是可以能赢的。
可以能赢的。那么现在的话，你们还剩最后一场比赛了吗？有什么话想对支持狼队的粉丝说的吗？
就是感谢一直以来支持我们的粉丝们吧，然后我们不会让你们失望的。
不会让你们失望的，也希望能够在之后的也就下周的比赛当中再次见到狼队一个身影嘛。也是感谢安仔来到赛后采访信，感谢你接受我的采访，辛苦了。那我们稍事休息，期待一下下一场比赛吧。
WBC Free Slot battling against NGU Esports Gallery for WBC Free Slot.
And not only that, so they really know what to do in here. They study up this game. Look at the way that they have been able to control this match. Now, they're going to continue to contest it. Now pushing up inside the point and spot the clear on the barrels. They'll not be able to find it over. So actually taking the guitar, more into that.
Explanation on that, and they're going for the takedown. And now he was able to take the black and low too deep. The backup is in there. Olsen is looking at pretty much the same from what we've seen for the first round.
Yeah, another help them actually. The damage is already done. And the same thing that WBC has been doing, is trying to keep are about to go down here at group stage number 2.
Far away, 28 seconds, still a lot to contest for, but the players of
down Blackness International, working to have a great setup and a money hill involved.
P5 already, now Smarter Mega can go in for those rotations and focus on controlling that laundry side. And as you can see, 2 players pushing up already in run time. Look at WDC, overextending into its donuts. But obviously, we won't expect...
Attack into.
He needs to realize this. The position's held on, eliminating the biggest problem out there. Just a little bit risky. Just depending on the backup by the
next spawn trap enabled, but it's a good thing that Omega was able to defuse the situation. But
just be so equal on the side of the between punish the players. But manages to securing off those markers as we speak. A 1 life deficit for Smarter Mega, and just a little bit of a marker placed on. Dunia Games tally it off. The players are weighed out in a match of S&D this time. Swooping down like a bird of prey, and will be able to manage to grab it. Already taking the lead as well as control of this moving in there towards Gorilla Base. But the rotation of Dunia Games is showing overkill for me. That might have just been a big mistake from the Indonesian side. And now, as the Goliath heads on over, he'll be rotating around long from the side of Facet. Especially by a guy named Whoopi, as I say that Zen gets drawn. Oh, Mistro. But that stun is not going to affect them too much at all. Candy has a great angle, punishes Jet Sky, whereas Frank is taken out. The opponents, great opportunity. Takes out 1 from Laundry side. 1 finds it already, but it's just a single mark. Dunia Games really very scrappy control point as well. 2 markers taken out of the equation, but XS1 Goliath on the standby for the B flag. Yeah, but the A flag now on for the bull.
show in here. First game of the day, group stage day 4.
Backs away slowly, wins the big gunfight. Fantastic play. Dunia Games, they managed to hold on to this there. WDC Freeze Rock is moving into this game.
A little time, but Leia will be in there as well. Perfect uses for Dunia Games, but take a look at the spawns in here right now, the Fountains. Bottom left side of that minimap, they are going to
be ground, so they still have this advantage here.
It's going to be very crucial. 2 players are making their way, and now we're on the flank. Gets one. What will the trades coming through? C1 with the first blood. Engagements are just being won over by C1. Back and forth.
The B control point almost completed already, able to take this away from the Indonesians, man. They're just controlling this map and running circles around the side players.
What is up? Welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitationals 2022. You are watching the hottest Call of Duty Mobile action in Asia, and we've had a lot of wins and surprises so far, and there's still a lot for us in store today. And of course, every team right now is in no man's land. It will all be decided on this final 2 games, but before all that, we are going to see Wolves and of course Weibo be in action.
Yep, and it's too big. It's too big of a matchup here for my liking here. We're talking about 2 CDM teams battling each other here, but if we're ever going to be distincting the whole personalities here or overall the statement or the situation that they have here in this competition, the Wolves is titled to be the best team in the China region right now, and the Team Weibo, they're at the very bottom here, Callie.
So there's a lot of disparity here and of course skill gap as well. But one thing that we've seen so far from Team Weibo is their constant improvements over the games that they have played. And although they only currently stand at 2 map wins, if they can win 2 maps in here and score 4 points, they might as well disrupt the chances of Wolves playing in the playoffs.
And which is actually quite possible here, you know. They were able to pull up a shocker onto Search and Destroy up against their early predecessor as well. And coming along there up against Dunia Games, Control was just too close for comfort. But then again, said and done there. Just bringing back the whole history, Almghty lost up against Team Weibo here. So I don't know, man. This could really go both ways. I mean, until the very end, we were really putting up a lot of factors for one team here, but it didn't really matter as we saw, as we just keep on seeing the results. It's completely different from our perceptions.
Wolves definitely coming to this game will be having better respawn games. And what we did see from them as they were able to hang up against AMT and Dunia Games, specifically in Control and of course in the hardpoint. I mean, taking a look at Weibo, who struggled against Dunia Games in hardpoint slums, it's not really a good side at all. It's not promising for them. So if they do want to, of course, make a mark in here and not place 4th, they have to win everything against Wolves. But taking a look at everything here realistically, the team that they're going up against with, they have played them over and over again since the start of 2022. In China Masters, Weibo barely got any wins at all. They always place at the very bottom. And Wolves, despite starting this China Masters Season 1 placing 5th and 6th, this team has been totally on a climb from 2nd place to 1st place and being the champions of the China Masters Season 4 Championship, and being able to deploy and overperform the boys of Q9 really says a lot about what this team can do. And not to mention, Wharton, Lucas is not even playing in this team. They are heavily relying on Zai and of course DM to do all the work for them here at Respawns.
You know, I found the call a little bit late on Lucas not playing here, as the comment section down below in the YouTube comment section, we're like, where's Lucas? Where's Lucas? We want to see Lucas play out, as it's just much better to see him up in the board here with a team. But overall, if we're going to be talking about the history here, I'm going to be siding for the side of Team Weibo here, not because they have the better odds of winning this one out. Max actually totally the opposite here. Team Weibo, the last time that they won up against the CDM team in the bigger stages of the competition was dating back in the China Masters 2022 Season 4 Stage 3 up against the Kinzone. But till then, it all had to reach to game number 5. And you know exactly the differences of Kinzone and our boys with Wolves. It's still a little bit of a level apart here, so it's really a big factor here for them to put this one up in the board here in this competition up against the Wolves. It's just a matter of questioning as well, can they really put up the 2 maps that they need to advance to the next stage of the competition?
This is the hard part for them, honestly. You know, this Weibo squad have gone up against Wolves and they have barely won anything at all. And that's the alarming part. And you know what Wolves can do here is just treat it like another China Masters game, and of course dominate this squad. But I don't know. You know, I'm waiting for surprises and I believe Weibo can get one in here. One huge map win could just disrupt the entirety of this schedule, and the group of death, you know, remains to be so shaken up. But Wolves and Weibo are about to take their best of 3 series, and it matters what bans are you gonna do in your maps and the operator skills. You can see Zayat there with a little bit of a hold up, so you can look at that camera as well. They are definitely cool, they're definitely prepared, and honestly for Wolves, they have everything in their favor.
There's a lot of emotions here up high in this competition here. Wolves up against Team Weibo. Only one team will rise, one team may fall, 2 for the overall bracket may rise, 2 may fall. Too much emotion for me to bear here, Callie. But now here we go. We're now moving over to our bans and picks here. Run it down.
Right, here we go. Wolves will be banning the takeoff and of course raid map. So no more control raid we are going to see today. I believe that's the best map ban for them because Weibo has continuously let all the Garena teams struggle on that control raid. So with that said and done, that will be the highlight of the map bans and picks. And we're headed through map number 1, a map pick by Weibo, and they totally play through their opponent's weakness. They know that they may be able to slay Wolves in here. Why? Slums definitely will be having a lot of more one-sided hard points, so they can really total up the odds in here. And now here we go to determine who might be able to claim that number 1 or that number 2 spot. Wolves versus Weibo. Can we see some reactions? Can we see some surprises headed onto this game as we kick-start it all up? The first 10 seconds gonna be in the hands of Wolves.
Yep, gonna be handed for the side of Wolves here. Weibo here, Team Weibo, they look for this break here on towards the bottom end of the hard point. Talking about Ramble it is, but till then it's gonna be a hard call. Here's power positions just so well done for the side of Team Wolves. But in the process here, Team Weibo, they look to respond back in terms of wrapping around here on towards the right side of the minimap, and that's exactly securing the rotations here on towards B2. A very open hill here on towards B1. Very convincing, well done for side of Team Wolves.
You would think you have the best lapses here, but you know, a tiny lapse in decision making from Weibo really costed them the attacks here at this P1. But they are gonna have some good news, they may have some bad news. The bad news is they don't have that scrap time. The good news is they are in with the early rotation, and you know, Wolves doesn't really have anything that can help them break the spawns. They don't have the operators, but they do have a score streak, and that should just decimate 2 players, and that's the reason why you need trophy systems to be put in if you are the anchor. But well, enough for Weibo, they still remain alive, and they are live and kicking at this hardwood, but they're really able to step inside the hill at the moment. But now that they do, Wolves is in there for the prowl.
Yeah, they're on the prowl here. They do try to find this break here on towards both entrances here on towards the front side. But till then, it's going to be a hard run here if ever they don't use their smokes here up in the board. But till then, I mean, they do rely on their mechanical aim, and they actually break the hill here. I mean, the power positions remains useless over the side of Team Weibo if they can't get the influence inside the hill. Only player remaining here around the parameter is going to be Mang here. Gets himself in contact here, but he still remains alive. Until then, still sabotaging the odds of the spawns going for the side of Team Wolves. But till then, there's a lot of investments, a lot of energy being put up here for Team Weibo, but not a lot of points for Cali.
Yeah, the next move should be in the hands of Weibo here. They may have to scrap them, but they have to move in very fast, and they will be moving in very smartly here. 2 players making around their way to the bricks, but Nian will be there to shut them down one at a time. I mean, one more up front, but Ting Feng finally shuts him down. But that delays the play from Weibo, and of course their chance of trying to break the fountain spawns. And now King on another acute corner gets another 2 Ps. Wolves is just frying the competition. They open up this P3 rotation with the kills and of course the hard point as well. And now it's time to bring in the big guns. Nian will be finding one player, but his team is gonna pick up all of them kills. 36-77, and it's looking like another potential monohill for Wolves as they continue to ravage every player they see.
Oh, it definitely is a money hill for the side of Wolves. I mean, they're just playing in every off angle there is in this competition of the map of Slums here. And just like that, man, there's just no way to be found here for the side of Team Weibo. Every little bit of factor that they showcase here, it just gets shut down for the side of Team Wolves. Last 20 points here in this very hill. The Wolves looking quite selfish, looking quite bleak, enough for them to just deny this one out. Until then, Team Weibo, no sense of life at all here on towards this speed tree. Approaching on to P4 here, Cali. Looking like Team Weibo, they do have the option here to just head on to next. They have every power position that they have to get the spawns rocking for them, but they need to double it down in terms of the gunfight department.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, take a look at the kill line right now. Qming's got 8, Ting Feng is 6, Hui with 4, Meng with 7. And you know, taking a look at the other side, they have 4 players already in double-digit kills and fast approaching the 20 kill mark. And the kills just really weighs down on Weibo right now. But they're definitely having a good job at holding this P4 rotation. This is definitely one-sided, and Meng is doing a great job holding down the ground on that fountains, but somehow he gets shot down. And number 4 in the end is trying to wrap around the laundries to try to take this away from Weibo. But at the moment that they are successful, we are still seeing Weibo claim all the time, and Wolves are pushing away too late now at this point. The final 20 seconds definitely being claimed by Weibo.
This is exactly where Team Weibo was able to shine up against Dunia Games earlier, exactly at P4. But then again, there was one point that I put up there on the rest Dunia Games and Team Weibo was that they need to win more hills except for just P4. You have to get P1, 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 P2, P3. Until then, you maybe could really showcase a different type of fight. Till then, one money hill is all what they need to bounce back on towards this game. But if ever they don't just change the pad and double it down here on towards P1, we're just going to be seeing them play chase until the very end of the game. Here we go, back to the reset now. Here we go, back to P1. Until then, as we can see, just the same pad remains. Wolves just takes the hard point.
Yeah, Wolves, they are definitely swarming that mid-map, but they actually let go of the P2 rotation. So that should be Weibo's time now to actually find ways to remove this Wolves squad from getting all the time. They definitely have the favorable spawns now, but they just completely lose gunfights one after the other. And every time a player falls for Weibo, it makes the push and of course the break on the hard point much more difficult. Wolves now finally has regained back control of the P2 spawns, and they're claiming the scrap time in here as well. A total team effort, that's what you want to see in a team. And CDM Wolves just continues to slay Weibo.
I mean, I think the priorities here for Team Weibo is just too far apart from my liking, you know. I think that they really have to just focus on contesting the hill first, till then settle for the next rotation as well. Because, you know, the first phase on towards B1, we've seen this twice already. They don't really head on to the contestment, not just yet. They tried to settle for P2, which there's just so much time for Team Wolves to just take away in that very matchup. So here we go, approaching on to P2 now. We did see the early rotation for the side of Team Weibo, but we are seeing them nowhere to be found here on P2.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo just definitely having a rough time in here. Weibo, they just automatically get shot down once we see Wolves in their line of sight. And you know what? King is doing the anchor work in here, and we are seeing some counters made here by Weibo, but that's not enough. King is there at an off angle, and Weibo gets killed there more often than not. So right now, Wolves is definitely claiming the time. They have 181 points already, and with all these final 15 seconds, that should be 210 points under their belt as this hard point ends. But at the moment, they are also trying to change that P2 rotation to P3 as well. And as they are able to shut down all the players coming through the Sanctuary, that's just more damage just being dealt, and Weibo getting shot down one at a time. Wolves only needing 50 more points, and Weibo looking like a 100-point club here.
I mean, just looking at the whole energy of the game here, this is just a shutdown. I mean, it's looking to be a very unwinnable game here for the side of Team Weibo, especially as we have never seen the lead or the tempo switch back to their side here. Talking about P4 now, it's a complete lockdown here for the side of Team Wolves. You gotta play around the perimeter, 2 players inside the hill, 2 players anchoring from the back end, and it's just a done deal here, in my opinion here, Cali. No sense of contestment at all being shown here for Team Weibo. They do try to make this wrap around here on towards P4, but it's not gonna matter. You gotta mark your head against the hill itself for you to prolong the game. 15 more points to claim, and guess what? There's still 20 more points to claim in this very hard point.
Yeah, Wolves now just successfully claims the first 30 seconds, make that 40 as well. 5 more points for it to win. The bomb could just seal it there. 3, 2, 1. Wolves takes it against Weibo, a commanding victory, and Weibo gets a free 100-point club, free membership access.
And that's just a free win for them. I mean, as much as I hate to say it, it's basically a free win for them. No sense of fight whatsoever was found there for the set of Team Weibo. Then again, we did call that Hardpoint would be leaning towards the fact that Team Wolves will be able to just take this one out by a storm, but I wasn't expecting it to fall that way. I mean, up against Dunia Games earlier, Team Weibo was able to put it up until like 160 points, but this right here, not even 100-point mark, it's just too devastating for me, man.
Yeah, such a solid statement here made by Wolves, although they lost against Dunia Games. This win right here now finally gives him a map win in a hardpoint game. You know, after all the 3 maps that they have played, they currently now stand at the 1 map win and 2 map lose, and that overall will give them an overall win rate percentage of 33%. I'll take that any day though, because right now they are being able to actually climb their way up. Earlier, they have 3 points, but with this victory against Weibo, they now have 4 points. So they are automatically tied with Almghty right now, and they seem to push through the #1 spot here. If they do get this 2 wins up ahead against Weibo.
It's easier said than done. I mean, both ends of the spectrum here showcase their resilience in search and destroy. One team gets, Wolves can get a win in S&D. Same goes for this. And it's both CDM teams, as we would love to call it out, and we don't really know how this one's going to get played out. But we know for a fact the big brothers here in this very game of Hardpoint just absolutely dominated. 75 kills for the side of Team Weibo, 144 for the side of Team Wolves. That's doubling it down big time, my guy.
69-point difference on that kill department. And of course, that kill time is even 3 times the amount of what Wolves has. The 3 times what Wolves has against Weibo. 1:32 for Weibo, 4:11 for Wolves, and a strong performance we have here for this squad right now. They definitely have the momentum after that fresh victory from Dunia Games, as they're able to win the S&D, of course, the control round as well. But after winning the first Hardpoint game, it's such a good breather for them. And in this team stats, they just dominated every sort of score. And now looking at the player stats after that disappointing win, after the disappointing loss here for Weibo, their KDs doesn't really help them at all. Everybody's got a negative KD, and take a look at the boys of Wolves. They have 3 players with 2-point plus KD ratio, and to top it all off, they have 2 players with 30 plus kills, and one almost having 1 point up header with 30 kills. But it all boils down to the key player for them. It's Nian. He's coming to Christmas, and 37 kills at this game definitely is the MVP, and his total MVP count right now is 3. More often than not, this guy's impact on S&D is clearly felt, but he showed that he is not just an S&D player. We know now that the impact of this guy on respawns are definitely gonna be key as well, and Wolves now are definitely hot.
They're definitely hot here, looking to be one of the most promising teams here in this competition. Just talking about the whole storyline here between how the energy was in Hardpoint for the Team Weibo. But this
白车没有卡人，白车没有卡人的。
屋了，番茄位进小屋了。
小屋。
小屋我在，小屋我在。
穿墙了。
我在链接，编我的。
我被白了。
编我的。
帮你杀完了。
nice， 你们走。
你们往后缩。OK。
我走了。
我踩完点，我把点踩了。
田里死了。
掉了。
右边掉。
红车还有。
帮忙踩下点。
中和还有两个是按着。
掉。
牛逼。圆盘被闪了。
炸一波。
我圆盘放了。
他们都在小屋门口有防爆。
nice。
哎，中坑。
掉了。
我有空对地，踩点就你。
nice。
That's just a wrap right there. It's so intense to hear it out here, Cali. And I can't wait to see how the communications will be on Research and Destroy as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time actually that we saw Wolves communicate, that listen in. It's the first time we actually see them communicate in Hardpoint. And I mean, that huge lead actually made them more calmer. So compare that to what we saw earlier from that S&D. This one's much more calmer because the game that they have against Dunia Games was kind of more intense. So with all that you said, great start here for Wolves. Weibo definitely is looking like a team that is waking their exit here for the playoff spot as they continue to struggle. And now we go to the best game mode yet of Wolves. They currently stand at 2 map wins at Hacienda, 100% win rate, currently unstoppable in the map itself. We want to take a look at Weibo. Definitely has a 2 map win rate as well, a 1-1 win rate here. So this was a 50%, by the way. They definitely have a chance, but the performance from Wolves so far against the 2 Garena teams are very impressive.
Yeah, very impressive here. But we know for a fact that Team Weibo did play against a team that was playing by the heart so much, aka up against Dunia Games. They were able to put up a stormy fight there on Search and Destroy. I mean, we know for a fact as well that Dunia Games is not really one of the most promising teams out there in the competition in terms of S&D. But till then, a win is a win, and it was a convincing win there for Team Weibo. Statistics-wise, yeah, for sure, Wolves, they have it much promising, especially when you get players like Nian popping off. But for Team Weibo, they were able to showcase themselves as well here on S&D. It's just a matter of time now. Will it be enough up against their big brothers, Wolves?
I mean, these guys are on another level. I mean, we get it. Weibo was able to defeat Dunia Games earlier, but doesn't remove the fact that Wolves has defeated the 2 teams that they have played already in a solid manner. But this time for Weibo, they get to pick the map and they will be choosing standoff as their place to duel it out against Wolves. So again, standoff definitely has a lot of jump shots, also acute angles that the snipers can use, where Nian actually can shine the most. And you know what? For Wolves, Nian reminds me so much of the player of WPM Low Kings. I mean, he plays more of like Luffy. Once he gets tricking, he gets really, really hot, and you can't really stop him at all. But now here we go. Wolves and Weibo starting to kick things off here at Search and Destroy S&D. First round, the attacking side will be Wolves this time. How are they going to put it on? It seems like they are waiting for the first blood. I mean, Nian going to be the player to watch here.
Yeah, gonna be the player to watch here. And just overlooking at the maps and picks here, there's a reason why the Team Wolves picked Slums, because they know for a fact that, Team Weibo is gonna be slacking off on this one. Here, same goes for Team Weibo. They played astronomically well here on towards Stand Up Search and Destroy. So it wouldn't be no surprise if ever they can put through and put up a board here inside this game.
Wow.
So far, the first 3 casualties here being won over by the side of Team Wolves. Team Weibo, Q-Ming, Meng left alone in a 2v5 situation here, and they're getting circled around by Team Wolves.
Yeah, Zai here, another slay, back with the help. Zai extends out, confirms it. Q-Ming. A very hot start here for Wolves. First was the pistol kill from Nian, and the double for the opener at that A-bomb side. As they get that bomb plant, they get comfortable that fast, and they adapting on the situation. Wolves was on another level at that round. Let's see though, if they're going to be consistent with it. Smoke's coming through at the tunnels. King will be here at this A side, and the defenders are actually giving a pre-plant in here, looking to play for a 5v5 retake. This could be a first. The bomb now officially in, and now the nade comes through. Man gets shot down. Peg on the corner. A cute one it is, and he finds one dancing around. He's gonna get shot down, but Wolves still has the number. But seeing Feng now pulls the trigger. He gets shot down in there by Nian. Nice play, and Zai once again gets the final blow.
Gets the final blow and serves another round here for the set of Team Wolves, Team Weibo. The same intentions as we saw there on the first round, man. Just playing quite passively. Just wait for the initiations of Wolves. Until then, they do try to get the retake. But one thing that I really see commonly now in this competition is that there's so many nade kills. Very little we see the trophy being in use now, and that's something that they gotta double it down. You do see the trophy right there on towards the grannies. But overall, look at how aggressive Weibo is playing this one out. He already pushing here on towards his mid lane. Spots down 1. The information is right there. The bomb is dropped as well. He doesn't need to push. I mean, the numbers is on towards them. Until then, he gets punished down. Trade-offs here back and forth. It's a 3v3.
Yeah, Xing Feng though on a very good spot here. The bomb is shot at the broken wall, but Wolves also trying to counter. They got Peg sent out at the back, and that Brig 6 just melts away Q-Ming. The 2v2 situation here. And Float kind of very close to proximity up against Zai, who currently wields a pistol. He finds the player, has to back away. Now he brought in the pistol. The 50G is going to be looking at the close range, but he sadly gets shot down there. Ting Feng shot down Zai, all down to Peg. A 1v2 situation, a minute left. Has to pick up that bomb as well. And, you know, this is the best way for him. I think he can clutch this one. There's the two players really is having a bad start in the first 2 rounds. So Peg, if he can play his cards right, could clutch this. He finds the first player down to low HP. He hunts him down. The trade is gonna come through. He worries about the player. The mid map, he gets annihilated. Weibo wins the 3rd round.
Wins the 3rd round, cuts up the streak here for the side of Team Wolves. Exactly what you'd want to see, especially if you want to stop down the momentum of Wolves here. And I don't really think that they have to change things up, aside from the fact that maybe take things just a little bit slower here for the set of Hubi. I mean, yeah, for sure you got the kill, and that could be one factor in why they won that round, but playing aggressively, fire with fire up against Wolves is not really the brightest of choice in my opinion here. But an open site here for the A-bomb site will begin for the set of Team Wolves, and it's going to be an early 5v5 retake.
An open plan as well, so they could defend that bomb site on the boxes, but Hubi now, and again, very good at opening it up for Weibo, so he could be the key here to disrupt this play. Good 2Ps there, extending out the bakeries this time. He could spot one more at the platform, but unfortunately, he gets sadly decimated. And Weibo now still got a number advantage. They just have to play this one correctly. He knows that there's a player there, but he gets shot down from a 1v1. We got Zai kicking it out. One has to move away here, and the shorty ends it on the close range. Wolves from a 2v4 to winning that round. Talk about resiliency.
Resilience is truly the word here, Cali, and it's just getting much better and better here as the time goes by here for the set of Wolves. Team Weibo, they did a lot, they tried a lot, it was too close for comfort, and guess what? Surely bit them back. Here we go, round number 4, opening up. This time around, Wolves are playing around grannies, and so far the casualties here is just being won by them. Nian takes them away. Players now getting back off here on towards the grannies, and they are quite scared. And coming again, another informational take here for a set of Wolves. The A bomb side is clear.
And that's just the first kill per team, by the way. A great track on that wall back on plan as well. Ting Ping will be able to take down Nian on the kill feed, and now it's an equal 3v3, but that moment from Zai, that huge play there at the platform, gets him this kill against Meng. But at the moment, it's a relatively close game, and Weibo is trying to find a way to play this retake perfectly. It looks like they're trying to isolate, so 1v1s are gonna happen at this point, and Meng wins one against King. They just only have to worry about Ting, who's gonna have only 1 kill, and that's going to be Ting Feng, being able to take down Ting as well there. And that's going to be a solid round for Weibo. They isolated the players, played the 1v1s perfectly, and they take this round. And I mean, you know, there's a reason why this is the map pick of Weibo, and now they are showing their fangs. I love it, man.
I love it a lot. It's a very close game here. Might be bound to be down to the wire. Till then, the Wolves is still on the lead, and they still haven't given the side of Weibo not just yet. Early casualties here, quite a lot of aggression for both ends of the spectrum. Nian will take down Team Ming, Float will take down one as well. Until then, a lot of assertion here on towards Grannies will be put up to the place, and look at how aggressive the defense here is being showcased for a set of Weibo.
Yeah, right now, look at this. Float being able to extend out at that, though. L-wall, they really know how to play it aggressively, and they also calculated, but one small mistake led to an error, and Nian was able to pick them up. Now a 2v3 situation. And, you know, for Wolves as the attacker, they have to pick this bomb up, which is located at L-wall, and Float is there to kind of patrol and, of course, keep these players up from getting it, but Nian! And only a tiny peek, and only a small angle, he managed to still get it through. And now it's all down to Meng with that SKS. He finds the first player, has to relocate. The first player has been successfully taken down, but he gets to turn his back around in a bad situation. And Wolves once again picks up on it. And again, every time we see a round opens up, Nian always makes a difference.
Always makes a difference here. I mean, I love the call that you did earlier there, Callie. I mean, Nian is really one of the best players to watch out here for a set of Wolves, but you know, in terms of overall putting up the big impact here, Zai has 11 kills under his name, and he can make it some more here, especially if he can win this contact here on towards the A bomb side, which is clearly not being found here. Looking like he's going to be playing around the back ends of the map itself. Till then, Team Weibo, they're down by 2 players. It's now a 3v5 situation here with the bomb stock on towards the A bomb side.
Yeah, Ting Feng here has to work it properly. Same with Ping, who currently has the sniper. they have to remove the player in that bomb site, which is going to be Peg. And right now, they are not going to be in the most absolute place possible to get this advantage, but that lovely pick from Q Ming to spot King on that barrels. Perfectly timed kill. Now that puts them to only one more to equal his number. But Nian on the L wall. Again, every time this guy puts a crosshair on it, he always finds the perfect timing to get the kill. And now, Weibo down to their final player in Q Ming. 4 players left, or then 4 players left for Wolves, and Weibo, Q Ming, is to find a way to deal with all of them.
1v4 situation. He's getting tracked down by the player of Wolves. His Peg will serve the final blow to take him out of the equation. And the lead just still continues for the side of Wolves. Team Weibo. I think one thing that they really have to fix on is that decision right there to just leave the bomb roaming, the bomber roaming there on towards the A bomb site. They're too far apart. They need to play more cohesively as a team. And maybe till then, they can rock this game. Look at this. The bomber just going aggressive inside the bomb site alone. He gets taken down. It's just a GG well played.
And there you go. The bomb gets dropped here. Weibo has to pick it up. And Wolves now already on the flank. Peng now being able to shut one player down. Make that at 2 as Float will automatically get sent to the next round. Ting Feng, the last player standing, getting hunted by Zai. The Slayer of Wolves just gets the prey.
Just gets the prey, and really, Team Weibo, this is not how they played up against Dunia Games. They're playing so tactlessly now, so uncoordinated, and they're just basically accepting their fate as Team Wolves, aka their big brother, is just gonna take the series out. 2-6 now. The match point advantage it is, and we can't just expect nothing but aggression now for the side of Team Wolves as they have asserted their dominance.
Yeah, Zai there, 15th kill for the game. Rotating around the mid-map, he gets spotted here by Float. Great angle there as he shuts one down. Hui now opening on, but unfortunately will not get the best out of that guy. It's a 3v3 situation, and Float still continues to be in the same way. And now we're seeing some changes at Wolves. They have sent out one player to rotate back while Float continues to be the damage dealer. He proves to create a lot of plays. But the counter here for Weibo is actually playing the mid-map. But the problem is, they don't have that bomb. And I think Nian knows what's happening here. So he's going to wait it out and wait for the players to make a move. But Meng shuts down King. And that should be it. Wolves, Nian, waiting for that guy to pick that bomb up. He pulls the trigger. Misses the first 2 shots. One more to complete the kill. And there it is. A 1v2 now. He is playing for that sniper. And of course, the bomb as well. Lovely shot against Float. The 1v1 situation. And earlier on today, he had a 1v4 up against AMT. And is looking to get one more highlight here up against Weibo as he continues to wait here for Meng to pick it up. The clock is ticking, under 30 seconds left here. And Nia now spots him with the pistol. He rotates so aggressive. The guy doesn't know that he's here. And he ends it. Wolves once again continues the dominance on the S&D. 100% win rate to end their S&Ds in the schedule.
And that's going to be them securing their slot in the playoffs there, Cali. I mean, it's just so much promising now. I think it's just a done deal here for the side of Team Weibo. But for the side of Team Wolves, they're happy, man. They got what they wanted, and they rightfully serve it with their little brother, Team Weibo. Now, this is it. I mean, it all comes down to the pride now. Are they going to go down 3-0 out of this competition, or are they going to show a fight here in control?
And with this victory right here that we have for Wolves, that automatically puts them at the top now. 5 map wins for them. So you really have to appreciate the team and, of course, their resilience to come right back at you. And I expected a lot from Weibo because of their resurgence after a loss from AMT. They managed to steal the control game mode. And of course, from Dunia Games, they were able to take up the search and destroy. But here at this all CDM matchup, they totally are outclassed. And now we see the reason why Wolves is one of the best teams. Well, it's one of the, the top tier teams in the CDM region. The #1 team right now in China, looking to claim that #1 spot away from AMT right now.
It's bound to happen here. I mean, in terms of like Almghty, losing the grasp right there. I mean, keep in mind, they still have to go against Dunia Games, and which is obviously not going to be an easy factor overall. But just segueing back here on towards the series between Wolves and Team Weibo. Oh, man. I just hate to see it, man. But Team Weibo, that's how harshly they're going to go down in this series overall. Losing Hardpoint in a drastic manner, I was really hoping that maybe Search and Destroy, maybe they could show a little bit more of a fight, but clearly Wolves, they say no.
Exactly. And, for Weibo, they'll have a chance to actually disrupt the chances of Wolves from winning this game. And if they take this control, they might just be able to stop this team and, of course, give them that 5 map wins in total. But the problem here is it's going to be relatively tight after that happens. Realistically looking at it, I believe Weibo doesn't stand a chance after what Wolves did earlier up against Dunia Games on Dead Control. But for now, looking at the team stats, Wolves just dominates the entire scoreboard. Everything is in their favor. And looking at the player stats, take a look at the Slayer, Zai. He always hunts down the prey, gets a 5.0 KD, and if I'm not mistaken, that's the highest KD in S&D that we currently have.
Man's just playing respawns in S&D, as we would love to call it in the Garena region here, Cali. It's just too much to bear with here for the set of Team Weibo. For the set of Team Weibo, it's just a negative. I mean, if we're going to be nitpicking for a set of Wolves, we can talk about X King and just King here on the 0.5 KD. But if you have a player, if you have a teammate like Zai just balling out and blazing hot like this, you don't really have to play.
Yeah, I mean, they just played through him. Even though Sing and King is actually on a negative KD, the performance from Zai, the MVP of this S&D, is more than enough. And to just see that he only has 2 MVP counts just says a lot about what this team really has to offer. And I mean, he only has 2, so that means Dian's got 3, and they're kind of just switching back and forth. The depth of this team goes way up above of what we have from Weibo. And the average ADR that this guy has was 94.78. But right now, as Wolves confirms this victory against Weibo, they automatically is the #1 spot. They win 1 more, they will be landing that 6-0 in the 6 map wins, the 3 map loss in this game. And well, I really love what I'm seeing from Wolves, man. They just continue to slay, and every time we hop on an S&D, they always find ways to make it so interesting and entertaining.
Yep, so entertaining here. I was hearing a lot of questions earlier. What if Wolves won't make it to the playoffs? Nope, it's truly gonna happen. Wolves will make it to the playoffs. But before we head over to Control, let's have a listen into Search and Destroy.
拿头掉了，矿里掉了没？掉了。
就点逼到。
清风嘛，我们矿里有人被你打掉了。
我逼到往前走了。
我就刚刚宰了。
掉。
哎呦，这么
矿里有人被天打掉了。
没，我刚说了，矿里有一个，我打的是南瓜头的那个。
没事。
跳了个击杀出来。
凤年你不敢，我来。OK。保我，让你见识。我帮你，来走。没烟。没烟。忘带了，说实话。我有点不太敢打了，给我点时间。别慌，找个角落，来回 pick 他。
我也感觉。
飞下去，对。真没想到。真没想到。
Well, they were having a lot of fun there, Callie. I mean, I don't know if you're on the same page with me, but they sounded like they were having so much fun.
Yeah, Zai was like, I want this kill, but but Nian ended up with the final moment, a 1v3 to win the game. Definitely a fascinating way to end the series, and of course a game mode itself. And now we are down to the final game mode, and if Weibo will be able to win this, they will stop the streak of Wolves and cut them down and end their series here with 5 points. But at the current pace that we see from Wolves at the moment, they're looking to get that 3-0, and they want that #1 spot ahead of AMT.
Yep, they really do. I mean, after all, one statement that I did, if I'm recalling here, I think Wolves really made a statement whether who's going to be a much bigger threat. Is it going to be AMT or Dunia Games? And with Wolves putting up a big statement here, which is quite interesting. They said DG more, Dunia Games more, because they do know how to play around Almghty. It's just a matter of adjusting to their playstyle.
Now, here we go. CDFI 2022. Wolves currently on a mission to get the #1 spot away from AMT, as they currently stand at least 1-1 on this Control. They have a 50% win rate, but it's clearly a lot better when they play up against, Dunia Games, but they lost the one series against AMT earlier where it had to go to 5 rounds, but overall they put up a pretty great fight. And for the first time here today, we are going to see a different map, which is going to be firing range this time. It's a fresh sight to see. I mean, overall, the teams have been spamming that raid, trying to find counters for the team that actually played before them, and of course, using it to their advantage. And, you know, for Wolves, a very smart way for them to actually play this firing range because they banned that raid, so that means it won't be played here at this line of 3 maps that we have. So, to get a quick recap, Slums 250-90 victory for Wolves, a 7-3 victory on that standout part, search and destroy, and now we're loading in at firing range and we are good to go. Nian making it look like an S&D, gets the worst ball bang and Weibo off to a first blood, a first death.
I mean, first 2 deaths here will be served for the side of Team Weibo. But as soon as we see the control here being played up for the side of Team Wolves, it's much more allocated here on towards an A control point. Float here alongside with his player, with his teammate Kifeng here tries to make the break. They do get denied here, and still then the energy, man, the control of the game is just much more sided for the side of Team Wolves.
Exactly, and now Wolves are already in position to take players down in the spawns. And right now, Zai's got 3, make that 4, make that 5. The guy's beaming with confidence, but now he's getting countered here. Great shot from Meng to defuse the situation. They are now able to make a play at the B side. But for now, the damage that's been output there from Zai at the spawns cuts their live count to 13 lives. So Weibo not doing a great job at all at taking care of their bodies as they continue to drop. And every time they fall once again, it makes the push even harder. Nians get a good oversight at the trailers, and his teammate continues to slay in the houses, in the showers, and Nian gets a good look once again on the spawns. Number 2 in blue once again will be there to play it risky, and boy oh boy, Wolves is coming out here with aggression. Weibo doesn't have no answer. King finds the player, but his teammate will be able to shut it down, and there it goes. It's done.
Just a quick round, no sense of change whatsoever. It's just going to be Team Wolves rocking the heat from hard point all the way to search and destroy and back here in control. Here we go, round number 2, opening up. I mean, these team right here, Team Weibo, they really need to put up a big statement here, and looking like aggression will be their answer as well. We got Hook here, tries to make the play, but unfortunately, quite fortunate actually as well, he does get that opening break as well, and looking like Team Weibo is actually popping off here. Aggression is truly the answer, his float is popping off. Every little bit of factor here is actually looking so bright for Team Weibo.
Yeah, better answer for the response here for Weibo, as they currently are in position to gun these players down, but Wolves are coming right back at it with Nian with the beautiful 2Ps, but Weibo still in the spawns. They have to eliminate Float, who's currently being a nuisance. The wall banks are going to get kicked in, but not going to create the difference that much, and he now finally gets countered. Meng on and off angle. He finds one with the SKS on the tarps. He's going to find another player, but King will be there to shut him down. Wolves are now trying to make it work here at the A control point with Nian, trying to severe the players inside of the hill, and with that confirmed kill, that puts them on a good situation to trap them at the spawns for the second time. Nian able to build up a good streak, and now he has opened things up for Wolves to play at that A control point, and the Brent coming through! That's a huge 2 kills there for Nian. I mean, the overall impact for this player with the spawns, not to mention he is using a sniper and he is skilling it out there. Leads the lobby in total kills.
Leads the lobby in total kills here, and it's just going to be Team Wolves still leading the game. 15-2 here, 2 more lives to claim, and 2 more lives to reap out away from Team Weibo. And it's going to be the second round for the side of Team Wolves. Just like that, Wolves on the match point advantage.
The impressive part here for Wolves is that they were hit off by a very aggressive attack for Weibo. Weibo decided to attack the spawns and invaded the red showers, but with Nian able to create a spark, it was able to turn things around for Wolves. First, it was the double kill with that Locust, and second, the operator investment. The Annihilator was able to clean the back alley, and of course the trailer, and that's where the aggression came in and where they took control of the spawns of the opponent. But now with Weibo, they are looking so bad in here. They have to find a way to cancel the situation, but look at this, Wolves They don't care if their players are not contesting B. They've sent out Peg on the red showers to wait for the players to spawn and take them out in there. And I believe that's the smartest idea that I've seen so far today. One Slayer on the spawns and Peg continues to wild and out.
I mean, that's just one hell of a strategy here for Team Wolves. I wasn't really expecting that one out. I thought that they were just really relying in terms of the fact that Team Weibo would go for that A control point, in which exactly they didn't. But in the comparison now, I mean, in the process, Team Weibo, they do get a capture here on towards the B control point, leaving the A control point left alone here, which could actually be a big trouble take here for Team Wolves. I mean, look at this. Away here with a Pure Fire already contesting this A control point, and he's one segment through.
So there you go. Weibo looking good so far on this third attempt. Well, they have done one segment. They're looking to get it to chain at the second segment as well. Zai continues to get shot down. The defense at the back. Chillers for Weibo, definitely great. And they're looking like they're about to win a win through capture in here. Wolves are in desperation control. They're about to take the hit. They try to contest, but Nian is not enough. Hoo-wee! It's Weibo.
Weibo lives for another run here in control and lives for another run here for the series overall. Ooh la la. I mean, I don't know if that play right there for Team Wolves was really the greatest of plays. I mean, it did work out for a moment or two, but as we did saw right there, once Huawei was inside that white warehouse with a Pure Fire, it was a GG well play. But now moving here on towards round number 4, looking like Team Wolves prioritizing this A control point, but in the process, Team Weibo, they do try to allocate themselves here on towards this wooded area, but till then, they don't win those gunfights and they end up leaving in a deficit mark here in terms of the life.
Alright, exactly. 26-23. Zai now once again locking his full potential as he continues to drop the players one at a time. This A control point is the hardest point to control of all the sites that we have in here, and Wolves making light work. Nian with the beautiful 2K once again. Here is the Annihilator. You don't want this player to wield this one because of his deadly accuracy. He gets one. He gets stunned here, but now he finally gets shot down. So one way to defuse the situation, but the damage already been done. Zai will not be able to stay alive, but 12-point margin in there, 12 lives margin for Wolves, and they're looking so primed to end things.
Yeah, looking so primed to end things here, and looking like they are bound to end things here from then on forward. But unfortunately, and quite fortunate here for Team Weibo, they have a lot of players here on towards the mid lane, cutting off the rotation. But as soon as we talk about the rotation here, the life count has to be mentioned here as Team Wolves, they're on the breakaway. 5 more lives to claim here for Team Wolves. It's a done deal here. It's an unwinnable case here for Team Weibo. 3 more lives to claim, 2 more to reap out, and it's gonna be Team Wolves winning it out 3-0.
A sweep in the game. With that victory right there, it is official. Wolves now takes the top 1 seed ahead of AMT now as they currently stand at 6 points. That's very great end for them, but Weibo put up a great fight. Unfortunately, wasn't enough. Wolves is just on another level.
Another level. Just all praises for the side of Team Wolves. They're advancing to the next stage of competition here as their little brother, Team Weibo, will be out of the chase. They're out of the league now, and they're out of the competition. A great run, valiant effort for them, but their journey will get cut off here.
You know, now that leaves it to it, Wolves has finally successfully secured one of the playoff spot. Now the battle for the second spot in here, which is going to be AMT and Dunia Games later on. And if Dunia Games want to win and advance to the playoffs, they have to 2-1, at least 2-1 AMT, or at least sweep them. That's a lot of stake, Warden.
It's a lot of stake. It's a lot of stake here. It's all going to come down to the Lion City representatives and the Dunia Games, as we all know, could really just surprise us here. Almghty, they fell short in control earlier. They really needed the points, but they lost out on that. Now we are here. We are here, Cali. Stakes here is up high. It's just going to go down to the wires here, especially if ever Dunia Games can just look back in the previous matches that they had, go back to the drawing boards and talk about what they have to come and prepare up against Almghty.
Yeah, unfortunately for Weibo, they are not in the playoff picture anymore, so we have 3 teams here. We got 3 teams fighting for the playoff spot, and one already claim here by Wolves as they win this match here against Weibo. So with all duly said, what the play here for Wolves after they got destructed there by AMT early at the first match, they have find their way back as they dominate all the stats and the leaderboards once again in this competition. A 3-1 map win or a 3-1 round win here for Wolves as they dominate the kills 107 to 63 with a total difference of 44 kills, and not to mention the assists. It's doubled in here. And taking a look at the total score, Wolves definitely a lot better, and of course in streaking themselves up and building up that streak, a total difference of 4,495. So just coming off from the two, you can clearly see who is the more dominant team in here. Warden.
In terms of the fight being shown here in Control, it was only that one round right there. But aside from that, I mean, every take that we saw there for the side of the Team Wolves, it was just really just going out for the slays, showing the big statement, they're really a level apart, out away from their little brother Team Weibo. I mean, the level is right there. And aside from the eliminations, if we're going to be looking at hardpoint, the rotations was just much better. The coordination was there. They knew exactly how to read Team Weibo. And obviously, with those projections being put out, the execution was right there. They were able to slay it out.
So right now, here is the current standing. Wolves has 6 points. Number 1 right now, AMT at the second spot with 4 points. Dunia Games currently standing at 3 points, and Weibo will exit this group stage with only 2 points and failing to qualify for the playoffs. And with all this duly said, Wolves could potentially get the number 1 spot if Dunia Games is able to win against AMT later on. But they will play second if AMT manage to secure the victory against Dunia Games. And a lot of possibilities that we can definitely have in this Group D, and it didn't really disappoint at all. We said that this is the group of death, and it is really the group of death. A lot of wins, a lot of surprises really was showed here today. And with this first victory for Wolves, they are a tad bit closer to the playoffs. And take a look at the player stats in here. Wolves, take a look at that. Take a look at those KDs. 2.4 for Nian. Zai, who is the overall slayer, got 1.3. But Nian once again securing that MVP with a better overall stats. And very disappointing supremacy gameplay here for Weibo. Every player with a negative KD clearly did not help the team win at all.
I mean, and it's just coming into the point here that maybe Team Weibo, they just knew for a fact that regardless if ever they do win or lose this one out, it's not going to impact their legacy overall. It's not going to impact Wolves overall as well. They were just able to rock the show here. And going back to your key player here, Nian, with 29 kills up in the board, it's just so nicely done here for the set of Wolves. Everything was just locked on, and they really showed the prime that the team could offer.
And you already know what about the stat says here. 4 MVP counts. So he's been doing all the carry job here today, and I believe his back should be breaking, but no, it remains to be supported. So to end it all off here for Wolves, one thing in fact that we can learn from this team is that they are aggressive. We expected them to underperform at the Control, but everything was just surprise. They have prepared. So for sure, with all the victories that they have accumulated today, they end up at two wins, and one map loss in this Control, and Wolves now successfully take it all off. And now for the interview, Wolves are on it as we see them defeat Weibo in this game.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人贝佳。首先，恭喜重庆狼队拿下了本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请凤年来到赛后采访期间跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是重庆狼队的凤年。
今天你们的比赛也全部打完了嘛？想问一下你觉得你们目前来说这3个模式当中，哪个模式会比较得心应手一些呢？
我觉得3个模式当中，我们爆破模式打得比较好，因为我觉得我们的战术以及运营比Garena赛区要好上一些，所以打起来比较轻松一点。
那是不是就庄园这张图会是你们的一个强势的地图呢？
我觉得爆破模式所有图都是我们的强势图。
所有图都是你们的一个强图啊，确实你们的爆破也是赢下了 Garena 赛区的嘛。那么想问一下，除了爆破这个模式之外，你对你们的热点和控制大概就是处于什么样的一个水准，是什么感觉呢？
我感觉我们控制模式打得不是很好，我觉得因为毕竟阵容轮换了嘛。而且这个模式又是新上的，我觉得我们之间的配合啊以及战术还是不太完善的。
那说到控制模式啊，凤年个人觉得控制模式赢下比赛的关键是什么呢？
我觉得控制模式赢下比赛的关键就是去抢到优势位置去刷对面的复活点嘛，因为踩点的话是比较难赢的。
踩点是比较难赢的，那想问一下，在枪火当中你是出了一个 low 卡斯，这是为什么？
因为现在这个版本，我觉得 AMR 打这种大图致死率比较低嘛，所以我选择了栓狙卢卡斯去打。
今天的表现也是非常好，拿下了很多的 MVP 嘛。想问一下，对自己的表现满意吗？
我觉得除了第一把打 AMT 以外，其他表现都还挺满意的。
那对队友呢？
我觉得大家发挥的都很好。
大家今天发挥的都很好啊。那下一个问题啊，我也是比较好奇啊，因为最近的话也是有不断的在训练嘛，想问一下你们跟哪些 Garena 赛区的队伍打过训练赛，并且结果怎么样呢？
我觉得跟 ABC 跟 OMG 打的比较多吧。我觉得 Garena 赛区队伍的枪法都是很硬的，所以打起来比较费劲一些，比分也没有拉很多。
可能实力是还是比较接近的一个5-5开的情况。那最后一个问题啊，是因为凤年也是比较少来到赛后采访席嘛，就每次镜头给到你的时候，好像你做的交流并不是特别多。想问一下，那个时候你在想什么，或者说你在干什么？
因为每次给镜头都是赛后嘛，所以赛后一般都是指挥发言的环节嘛，所以我比较少说话，我都在听指挥的意见。
都在听指挥的一些想法。那对于指挥的想法，你大概是会怎么样做出回应呢？就直接默认就
一般，其实训练赛配合上多了，其实就差不多说怎么打，我就说可以，或者说
形成了一个默契，对吧？那也是再次恭喜啊，重庆狼队拿下了这一场比赛的胜利，也希望你们下周的比赛能够打得越来越好。感谢凤年接受我的采访，让我们收拾消息，期待一下下一场比赛吧。
The K's Change World in blue.
Over that, the battle will be between Aimer and 4 players for Change have to respond, and they're doing whatever Joe's done inside the matchup, and well, it's been so good and so great for DG Esports. Although they don't have and Change World can seem to do nothing about that. Okats making a good use of that off angle, getting jumping,
and there goes the hit back right now. And 56 on the snipe, on the push, and again.
Now they're slowly moving in, but 56 on the defense.
He's going into the flank, and I don't think ABC will be falling for the same trick, but no! Aimer is the guy who goes to the second clutch and the fuse, and ABC will
be instances where you can also guard this A, and this will be a control point. Okats on point. As soon as that smoke pops off, Kai could get the kill here. He pushes out.
Barely got away from the 100-point mark.
And that's one thing of Lynx DH, they understand how the mind works.
For that, because Lynx needs that firepower if they want to take over this match from the side of Blacklist Ultimate, who has already round wins out its gunfight, turns around upstairs as well. FDX annihilates the players of Lynx, and a good FHJ connects against the XS1 Goliath, blinding a
passageway as well as or from 3 sides actually.
Brazil, Tin. Overall, this is Lynx really stepping up. Silver shuts down Tin. Javen drains out Brazil. Iris with the win.
Struggle continues,
but one will be make the difference by taking this backstab of the Peacekeeper one for the World Championship. Then I think the fake out started not just here at the group stage,
but still you can get the kills and.
And now as we start, it's going to be AMT Change World.
For Change World. Arthur now taking second floor, takedown will be done against the Jeff Pro, but they need a
in here. This is just over. And now shut up trading the play. Look at this, number 1 and number 5.
The game continues. 226 and 147 underscore 0.0 continues on.
Saw it, but now C is gonna push out one more time. I don't think he's possible. Still gonna plant Pacino, Irfan J. He loves to play messy. He spots the first player on the tax. Wins one. One more turn to win back. But you obviously know this is the Lions City represent. And then now they're slowly converting their shots inside the game, but you see M4 being that devastator, or it's going to get a very efficient offensive hold there by Almghty. Right through B, took them 9 lives to cost them here at this B control point. Now they're moving at the A. They might as well play this as a team deathmatch.
They do. They most definitely do because of the points here. But it is hard point at the end of the day. You've got one super hill for yourself. You should be able.
I'm not entirely sure why they're still not inside the hill just yet. They're respecting these XS1 Goliaths so much. And right now there's no push being made here from Huntsman here. They gotta get in. They gotta get
that with the Peacekeeper needs to spot this out. Dirt spots out that they want to commit onto. It's good. Takes out the bomber. As soon as he runs, the movement's out of Dirt. Perfect. But AG punishes his spur. They're all alone. Surviving this. Can he get annoying? Trying to stop the players from sneaking away this control point.
A pro gamer move for Blacklist, going in for the divide.
Yeah. But because of the individual quality that all of their players on the wall, the Huntsmen don't really have a good hold on this matchup. Their best chance was to beat Blacklist International Ultimate. Of the maps out there on the battlefield because it doesn't seem like ABC
in this game early initiation on this white warehouse, and here we go. Aimer right now.
DG Esports annihilates him once again. Scrap points, not going to be able to be picked up at all, even though all odds are against the investment into the purifier. And this is just Lynx in the fight of their life, keeping it up.
Right now is waiting
as well, but traded out by Reed. Back and forth they go. Control point to take away the A control point out in the open. And ABC doesn't even care about the control point in that match. And that A control point later on.
Now we wanted to win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational 2022. With Wolves comfortable in the #1 spot on the table right now, it looks like it's going to be a battle to the end. Either side, if Almghty wins this 2-1, they can, of course, make it through. If Dunia Games Esports wins this 2-1, we are probably going to see a tie, but, it's a tie. The tiebreaker is who gets the win in the series. So it's going to be a GG for Almghty. So either way, the team needs to win it. There's no let's drop one and see what happens for Almghty. It's potentially they're looking for a 3-0 here, Warden.
I mean, they really have to, man. I mean, they've been playing too many games recently. We did heard the call with Irfan J saying, I did too much trolling and stuff. You can't do that no more. The stakes here is just too much. It's too high. You're going to be playing by your 100% now here. So, and it's a big factor, We're talking about Dunia Games, and they've been battling it out in the competition of MSP for a very long time now. They know exactly what both ends are capable of.
That is very true. But there have been signs of weakness from the side of Dunia Games as well. Yes, they did manage to pull away one map from Wolves, and that was at Slum's hardpoint. 250 to 249, that was way too close. But we did see the matchup between Wolves and Almghty as well, where Almghty was able to walk away with a much more comfortable win, 250 to 194 at standoff. Yes, it was a very comfortable map for Almghty to battle on, so the map picks will pretty much determine exactly how this next match swings as well. But we all know exactly who the champion of Garena is at the moment. This is a battle that has happened in the past. We just need to see if or not Almghty can keep it up, or if Dunia Games has some kind of cheese strats that they have been keeping away all this while against Almghty very specifically to execute in a little bit, Warden.
I mean, if we're just going to be talking about the whole history of, Almghty getting that placement of being the kings of Garena right now, Dunia Games, they fall short big time here. And, something about the whole regionals before this whole event happened here, AJ, is that Almghty, they won up against Dunia Games 3-0. So really, there's a lot of big setbacks that Dunia Games has to put up here. It's a big statement if ever they can even scratch them up out away from Almghty.
At this point, it seems like Almghty is the favorites to pick up the victory. So it's for Dunia Games to fight against all odds to pick up the dub for themselves right here. So a lot of strategy needs to be weaved into it. They prove that they do have the strategy when it comes to Slums earlier on for their hard point. And that's a comfort pick for the players of Dunia Games. So there is a possibility that if they do win this coin toss, we're going to be dragged into Slums as the opener of the day. Almghty will probably bring us down into standoff unless these are the maps that are banned out in advance in itself, right? The problem herein is Almghty has pretty much mastered every single map in competitive rotation, and they are one of the cleanest teams out there statistically.
You know, in terms of Dunia Games forcing down a slumps map, I really believe that it could still favor for a set of Almghty. There's one call out right there, which I call the Incendio, because Incendio loves to play in that peephole right there on towards P2. So really, there's a lot of familiarities that Almghty can still offer here in slumps, regardless if ever Dunia Games forces one out. I do believe that, and I hope that instead of slums, they have like a trump card perhaps that they could offer against Almghty. They gotta play unpredictably here, just coming in. This is a bit of a nitpicky take here, AJ. You know, just looking at the regionals right there, I mean, we put Almghty at the very top of the competition. Dunia Games, they finished last. So, you know.
Hence why, man, I mean, we just need to wait and see if or not there have been massive stat improvements on the side of Dunia Games, whether or not they took that loss seriously, whether they analyzed those matches, whether or not they found some counterplays, especially against the strategy of Almghty, or is Almghty just the kind of team that you just do not have any solutions against? So far, they have won both the series that they have jumped on into, and they've also beaten Wolves. I mean, that in itself paints a very, very beautiful picture for us, right? And we did see exactly what Wolves managed to do against Dunia Games. They got an easy victory over them. So, I mean, even bringing today's stats in overall, we can see where this might kind of skew towards.
Yeah, there are really just like teams like Almghty where you just can't find any solutions whatsoever, no matter how much takes you do, no matter how much plays you try to change up in hard point, moving over to search and destroy and control, it could just still remain the same way here. But it all depends as well on how much passion they can really invest in towards this game. You know, we can't get complacent here for either ends of the spectrum. We're going to be going up against an Almghty that's going to be playing by their hearts. They know the stakes is up high. Same goes for the set of Dunia Games. It's just going to be a battle of the mentality here, AJ.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of mental game. And when it comes to mechanical skills, we expect Almghty to shine through, which kind of has its risks as well, right? Because one might be able to say the sure to win one is going to be Almghty. And when Almghty is pushed into circumstances like that, they get a little cheeky. You know, we've got a boy named Irfan J who likes to have a lot of fun out there on the battlefield. You know, we see the trolls coming out of them sometimes just because they know how the outcome of the game is going to be like already. And in moments like that, they get punished. And I think we kind of saw one of those examples earlier today as well, which I think Dunia Games can hope and pray happens because they're the kind of team that can take advantage of situations like that.
Why are you smiling? The game is not over. The job is not over. Exactly one of my favorite quotes there in the world. So really, Irfan J, quit it with a KSP, quit it with a Hades, quit it with a Chicom. Man, just use something that you're really comfortable with. I mean, you are comfortable with those guns, but you know, something that could be more promising here. But then again, I don't want to underestimate your power. You are the clutch king for a reason, and you are the unconventional gun user for a reason here. So Almghty, the keys to victory here is not let Irfan J use those guns.
I don't think that's the case for me, though. I love seeing Irfan J play those guns. I think because for me, it's not just the competition, right? For me, it's the element of entertainment as well. And Irfan J is through and through a great entertainer on the battlefield who knows his limitations. There are times where he tries to challenge himself. I mean, it's an extra layer of challenge that he puts for himself on. Can we use this gun? Can we use this to overcome the opponents? And there in itself, sharpening his skills out there on the battlefield, right? I think, you know, players like that always excel. Players like that always remain to be a threat out there on the battlefield. And you're playing mind games against all of your opponents. I mean, look at this guy, not even jumping on in with his best gun and trying to dominate the rest of us. What sort of a mental gameplay is he going at? And usually they break their opponents with those sort of plays.
And you know what, actually, you're absolutely right. Because, you know, if you're going to be going down against a Chicom, Raycast, where Hades, you're going to be frustrated. Like, why am I losing to this guy? Until then, you're going to get desperate. You're going to get hungry to just get the revenge. Until then, you forget about the fact that you have to play by the objective. And that could be one thing that Irfan J could be adding more factors on why the pressure will be on it for a set of Dunia Games. But, you know, I don't know. We don't exactly know if it's going to be the case here, not until the game starts here. Now, AJ, the whole series here, I'm going to be putting you on the hot seat for this one. How's the standings going to be?
I mean, What do you mean by how's the standings going to be? You mean points-wise, or what's the team kind of ranked up against each other to get the victory?
I mean, this whole series overall, man, is it going to be like 2-1? Is it going to be a donut? And which side could be more lenient for the win?
I think it's going to be a 2-1. I think Dunia Games has got a high probability of ripping away at least one game from Almghty. I think they've definitely proved themselves, especially against Wolves earlier on, that they do have the capability to take it all the way, albeit a little bit too close. Yeah. But yeah, high probability of a 2-1 to the favor of Almghty. And Dunia Games had the chance, man, if at all, if only they were able to take down Wolves. I think that would have been the biggest difference maker, or at the very least beat down Weibo 3-0. I think not being able to get that initial 3-0 ruined the chances for the day.
And, you know, they came inside the Search and Destroy up against Weibo, quite confident. They're on the first round. They were playing so aggressively, just too tactlessly for my liking there. And Team Weibo, once they got the grasp on the energy of Dunia Games, we're like, oh, you know what? We'll take this one for our side. We're just going to retaliate with their own sense of force and really just play along the minds of Dunia Games. And that's exactly why Dunia Games are at this stake right now. You're going to win the series up against Almghty.
Yeah, and Dunia Games has lost both of their Search and Destroy so far. They went up against Weibo, they got shut down 7-2 at standoff, and 7-3 later on in the hands of Wolves at Hacienda. Clearly not their best of game modes right now, and they need to find a way to steal this away from Almghty. And if you look at Almghty and how they themselves have done at Search and Destroy so far, they got obliterated by Wolves. It was close, but not close enough for them for the kind of quality that Almghty usually brings into these Search and Destroys. You would expect them to at the very least push it into overtime, but that was not the case. It was a quick and easy run for Wolves to kind of end, and 7-3 victory over Weibo, that was pretty decent for them. So Dunia Games needs to fight against all odds, right? Because this is that one mode where they might have that challenge, because when you go into control, yeah, Almghty dropped against Weibo, but you know how mental they are at control. The high probability of that taken by the Singaporean team is very, very high. So Dunia Games, I mean, but like by all means, they need to win hardpoint, no ifs, buts, or maybes there, and they need to string that up with an SND as well in order to have a good chance to make it through, man. If not, that's a GG. If they drop in hardpoint in itself, I believe it might just be all over.
Yeah, this can be the dictating phase here for Dunia Games. Just put a statement here in hardpoint. Maybe till then, the heat will be more than enough for them to just segue that one straight to Search and Destroy. I mean, I really agree with you in this one here as well, AJ, that, you know, you just got to scratch that control out here, out of the equation. Yeah, for sure, Almghty went down up against Team Weibo, but realistically speaking, Jay was slacking off, and it did put them in a very shaky spot, but you know for a fact it's not going to happen again. First two games here is going to be the crucial factor if ever can Dunia Games really put this and put their odds much more favorably to advance to the next stage of the competition.
What do you think the odds are, though, for Dunia Games?
I mean, honestly, it's really scary here, man. It's going to get drastically lower down. For me, it's 50-50. But if ever Hardpoint just gets won over by Almghty, that's just going to cut it down to 80-20.
Okay. So as we start things off, it's a 50-50 for you. You are a hopeful man. Dunia Games will be very, very happy. They'll be smiling year to year. I hope Dunia Games can get through it. Once again, for me, this one's an unfortunate situation. I mean, because against Almghty, I kind of think that we know how that was going to go. So I have to repeat myself here, whereby Dunia Games should have gotten the 3-0 over Weibo. Letting the ball drop in that Search and Destroy has hurt them and will continue to hurt them. Almghty, on the other hand, with the lineup of Incendio, Heaven, Irfan J, Jeff Pro, as well as the one and only Shut Up, will be looking to pull forth and annihilate the Indonesian squad.
The composition of this team, ever promising than ever. And there's a lot of evolution as well, as we saw in this competition of CDFI for the set of Almghty. You know, Heaven being such a good guy, just loves to roam around in the map of Hardpoint, and it's leaving teams in question mark. Where's Heaven right now? Next thing you know, he's right behind your back. And in terms of the spotlight as well, moving over to the other members of Almghty, Jeff Pro has been such a remarkable player in terms of playing support. The guy knows how to back himself up alongside with his team as well. If ever Shut Up gets slowed down, he's right there around the corner, ready to help his team.
Yeah, there's nothing that we can say Jeff Pro and Shut Up have not done out there on the battlefield. In fact, each and every single one of these players play their individual roles to the T. They are amazing when it comes to Call of Duty Mobile. And this one here, arguably my most favorite player on Almghty. Clutch
Smiling.
King Irfan J, the most exciting guy to watch out there on the battlefield.
You know, earlier you all said like, okay, Almghty, they're on their A game right now, their face is not smiling. You just see Irfan J just smiling, bobbing his head. Yeah, okay, let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna show you all how my Chicom will roll. Okay, let's go. Entertainment value, gotta give it up for the side of Irfan J. Now, soon enough, we're gonna be seeing the composition of Dunia Games as well. We got Jeskai, Gonzi, Fran, ZZX, and Zen. And man, as promising as they were at the start of the competition here up against Team Weibo, lost their chances. Stakes are up high up against Almghty. AJ, what do they have to do?
It's the Garudas. I think they have got an ace up their sleeves that they are waiting to pull out against Almghty. I mean, this is about it. I mean, when you lose, that's when the real test starts, right? How do you bounce back from that loss? And they've taken that L against Almghty in the past already, so it's time to put that to the test. What did they do with that loss? How much did they learn from that experience, and how much have they been able to prepare to face off against Almghty once again? Or did they just give up on the season and try to wait and prepare till next time? Did they step on in without a strategy against Almghty? We will find out, because at the end of the day, mechanical skills wise, you're looking at two very good teams, and it looks like Almghty wins the coin toss. They drag us into Summit, a one-sided map for Hardpoint. Things just got a little bit more difficult for Dunia Games.
Quite difficult. I mean, it could be a different storyline if ever Clove was present here for the Summit of Hardpoint, but no, I mean, we just gotta deal with the cards that Dunia Games has, and Almghty, they just know exactly what to choose. Ooh. Oh, wow. But, you know, moving over here to search and destroy onwards raid, it's a sniper's game as well, and you know exactly what Shut Up and Heaven can offer in this map here, AJ. And moving over to standoff on control, this is looking to be just 3 maps so favorable for side of Almghty.
I'm looking forward to this matchup because it's gonna be two teams once again, Garena showdown, and we are about to find out exactly which region stands tall at the end of the day. Is it gonna be the Lion City representing Almghty standing tall over the Indonesian side, the Garudas, Dunia Games? Oh my lord, we will see. 3 games back to back. Thank the Lord it is not a best out of 3. Let's take a look at the bad maps here. Like we were talking about, Slums taken out of the equation. Bye, sir. But Standoff was left in here for the play. My question is, was that one of the biggest decisions on the side of Dunia Games that they are gonna pay for with the series?
I mean, it could be. We know exactly what and how. I mean, Almghty could play in control on standoff here, so I don't know what's the call here for the side of Dunia Games, but maybe till then, you know, it could be just a desperation pick, and maybe they would just rather play fire with fire for the side of Almghty, but that's just too much for my liking here for the side of Dunia Games. But heading over here to this Hardpoint here, AJ, what's your takeaway, man?
I mean, Hardpoint, one-sided map. You know how Almghty runs circles around teams, bro. They even shut down Wolves quite dominantly earlier on, and that was at standoff, where a clear comeback can be set based on the very far-off spawn points. You can gather up your forces before you get to the next attack point. But here's the thing, Almghty, if they can manage the spawns on Summit, well, they'll be able to punish Dunia Games by forcing them to spawn way further ahead, right? And that's where the whole problem lies. Inside of Hardpoint number 1, as Almghty makes a beeline towards it, it's gonna be Fran that takes the creative angle from the outside, and I like this hop, but he still gets punished. Zen steps up and defends the rest of the squad, but downstairs, Shut Up's already getting the job done.
Yeah, getting the job done here. Let's go. Almghty so far to get the first clearance here in this very hard point. But Dunia Games, they respond back with the influence inside the hill as well. Player 5, player 4, Gonzi and Jetsky doing the works of their own. They're actually going to be able to find this breakaway and take the lead out away from Almghty. Now Almghty settles now on towards the left side of the minimap. They're going to be spawning all the way down to the Green Raiders. Until then, it's a hard rotation that they have to face with here as they're losing the gunfights in the process.
Yeah, Almghty is being forced to spawn out of the green radar station. Amazing for P2, but not so much for P1. Favorable spawns held on by Dunia Games, which they can use to string on into P2 later on as well. I'll take the Gorilla base setup anytime, anywhere. Almghty, and now being forced to spawn out from the back. Dunia Games takes control of the green radar station. Map control to the Indonesians. What do you know? Almghty not able to punish from the get-go.
But this might get reversed here for this time around here on towards P2, as we see here much more defined spawns here for the set of Almghty. That's going to be Incendio for you, holding down the Green Raiders, pushing the spawns for the team. Here we go. Hardpoint opening up, and so far Dunia Games here is longing to get this break here on towards the mid lane, and guess what? They get denied.
They get denied. Dunia Games from the back, Pincer maneuver is going to fail. They don't have the favorable spawns, and they are moving in one at a time. Fantastic break comes through as Jeffro goes down, but Gonzi saves the day. Zen now going ham against the players, gets the third one, fourth one in a row. Can he get the fifth? Almost, and denied. And the challenge comes through. This is such a close game between the two.
Such a close game, but till then, the contestment for the set of Dunia Games is really pushing the leads to still stick to them. But till then, Almghty, they still get the Brazilians take here. They are consistent in terms of contesting this hard point, and they do finally take the lead out away from Dunia Games. But on the process, Dunia Games player 3 Fran is on the way and is on his way already to secure the spawns here on the way down to P3. Jeff Pro gets denied. Player 2 Almghty Heaven looks for it, and he does get it down. Until then, Dunia Games they actually lose the access there in terms of the spawns on the way to P3.
Yeah, that's just way too early of an anchor spawn home by Dunia Games, and Almghty once again setting up a masterclass of timing. Breaks the spawns in the nick of time for the unlocking of P3. They've got full control, but Dunia Games winning it back with sheer force, rushing on in into the objective with their players. Incendio pulls out the claw, but the claw bites the dust. Jetsky and Gonzi, this is a two-pronged attack from both the corners here, able to punish the Almghty players back and forth, but with the same exact strategy the Dunia Games stepped on in. Almghty plays it to perfection as well. What a matchup. Two equal titans taking this fight up against each other here.
Wow, I mean, for a moment, Dunia Games, they were on the lead, but Almghty, they get the break from the front ends. Until then, Dunia Games, they respond back with the same sense of heat as well, and they get the break, they get the scrap time, and that's going to be more than enough time for them to take the lead back to their side. 67 to 67 now. Only a 2-point lead here for the side of Dunia Games. 69 we go. Until then, though, on the process there with the scrap time getting contested by the side of Dunia Games, Almghty, they settle for you, and they are looking quite established here, AJ.
Oh, good angles held on by Shut Up, but I like the angle of attack by Dunia Games, flanking around from the edge platform. They know their priorities. Their priorities is to break that spawn first off at the Gorilla base, which they successfully do. Methodical attack, execution supreme. Indonesia's right there at the heels of Almghty to take over at this P4, and earlier on it was Almghty punishing at P3. Dunia Games in their own fair right prove that they love Summit.
They love Summit so much. Operators, investments being put through, and the influence inside the hill being showcased here. Gonzi with a KRM being the saving grace, and they managed to live for another run here. Dunia Games, they still hold on to the hill. The spawns is right there. They just need to get back and get that influence. It's soaked in hardpoint hill. It's dry. 98 to 78, and Dunia Games will be the first team on the 100-point mark.
And this is why you gotta learn how to manage those spawns. This is how you gotta learn to break it one after the other. Dunia Games now with the lead, but Almghty is confident. P1, one of the most open hills because of that annoying second floor down here at control room number 2. Will Dunia Games be able to use that to elevate and motivate themselves to crush the boys of Almghty? But the angles held on by Irfan J, way too annoying. Fran from the back, but a double challenge helps out Dunia Games, but they haven't helped on to their point just yet. Fran annihilated. Jeff Pro goes down as well. Traded out. Jetsky from the top. The backup is too solid from Almghty. Dunia Games starting to struggle.
I mean, the cavalry has arrived here. Irfan J just clearing the hard point here, ensuring that the hard point will reign in blue for the side of Almghty. 94 to 114 here, but till then, the Brazilians as well will respond back for the side of Dunia Games. Gravity Vortex here for the side of ZZX will come into the play. Until then, that's going to be watching out and flushing out from out away. Almghty it is. 94 to 123 here, and the lead still retained from the side of Dunia Games. A lot of effort being shown down here for the side of Almghty, but it gets denied. And guess what, AJ? spawns to P2 all also belong for the side of Dunia Games.
Yeah, 4 seconds to go. P2. Let's see if or not Dunia Games will be able to rush back in here. With the spawn held on to the grain radar station that should be able to send in the manpower. But it's not too shabby. The spawns out of container area allows you the access to the second floor of control room, which peeks over the edge platform. Gives you the advantage that Heaven just used, and he's trying to string himself up. That's the way you attack right back, even though your opponents have got the favorable spawns. And backstab from player number 4, the one and only Irfan gets the spawn back for Almghty, and they now running circles around Dunia Games, but Sensei X saves the day.
I mean, it's a split take here for the side of Almghty. Player 3 shut up is on that Grain Raider, but his teammates is still right on front of the hard point. Till then, more influence being showcased here for the side of Dunia Games, but Jeffro breaks the hill. Until then, 4 players from the side of Almghty will be clearing this scrap time, and that's going to be more than enough time for them to take the lead back to their side. Dunia Games still on a spree. What a heated matchup we have here. Brad tries to make a play. Heaven, Irfan takes out as well. Until then, Dunia Games, they still retain the lead.
Yeah, big mistake by Almghty. They let go of the P2 a little bit too early, and in such a close game, those sort of moves will be punished. And Dunia Games now just pulls ahead just a little bit. Just like how Almghty swiftly moved on in to take away that spawn anchor holder. Dunia Games needs to do the exact same thing, but shut up with a 5 on streak. Brings on the Annihilator, goes for the pop. 1 goes down. Have an Annihilator investment as well. This is Almghty fighting their way back, and they sure as hell are gonna be able to rule for a while because of this double Annihilator setup.
Almghty established now. Dunia Games having a hard time getting the influence inside a hill. They do try to find a break here on towards the front of the entrances here, but Shut Up is still continuing to become the nuisance here in this very matchup. Finally, he goes down, but till then, the damage has been done. The time has run out, and if ever Dunia Games will pursue and try to break this hill, it's not gonna matter.
GG.
Here, Heaven on a spree. Everything is just going so well for the side of Almghty.
Yep, oh no, Almghty once again, man, making that mistake. Player number 4 needs to win this gunfight. Irfan goes down, and the scrap points to the players of Dunia Games. And look at the rotation already. 1 player down in mid. If Fran gets a couple of kills for himself, this is going to be tough, so Fran needs to be eliminated from the control room. He's still hanging around. The discipline by Fran is monumental, but Shut Up punishes, so the rotation gets slowed down. And look at Heaven as well as Jeff Pro, just waiting, baiting out the players of Dunia Games, not allowing them to get close at all. Flipping the spawn is gonna be very difficult for Dunia Games, but they need to get the job done.
Yeah, they need it badly. I mean, they just can't afford to give Almghty this much points. 188 to 158 now, and Dunia Games, they try to find a break here on towards A-Long, but it's not gonna matter. Almghty shuts them down. 1 more play here on towards the Catwalk. They try to come in, but it's not gonna matter once more. Almghty now, 2 more points away, and they're on the 200-point mark.
Game changer Freddy. Dunia Games almost broke the spawns, but they were instantaneously annihilated. And those are the moments where just 1 kill from the Freddy makes the world of difference. Almghty, 14 more seconds, which means this game is not gonna end here just yet. But Dunia Games cannot end the game with the next hill. They have to hold on to every single point and also get P2, which we all know is gonna be super impossible the way Almghty's playing.
It's such an unwinnable take here. It's gonna take one hell of a miracle for them to bounce back on towards this game. Starting from P1 now, all the way to P2 on towards next. They gotta come out flawless now as the hard button opens up now. Dunia Games to get the first handful of contestants here. That guy with the gravity vortex will try to make this play, but Irfan shuts him down. Jeff Bro as well. And all over the place, Almghty, they try to get this break and they try to get the clearance, and they manage to do so as well.
Gonzi from the back. Dunia Games needs every single point. They cannot lose a single beat. They cannot lose a single moment. Every time they lose the hill, this is just way too much of time for Almghty to end it right here, right now at P1 in itself. Dunia Games, desperate fight. Incendio continues to slay alongside Shut Up. A double nade setup is gonna just welcome the players of Dunia Games in. Gonzi with a fight of his life, but Heaven annihilating one after the other outside. Fran slides on in just for Clutch King Irfan to take him out. A double kill with the Pretty. Dunia Games still on the hill. Almghty breaks it. 4 more seconds to go. Can the Singaporeans get it? Lion City representing. They are paused, but it's all over. What a game. Almghty just builds that momentum for the qualifier.
What a momentum. What a run. Valiant effort for the side of Dunia Games, but a much better ending for the side of Almghty. I mean, Dunia Games were leading the game for such a while. But once the game switched over for the side of the Lion City representatives, Almghty never gave it back.
I mean, it's unfortunate. It was very close at the start, and then there was a moment where Dunia Games got broken, and with that one broken play, they just never recovered, right? And I don't remember was that at P3 or P4, could have been at P4, but it doesn't matter. Once that confidence got broken, Almghty just ran away with that matchup, man. How I wish it could have gone back and forth in this game, just like it did with that Wolves matchup earlier on. That would have been such a phenomenal end. But Almghty, towards the tail end of that game, just wanted to end that right then. They didn't want to take no risk.
Yeah, they really didn't, man. And, you know, just to look back, the whole momentum shift there, it would happen on towards P3, AJ. The lockdown right there from the side of Almghty. Yeah, for sure, Dunia Games was doing such a good job contesting that P2, but in the process, Almghty settled for P3. The spawns was given to them. The influence was right there. They had enough utilities as well to back them up. Until then, I mean, Dunia Games, they were only able to have a taste of the hard point only with a scrap time.
Yeah. They were able to fight for that P3 quite a little bit. And then when they headed back into P4 to break the spawns, I think that was where truly the game just ended for Dunia Games, right? Because the mistake was not repeated by Almghty. Earlier on in those rotations when Almghty was trying to hold on to the spawns at P4, they held on towards the inside of that map, way closer towards that guerrilla base. They were holding mainly the inside of the container area, towards the back of that blue radar station, as well as that red garage. But this time around, the second time we went back there, and this was where Almghty really ran away with that matchup, where they pushed out a little bit further. Edge platform, there was a player at the cable car edge as well, pushing out so far ahead. And this just guarantees them one thing, which means they're trying to stop the line of push from Dunia Games much earlier. When they do lose their lives, they respawn back out from the guerrilla base. They still have enough time to run all the way and meet these players of Dunia Games halfway through and just keep that line way back up, right? And, you know, in the meantime, objective play on the side of Almghty, just clocking it all in, man. I mean, amazing setup from Almghty. Dunia Games did not see that play coming.
Well, you know, that's just going to be a wrap here on towards Hardpoint. I mean, we did call it, AJ, and I did call it, you know, if ever Hardpoint will be won over by the side of Almghty, the odds just get slimmed down, as we're going to be talking about Search and Destroy throughout this bracket here, the bracket of death, as we would call it here in this competition for Dunia Games. Search and Destroy hasn't been the most promising game mode for them at all, suffering a loss earlier there up against, you know, the predecessor Weibo, if I'm not mistaken there, and, you know, Wolves as well. Up against Almghty, which we know what they can offer in a map like Raid, Search and Destroy.
Why? Tell me why.
I mean, come on, man. Double sniper setup from the side of Almghty. You got Shut Up in Heaven, playing in a map of Raid. You know exactly what Shut Up can offer here. A lot of, you know, neglecting. Okay, we know for a fact Heaven can snipe. But Shut Up, his tricky angles. We've seen so much highlight from him. Then you tend to see, like, you tend to ask, wait, that was the spot right there? Heaven, Shut Up directly. Has so much things to offer that just comes in a surprise.
Yeah, and Dunia Games, they don't have a choice. They desperately need to win this SND. If they lose SND, it's all over. Guaranteed, they do not get that second spot chance no matter what. They have to win SND. If they do win SND, it's not a guaranteed spot just yet. They have to win control as well. No if, buts, or maybes. From here on end, the moment Dunia Games loses a single match, it's going to be all over. So Almghty, on the other hand, they cannot allow a single one to go because this one's for the pride, right? And look at the massive number of difference in terms of kills.
Too much, man. Too much. At least 60 plus here, AJ. And something about Search and Destroy that people can nitpick about, it's never really about the kills, but in terms of projecting their strategies, you really got to have the execution as well. And in terms of executing, you got to slay this one out. But in terms of strategies, you can really expect that, you know, Almghty could really back this one up. Coordination-wise, hill time, we can really see it in Hardpoint as well, and could really translate all the way down there on Search and Destroy.
Yeah, this is insane, man. I mean, look at the number of assists, the number of eliminations, and that's definitely going to overshadow the performance on the side of Dunia Games. Every single player on a negative KD. Brother, that ain't looking no good for the control matchup later on. So you better win this S&D, Dunia Games.
Yeah. S&D, I mean, you know, it's just really not looking so bright now for a set of Dunia Games. It all had to be coming from that hard point right there, which was coming in quite promising at the start of the game. But as soon as we saw the final adjustment where Shadab was heating up there on towards P3, cutting off the rotation, having to back him up, the heat was just too much to bear with there. Ironically, quite heated up in a map like Summit. But now, talking about the MVP here, we gotta hand it up to him. Obviously, you gotta hand it up to a guy from the side of Almghty. Shut up with 46 kills, 4,800 damage, a streak of 11, and his first MVP count for today.
Every time Shut Up rises up to the top, he does not make one, but he makes two nations proud. He makes the nation of the Lion City proud, mainly because he is representing a Singaporean team. He makes the Indonesians proud because my man Shut Up is from Indonesia. This guy, he is capable of so many amazing plays, be it in respawns, be it in S&D. When he picks up that sniper especially, super deadly, right? Double snipe setup as we head on into raid. This is going to be a problem for Dunia Games because whenever on the defense, Almghty should be able to hold on to both sides pretty decently well. And Dunia Games have to find some entry strats. You know, make use of those utilities. Make sure those stuns are there. Make sure those smokes are set up just so that they can open up the doorway to get into those bomb sites early on.
I guess the cards is just laid down here. I mean, the keys to victory here for set of Dunia Game, just properly use your utility, smoke off. Don't give any sense of sight at all for Heaven and Shut Up. And maybe till then, you can really get yourself inside the bomb site and play a retake 5v5, in which is also the second phase you have to deal with. Here is holding down the bomb site, in which we know the retake capabilities of Almghty is so resilient as well. Those two factors has to be laid down. For a set of Almghty, the keys to victory for them is just be who they are. They have exactly the playing cards to relay out away from Dunia Games to win this one out. So really, it's just going to be much more excited for a set of Almghty. But then again, if ever those factors will get laid down for a set of Dunia Games, it could be the other way around.
Yeah, I've spoken many times already for the conditions for Dunia Games to really shine in the series. Now let's talk about Almghty and how they can shine, because it's not just the qualifying to the playoffs. There's another way Almghty can shine. Almghty can shine just for a little bit of an extra flex to get that #1 spot in the group. And the condition to get that #1 spot is really, really easy. All they need is a 3-0. Serve that hot little donut up for the Indonesians to pick up and eat up. And they can move on into that #1 spot with a total of 7 points, one above the one and only Wolves.
Really easy, AJ. I mean, I'm just going to listen to you here. Until then, I mean, statistics-wise, it does support that take right there. Almghty, they're composed, they're mentally ready, they're fired up, they're able to perform in hardpoint. Wouldn't be so much of a shocker if they can do the same case here on where Search and Destroy. So really, Dunia Games, you can see it in their faces. They know for a fact it's not looking so bright, but no one's going to light up the game except for themselves.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the things that Almghty would be kicking themselves for is not picking up 8 wins in total. You know, now the only possibility is 7 for them, right? Because the most number of wins in the competition so far has been from Q9 Club as well as All Gamers. And you know, Almghty could have represented, bro.
I mean, they could have, and it's actually not a surprise as well if ever Almghty can come out flawless in a group stage. You know, it's not the first time if ever it does happen here, and I guess that's just exactly one pride that they have to take into. But now, here we go, we're moving over to game number 2 on the way to Search and Destroy raid. Here is Almghty will be kicking things off on defense, Dunia Games on offense.
Yep, friend, very aggressive down mid, Krieg 6 beaming down. Jeff Bro on the other hand responds. He's got the MX-9 in hand. Jeff Bro slides away, friend. Punisher with the Krieg 6. Fantastic. Shut up now from the outside. Just waiting patiently for someone to show their faces, but nobody's getting super aggressive yet from the side of DG. Timing, spots one player, the shoulder. Gonzi does get tagged.
He does get tagged up. Then it's still, the round still continues to 4v4 here. And Dunia Games has this opening here on versus a bomb set, but on the process, Gonzi will take down Heaven out of the play. One player wrapping around here for a set of Almghty. That's going to be Incendio for you, putting a lot of noises here. Zen spots him out, but on the process as well, it does take down one. But till then, more fraction, more kills, more lean in for the side of Dunia Games. Irfan J, the clutch king left alone with his Hades.
Irfan J, he's got the FHJ as well. Come on, Irfan. Show me an FHJ shot, baby. Hades. Lots of bullets. Gonzi spots him out too quick. Greg 6 beams him for Almghty to bite the dust in the very first round. Dunia Games. This is the way they start their journey back into this matchup.
Exactly. I mean, the thing about Almghty is that they left that A bomb site quite open, and a lot of mid control was being showcased here for set of Dunia Games. So really, every factor there was quite well done. But now here we go, approaching on towards his first next round. I mean, till then, the first casualty here, Incendio will connect this frag out away and takes Gonzi out of the equation. It's an early 4v5.
Heaven slowly pushing through, and all Dunia Games needs to do is just be careful. ZZX got so lucky. Heaven took his time there. Zeze walks away with his life. Zen. Oh my Lord, Heaven! Illegal, bro! Zeze X. Jeff, bro, just eats up two. Fred and Zen run straight into his crosshair. And Dunia Games lagging behind. Jetsky sprays and runs, and now it's gonna be cornered. Heaven double challenge. Jetsky eats them both. And now from the back, but Incendio catches up. Shorty for the pop. Almghty pulls one back.
They pull one back. It's exactly how I would love to see it for a set of Almghty. Aggressive defense. Exactly. Well done and executed. Now, for a set of Dunia Games, I think one key take that they just have to consider here is just bombarding themselves onwards with a bomb site. It's an open bomb site for them. The only casualty that they have to deal with here is shut up onwards at Money House, and exactly he is smoked off. He gets tagged up as well. The pressure is on the information right there, but Zen loses the gunfight. Shut up still finds the connection as well, puts it down to a 4v5, but Dunia Games, they do get the bomb planted.
I feel so bad for Zen, but shut up's too good, bro. Indonesia represent. And now Jetsky. Let's see, tactical throw, manages to get one flash. Jetsky backs away. Fred, on the other hand, watching for a backstab, but nobody shows up just yet. Timing's gonna be off. Heaven spots him out. Heaven now, pre-aim already. Fran's in a lot of trouble. What a slide, backs away, but Heaven still punishes. And Incendio cleans up house from the back. Too easy for Almghty.
It's just crazy how Almghty was able to get that retake without losing any player. No sense of casualties whatsoever brought up by the side of Dunia Games.
Yeah,
they had a free bomb plant, but guess what? It didn't matter. The retake was on for the side of Almghty. And that's exactly why I think that they just leave that A-bomb site for a reason. They just know exactly how to play retakes.
Dunia Games, this time around. Quick beeline. Ay, shut up! ZZX punished super early. This guy's on fire, baby. Jetsky, entrance on in. This is an open one for them. Shut up's gonna be punishing from up top once again. Open garden stairs, and he's already in there for the pre-scope. Gonzi, why are you gonna get punished, son? No, he backs away. Lucky, 40 seconds to go. Shut up, continues to stretch.
Continues to stretch, holding down the angle. It's a very one-dimensional push for a set of Almghty. No one's going to go for wrap around at all. Let's get the information as well. Shut up. Makes a push. Jeff Pro as well. 4 players here coming to the push for the side of the staircase. But oh my days, Gonzi is there. Gonzi with a double as well. Jetsky and Gonzi balling it out. Left alone. Heaven with a sniper. Spots on Gonzi out of the equation, but he needs to move in quick. 2 players to deal with here in the time as well. And guess what? Fran from the back end will shut him down. Dunia Games to respond back with 1 as well. 2-2.
Oh, too good, man. Too good. Loving this S&D between these two teams. Such a competitive matchup. Dunia Games making sure Almghty does not run away with the matchup just yet. They know the importance of this game, and they're betting their lives on it. They want this victory. Almghty needs to work for this.
They need to make it work. So far, games lowered now this time around, but looking like the intentions of Dunia Games asserting a lot of allocation here on towards his mid lane. But what you have to do is really avoid this man named Shut Up. Until then, he does get a trade. The God Nade connects from the side of Fran. Heaven takes on Jetsky. Spots on 2 as well. ZZX out of the equation. Bella Chow goodbye. Until then, Zen, Fran, left alone for the side of Dunia Games. Freaking Fran left alone as Zen will get taken out of the equation by the side of Jeff Bro. 1 last player here on towards Kitchen, and Heaven will shut him down. 3 kills under his name for this very round, and the round itself will be given for them. Dunia Games, they're gonna be trailing by 1.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta acknowledge the fact that there are 2 players that are shining extra bright out there on the battlefield on the side of Almghty, and those 2 players just happen to be Indonesians, right? Shut up, as well as Jeff, bro. Let's go, bro. I mean, they know, obviously, they know the strats and they know the kind of rotations that Dunia Games usually plays out there on the battlefield. It's the perfect thing, bro. And you know, the acquisitions of the Indonesians to the team in the first place was to neutralize the threat of Indonesia. Almghty with the big brain plays as usual in the setup of the lineup as well as the matchups out there. And this is probably the biggest victory for Almghty overall.
AJ, the 6th round is finished. What? We're now in the 7th round. Such a clean run there for the side of Almghty. But now the side switched up. Dunia Games are going to be trailing by 2. Can they respond back with their own sense of defense? Here's Almghty. They go for this A bomb site. Irfan leads the push. Spots down 1 player earlier. Does take 1 with the Hades. Jeff Pro planning the bomb as well. It's going to be a 4v4 retake.
I mean, you know, when you can't beat them, you join forces. Shut up and Heaven. Beautiful shutdown once again. Shut up's on fire, man. Heaven, of course, leading you up with that 1 annihilation. Fran from the back sneaks away. It's a 2-man push coming through. Jeff Pro punished. 1 more steps on Fop. And Fran from the back just managed to get the final tag. But Irfan J equalizes out. Zen now. Defender. 13 seconds to go. Needs to hit 2. Hits the first one. Heaven from afar. Sniper. Time is running out. 2 seconds. And that's about it.
I mean, Heaven just crouching there. He knew for a fact just won the round. Didn't need to get the kill, Heaven. But he surely did. 5-2 now. 1 more for the match point advantage. And Dunia Games will be put on a scratch here. It's gonna be, I mean, I don't exactly know how can Dunia Games just bounce back and just get their mental composure here. I mean, we would love to say that the game is not over, not until it's over, but Almghty here just quite heated up.
Now it's over.
Things off with Zen out of the equation.
Yep, Heaven, beautiful first blood there. Friend now circling around, but the Wolves are right in front of him. No, not the team, but the players here for J. Slays 1, Slays 2. Everybody come up here and eat my Hades, he says. Irfan J's on fire as well. 5-2, Shut Up continues to pop heads like it's nothing. Like balloons at a fun fair. Shut Up, just eat some up.
Get ready for the next round.
1 last round, AJ. And Almghty will be crushing the dreams of Dunia Games here for the CDFI. Oh, wow. It's going to take a Cinderella story for Dunia Games to bounce back here. And it's going to be a hard call as Almghty is looking to be quite heated up. Bombarding themselves here, pulling off a crusade here on towards the A bomb site, which where Dunia Games is much more allocated at. I wouldn't be so surprised, even till then, if ever Almghty can break this bomb site.
Not over till the fat lady sings. Defensive side for Dunia Games. Heaven spots yet another head. 1 good nade. Can potentially put Jetsky out of the equation. What's it gonna be played? Jetsky punishes Heaven instead. Dunia Games still alive and kicking. And that bomb will continue to stay at the swimming pool for the time being. There's another skirmish off screen. It's between player number 3 on the side of Indonesia going up against the one and only Shut Up, I believe. Or is that Incendio? Incendio going up against Fran. That's gonna be a big fight as the bomb rotates over. If Fran wins this gunfight, no access for bomb site B as well.
Yeah, and looking like Incendio is actually going to be able to relay that information that the B bomb site is clear. And looking like Dunia Games as well, they're just, deducting the reason and why it's going to be the B bomb site. A lot of main control being showcased here, but keep in mind, Irfan J still wrapping here, still lurking on towards the A side. This could be a possible pinch for later on, but here we go on the process now. Incendio will take down Fran. Shut Up will take down Jonji as well. And spots down some more Zen out of the equation. That's going to be it. Jetsky left alone. What exactly can you do? Irfan J with the boxing gloves wrapping around here. He wants to put in the disrespect, but Jeff Pro says no. He wants to get the kill, and that's going to be it now. The series said and over with. Almghty up by 2.
Who the man, who the MVP? Indonesia representing the one and only Shut Up. I believe 10 eliminations in total. Really stepped it up towards the very end. Dunia Games disappointed, man. They know Singapore beat them at this game. They stole 2 amazing talents from the nation, and they're just running circles around them with it. I mean, for the longest of time, when the scene of Call of Duty Mobile started growing in the early days, Dunia Games was such a threatening force to be reckoned with. Indonesia was such a threatening region to be reckoned with. And Almghty found that out in the very first run, right? Whenever they met up during all of those Garena Invitationals, they knew knew Indonesia was going to be the biggest of threat. And then they just absorbed the Indonesian over, man. Jeff Pro used to be the biggest annoyance for them, and they just said, hey, you know what? The grass is greener on the other side. Would you like to join forces? Jeff Pro said, let's go. Shut Up was already there. It all made sense. And you know, there is a probability of Almghty becoming an Indonesian team if at all any one of the other players from Almghty goes off for national service or some sort to go ahead and serve. I will not be surprised if they absorb just another Indonesian player into the squad here, Warden.
Almghty ZZX, Almghty Gonzi. I'm no kidding. I don't know. I don't want to make calls here, AJ, but it's truly a possibility here. And you know something about me being an org owner as well. Back in my days, I always dreamed about merging Filipinos to Indonesians as well, as they have one of the most promising talents here in the competition. So really, if ever it does happen someday, that super team right there, AJ, he called it out years back then.
It's not going to take years, man. It's going to take a couple of months, probably.
Could be next year, actually.
Let's see. Unfortunate for Dunia Games. I mean, my heart goes out to them. They played an amazing day of Call of Duty Mobile. Unfortunately, Wolves just a cut above, and Almghty now has smashed them potentially to 1, maybe a retribution run down at Control. And today just might be the day where Almghty loses 2 Control matches, man. After not being defeated on Control at all, must be quite the day. I mean, like, maybe they woke up on the side of the bed, on the wrong side of the bed, but we will have to still wait and see. Because remember, Almghty is still fighting for a flex, man. They want that #1 spot.
And they're bound to happen. It's bound to happen here. We're Control up next. Dunia Games, the one Control earlier up against Team Weibo. It was down to the wire here. And now they're realistically going up against one of the best, if not the best Control team in the competition here, Almghty. This could just be it. The pride lives on as they are the kings of Control.
Let's see if or not they can remain the kings of Control. Today, this match will decide if or not Almghty still whoops some booty down at Control, or if Dunia Games is just going to step on in and say, hey, yeah, all right, fine. You take 2, let us take 1 at the very least, and we're going to be able to work for this. They need to be really careful, though, because Almghty has shown that they've got the capability to slay almost half the number of eliminations, brother. 20 kills less. Not a single player on a positive KD for the side of Dunia Games. And look at the 2 players. 3 players with a 2+ KD for the side of Almghty.
Disgusting. Disgusting, man. That's just too much. I mean, it was bound to happen here either way. He did ask me, why is it going to happen? Heaven? Shut up. Shut up. Heaven. 2 players I mentioned earlier bags it up with a sniper.
I mean, don't forget about Jeff Pro. 4! Everybody's got 4 deaths. Like, come on.
Okay, I'm sorry, man. It's just a 5-way factor of a team here. Shut up. You got the spotlight overall, but I truly believe it's just meant for the whole of Almghty. You know, we only get 1 MVP. Props to you once again for bagging your 2nd MVP count.
Oh yeah, man. Super cracked, Almghty. That's exactly what they are. Everybody gotta bow down. And unfortunately, the exact same rule for Dunia Games. They bow down to a loss for sure. But can they redeem themselves at Control? That's going to be the biggest question of the day. But one thing's for sure, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we know which 2 teams makes it through to the playoffs from Group D. The one and only Wolves and the one and outlay Almghty. Once again, another question's going to be on whether or not Almghty gets the flexing capability over Wolves to get the #1 spot. They need to annihilate Dunia Games in this next match if they want that.
Yeah, they really got to do. They got to do. And you know what? They have the best odds here in this competition, AJ. We're talking about Control once more. We're talking about Control. But till then, okay, we're not going to go down in a 3-0 manner, Dunia Games would say, possibly. Maybe Dunia Games would be talking to Jeff Pro and shut up, hey man, come on. Come on, you guys have the placement already. Just give this one to us. No, maybe. I don't know, AJ. But it's just...
Dunia Games never begs. Dunia Games takes the victories that they want to take.
Let's just hope.
Problem is, Almghty doesn't want to give it away.
I mean, just like in a hard point, once the momentum just gets built up for the side of Almghty, they never want to give it back. Once Peachy was under their name, once they got the lead, guess what? Shut up. No. 7 says no. Irfan J, Jeff Pro, Incendio, they say no. They want to take it for themselves until the very end.
Yeah, I mean, this game was already won out at the bans and picks in itself. I think Almghty pulled off a real OG moment by banning out a really strong map of their opponents, which is the one and only Slums. Not even allowing Team Dunia Games to play at that map is a huge nerf. And then on top of that, they dragged them into a one-sided map at Summit Hardpoint. They know how close it got, and they wanted to make Dunia Games super uncomfortable. But where things could have changed for the better for Dunia Games is if they had managed to get that break onto P4. It was unfortunate because Almghty, just when you think you've had their gameplay read, just when you think that you know all of Almghty's strats, they go out for a very far push down into the mid segment of the map and really choke the chances of Dunia Games. And those few seconds of hold on that hard point, of not allowing Dunia Games to break the spawn, let alone get near to that hard point to do any sort of change to the map, kind of just got that victory for them, broke the defenses, broke the confidence of Dunia Games. But Control might just be the place where we see Dunia Games rise up to the occasion, man. Weibo got close. They took the game away from Weibo. Guess who beat down Almghty at Control?
I mean, Team Weibo.
Is it meant to be?
I mean, could be. I mean, it's a cycle of elements that we love to talk about, AJ, But, just overall, guys, just looking at the overall teams that advanced through the playoffs. Firstly, for Group A, we got the Q9 Club coming in alongside with Blacklist as well. For the side of Group B, we got Almghty Esports and DYG or Dunia Gaming. For the side of Group C, we got All Gamers and ABC Esports. And here for Group D, we got the Wolves and Almghty. AJ, how are you feeling about the competition for the playoffs?
I'm all right, man. I'm just sad for all of the teams that didn't make it through to the playoffs because of how stacked this competition is, how stacked all of, the Garena side and CDM has been so far. Shocking revelation as to how strong the Chinese side really is in Call of Duty Mobile against Garena. I mean, we've been wondering for the longest of time. This competition kind of gives us an insight into what we can expect, but it's still not the true result yet because it's not a LAN event. Down there at stage 5, and all of these boys fly down to that one event where they've got an amazing LAN setup. They've got, the perfect equal battlegrounds. We will be able to determine once and for all who reigns supreme. This is pretty much a show match. This is pretty much, a tournament to allow the CDM players to really get used to that stage 5 format first before all of chaos breaks out later.
Definitely. And one thing about this competition here for the playoffs here and for this whole event, we came inside this tournament with 8 teams from Garena, 8 teams from the CDM region. And we're moving over to the playoffs with 4 teams from the Garena, 4 teams from CDM. It's just on the even grounds here. So I can't really wait to see how this goes for the side of stage 5 as we can clearly see both teams, both ends here are just quite even.
They are, man. I mean, the regions are pretty much even, but at the playoffs, we will be able to see exactly who dominates a little bit more than the other. The Chinese teams would want to prove themselves on their home ground event. The Garena teams want to prove themselves, on the home ground of their opponents to really show some signs of dominance, to really flex upon them, right? I mean, thank you for the invitation. We'll take the trophy now. I mean, Garena teams want to say that. Question is, can they get the job done? Now, we know the wait for this next matchup is just taking a tad bit too long. We do apologize for the wait. I'm not so sure exactly what the delay is all about, but we want the best environment for the players in a little bit. We want the best game for them. So we will more than happily wait for this matchup to start because it is going to be important. It's an important matchup for Dunia Games to really pull away a consolation win for themselves. It's also important for Almghty to grab that #1 spot.
I mean, I think it's just going to be a time for us to just take some time to just thank the Huntsman Kinzone, WDC Free Slot, FPX, Tales of Eastern, Changed World. And alongside this is obviously Dunia Games and Team Weibo as they managed to show off great, valiant effort here to stay in this competition. A lot of great runs, a lot of good storylines with them. We had a lot of great moments, regardless if ever they did fall short in this tournament. It was a great run.
Yeah, most definitely a great run, man. And throughout the competition day to day for Almghty, it's been a fantastic day. This victory means that they have won 3 out of the 3 series that they set out to win for themselves. Wolves, on the other hand, kind of faltered just that one time against Almghty, but they bounced right back. And not only did they bounce back up, they managed to beat down Weibo 3-0, which made the biggest of differences, right? Because if at that point, if Wolves had lost a single match against the team of Weibo, things could have been so much more different. There could have been a crazy tiebreaker situation down here at Group D. But Wolves knew what was on the line, and they had to take the 3-0. They most definitely took a very commanding 3-0, opening up with 250-90 at Slum's hardpoint. That was amazing. And then a clear shutdown 72 at Search and Destroy, and a 3-1 victory, where we saw that one round comeback by Weibo, but of course just shut down totally. And Nian was a monster on that final round for Wolves.
Quite a monster. Now we move over to this last and final game mode of Control. Standoff it is. We know exactly what Almghty can offer in this very map of Control. It's just going to be up to Dunia Games on how they can contradict this one out. Just overall, looking back at the summary of the games here, guys, Hardpoint being won over by Almghty 250-168. A great valiant effort for Dunia Games, but they get shut down either way. For the side of Search and Destroy, it's a no question here. 72 still for the side of Almghty. Moving over to Control and Standoff here, AJ. A big question mark here. Can Dunia Games show off a fight, or are they going to go down 3-0?
The Kings of Control. That's what we know Almghty for. And that's what we know Almghty kind of claims the title all the time. Against Dunia Games, they faltered already against Weibo. Perhaps Dunia Games can be that second team to force a loss. But initial 3 engagements all won by Almghty. Make that 4. The 5th one goes down. Gonzi trying to recover a little bit for the team of Dunia Games. Irfan J, big fight, won, but Gonzi trades right back. Gonzi has been doing a lot to keep things equal, but Almghty always finds a way around.
He always finds a way around here. I mean, I really need to see more efforts here being showed up for a set of Dunia Games. And just overall, looking back at the history, I did mention earlier that the last time Dunia Games and Almghty went up against each other in the biggest stage, it was during the regionals, and they lost 1-3-0. So they can't afford to just let that one slide once more. But now, back to the state of the game. Almghty having a really good set of control here on the versus Blue House. Finally, they do get the clearance here for the set of Dunia Games, but the time is running down.
Irfan J takes Jetsky out of the equation, but I like this side of Dunia Games, and now they are back up in here. Gonzi's been a savior for Dunia Games so far. He's been on fire, but the rest of the team members need to step up in their own accord as well. 3 lives difference between Dunia Games and Almghty, but the difference here that is going to be punishing the Indonesian side is that they are on the attack, and they barely have their markers onto the B control point.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to make themselves work through it, but unfortunately, they're just losing the gunfights in the process. But that's going to be the bite of courtesy of Incendio there for set of Almghty, just bagging this one up. DZX here will try to find a break here from the back end of this control point, but Irfan J, he says no with his KRM. 12-9 now. Dunia Games putting a lot of efforts here, but it's clearly not showing enough. 11-6 now, and the time is running out. And guess what? Here, it either could be the time or it could be the lives getting drained out from the side of Dunia Games.
But the collateral shot as well, and Irfan J, Clutch King, rounds it up. Pretty much the MVP of that first round.
Everything is just so well done for set of Almghty. Defense, offense, name it whatever you want. And I don't think we can really apply the fad here that defense is just much easier in terms of playing offense, especially by just the energy that we have been seeing here for a set of Almghty. I wouldn't be so surprised no more if they can bag this one here up in the board here for the second round of offense. Here's Almghty showing that they are extending their map control here from both ends of the spectrum for this very map. They're wrapping around here on towards Gasolines. In the meanwhile as well, trying to get this mid control out away from Dunia Games.
Whew. Shut up's on fire, man. The guy has got 7 back-to-back kills. This is just insane. Shut up. Can he continue streaking himself up? Gonzi might just be the next one. Zen, look at the prone. Zen, on timing, gets the hit mark. Pusangala, punished by Zen. Good trade right back by Zen. And Almghty doesn't get to run away with this. Jeff Bro, on the other hand, is just popping off. 4th kill for him. Annihilator on the activation for the left. Jetsky doesn't get tagged up. One more shot traded out. Good shot by Jetsky with the CBR.
And good shots being able to put through. Until then, Dunia Games here is not showing any lives whatsoever. Spawn Trap will try to come through from the side of Irfan J, but Gonzi takes him out. Gonzi finds 2 of his own. Extending here on towards hardpoint. He's balling out, streaking up 4 kills under his name. And he could be the answer for Dunia Games to bounce back on towards this game. And he still continues. The gravity spike will take down Irfan J. Wraps around here from this back alley, but Zen supports him as well. Until then, Dunia Games are back inside the game.
Yeah, double kill. Fantastic for Dunia Games. And that double gets them to be in front. Almghty now just struggling just a little bit. And whether or not they finish this off is all going to be in the hands of Gonzi. 7 kills back to back. This guy's a monster with a KRM. Waits for it. Heaven now from the top. But stabbed in the back by the one and only Shut Up who makes the difference. Jet Sky now. 3 more, but 2 more lives for Almghty. Dunia Games closer and closer. They get to the end point. Just 1 more elimination. Can they get it done? Gonzi the man keeps Dunia Games alive.
Truly the man he is. What a guy. Oh my days. Woo! Dunia Games Gonzi rocking the show here, knowing how to build up his team from then on forward. Oh wow. Now here moving over now to just round number 3. Almghty this time around playing defense now. A lot of takes here being put to place around versus a control point, but so far Almghty winning the majority of them.
Yeah, double kill for Shut Up through the Pretty. Irfan J popping off at the KRM this time around. This guy is like the E-Flex player for the side of Almghty. Any gun you put into his hands, he annihilates. Shut Up on the other hand. And he is on the 5th kill, but unfortunately gets taken down. Finally, Friend steps up for the squad with a quick 6. But Dunia Games has lost 1 too many lives. And this is about a GG. 11 life differential now between the two. Almghty set to win this defensive round for themselves.
It's just bound to happen here. Nonetheless, Gonzi can pop off once more. 9 kills. 9 more kills for Almghty to claim this one. Make it 8 now as they're losing this one out. But Gonzi's wrapping around here, playing around the grannies. Irfan J right up on his face. Doesn't really matter. Takes him out of the chase. Incendio into the control point. Will take down Gonzi. Until then, the lives just getting drained out for a set of Dunia Games. Could be another round. It's truly another round here. Unwinnable round for a set of Dunia Games. 2 more lives to claim. And Almghty gonna be on that match point advantage.
Irfan J is so damn annoying, man. Gonzi's popping off in the KRM and Irfan's like, wait. Watch me. Watch him, we did. Guy is a monster on the KRM as well. Irfan J, this guy just never stops impressing, man.
So impressive here. It's just really a showcase of what they can offer for the playoffs here for the side of Almghty as we're approaching now to the last and could be the last and final round if ever Almghty can seal the deal here, as we're seeing a very aggressive mid control here being showcased around for the side of Almghty. They tried to go for this Raptor on towards the back alley, but Zen stops him down. 25 to 25 we go. It's on the even grounds, but till then, still no significance whatsoever for each end of the spectrum.
Gonzi now tries to wrap around, gets splashed halfway through. Pusangala, it's a hunter-killer drone that takes him out. Shut Up got lucky with that one. Gonzi super salty. 3 kills. Make that 2 between them. Dunia Games desperately trying to claw their way back into this matchup. And I want to see a round number 5 between the two. Shut Up, good flick around. Manages to take one out for the prone shot. Then 1 more HP survives the battle.
1 more HP survives the battle here, and the game still continues. Almghty still up by the numbers. Until then, it's just gonna get drained out. Jeff Pro now with a mid lane. Annihilator play it is. Till then, every life here he needs, he takes it away from the side of Dunia Games. 16 to 9 now. Dunia Games nowhere to be found. Until then, Almghty, they don't even want to go for the capture. They just want to go for the slay. And that's exactly how the Lion City representatives play this one out by the force of offense. They can surely eliminate Dunia Games from then on forward now. Here we go, 14 to 6. Until then, AJ, this is it. The last stand, the last few seconds for Dunia Games.
I don't know, man. The last time Almghty did something like this, where they didn't want to go for the points, where they didn't want to play defense, they just wanted to play team deathmatch, they got punished. But with just 3 lives on the side of Dunia Games, it requires a miracle. Can we call for the miracle bringer, Jet Sky, as well as the one and only Gonzi? Irfan J popping off. Jet Sky gets yet another for himself. There's 2 more for the side of Dunia Games. They can't push, but they've got a minute on the clock. They've earned themselves this time. Zeze X drops Incendio. Now 5 more lives for Almghty. Dunia Games, biggest fight, but Shut Up once again. The difference maker from the back. Jet Sky gonna get tagged up as well. Fred gets 1. 1 life on the side of Dunia Games. Make that 1 more. Come on, Dunia Games. 1 more. 1 more. Zeze, what a play. Dunia Games, they break the game and they keep themselves alive.
You called it. You called it.
Let's go.
Wow. Almghty, you've had the spotlight. Let's go, Dunia Games. That's exactly how you show off your last and final stand. Show off a fight for Almghty. The game still continues. The game still continues.
Friend, from the back, Dunia Games, part of their lives. They want to stop Almghty. This is a redemption matchup, but Almghty wants the #1 spot, Pusangala. So Dunia Games, you better watch out. 2 life deficit now for the Indonesians. They've got the secret sauce, baby, and it's called Shut Up. He's got the MX-9 Switchblade in hand, apologies, and he just wants to switch out all of those points with the Dunia Games players. 4 life deficit. This one looks like it's going to be a tough one for Indonesia.
It's going to be a tough one here, but if ever Gonzi can just pop off and clear this B parameter, this A control point parameter it is. It can be a hard goal here for the side of Almghty. Urfanjay awaits him, but Gonzi shuts him down. Till then, Incendio gets the trade-off here, but Incendio steals the ball out. ZZX with the gravity vortex will shut him down. But till then, every little bit of casualties here, still more lenient for the side of Almghty. 20-18 here, not a significant lead. Almghty, they still better watch out.
Ah, you better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. AMD is coming to town. But Gonzi, what a pop. Beautiful, man. Traded out by Incendio. Jet Sky still popping off. 2 lines differential between the 2 teams now. But Dunia Games, they on the attack, but not a single scratch onto these control points. Almghty gonna win the objective, but 13 points, 13 seconds now has been put onto pause. Jet Sky, this is a big win. Finally, they start picking up the points, and the clock still on pause. They're attacking both control points at the very same time. Dunia Games hanging on for their dear lives. Gonzi still buying time. What a match to end the day.
What a match it is. The game still continues here. Almghty, they're up in a number, but the contestant comes through from the side of Dunia Games. A control point, Gonzi with a KRM. This man can do some miracles here, and he can surely pay off. And here we go. Contacts here. Heaven shut him down. Until then, the breakaway here for Almghty. Heaven will come into the play. 3 kills under his name. And that's going to be the dagger, as Cali would say. That's going to be it. 1 more life to claim. And Dunia Games, they fall in control.
Irfanjay, Clutch King. Final shot with the freaking annoying KRM. Machan gets it yet again. What a game, baby. What a matchup between these 2 titans. You gotta love it, man. The classic between Dunia Games and Almghty never disappoints.
Never disappoints. What an energetic game it is, and what a way to end things off here tonight, AJ. That's exactly what we wish here, man. Not an easy win at all for the side of Almghty. It was a big fight there for Dunia Games. What a way to go out of the event.
I mean, I love DG, bro. The kind of pressure that they bring out there. But I have to say, you see, this is once again Almghty. Without the 2 supreme Indonesians on their side, I don't know how these boys gonna hang with the best from Indonesia. Okay, Dunia Games would have eaten them up like they just woke up and this was breakfast served in front of them. It's a buffet. It's a buffet of Almghty, but not with the guys who are standing upright. Said the 2 main guys, right? Jeff Pro as well as Shut Up, doing the nation of Indonesia proud, but on behalf of Almghty. And Irfanjay is just a cut above everybody else, as wacky as that guy is. He switched on to that KRM so quickly after Gonzi started streaking up.
He just knew. Okay. I gotta stop. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to the way I play. And you know Irfanjay. Guys, appreciate Irfanjay. The guy outside of the competitive scene, this guy is a nice guy, man. I talked to him during GM3. The guy is just composed. The guy is easy to deal with. And, you know, he's just a nice guy to have around. Irfanjay, overall, Almghty. Salutes to you guys.
He's a monkey to have around.
I miss him. I miss him a lot. What did you say?
I said he's a monkey, man. The guy is hilarious. He's that one matcha you always want to have in your list of friends. Irfanjay is a keeper. No matter where you go, no matter how well his journey flourishes, I will go through games, bro. I'll go through tournaments. I'll go through anything just to watch Irfanjay perform, because the guy is just that sort of a performer. He gets your blood flowing. He gets your adrenaline pumping, your heart beating an extra, skipping a beat all the way through. He gets it all done. And I will not be surprised if he managed to steal away that MVP title from Shut Up at the end of the day. This was a pretty close match in its own accord, with Almghty just being slightly better when it comes to the engagements out there on the battlefield. But I have to say, Dunia Games put up one heck of a fight.
Gonzi, man. That was the key player for me for the side of Dunia Games. Gonzi popping off with his KRM, being able to build up the heat, put up a fight up against Almghty. That was the deal breaker right there.
Oh, yeah.
But now we're going to be looking at the KDRs here, the player stats overall. This is exactly where Dunia Games sort of trampled here, as DDX and Fran will be on a negative state with KD alongside with Jessica as well.
Oh yeah, man. And of course, my boy steals the MVP title away. Irfan J, 1.6 KD, average the monster on the battlefield. Lion City representing Almghty can stay super proud because their lineup is just absolutely deadly, man. Now, I've shined the spotlight on the Indonesians from within the Almghty squad, but it would not be complete without these mighty Singaporeans on their side. Heaven, no one can touch him when he gets serious on those snipes, and he's still at his adjustment phase, converting over from his gaming bed into his gaming chair, preparing for stage 5, and you still can't nerf this matcha. Shut up. On the other hand, he does his usual magic. Incendio, the one and only Incendio, the captain of the Almghty squad, perhaps the brain behind all of this, and each and every single one of the beautiful minds of Almghty always chipping on in and helping him be the best captain that he can be. This was an amazing team to take that L against, and I know Dunia Games is not disappointed.
I'm just reciprocating what you just said right there for the competition of Almghty, and it's just so nicely well done, man. I mean, they deserve this for a reason. They're up here for a reason. Back-to-back regionals champions. Were able to put up a fight. A lot of obstacles headed their way. A lot of losses as well. Getting taken down by their previous competitors and all, but nothing stopped them from just continuously evolving at all. Heaven turning into one of the most turning into one of the most promising flexies out there in the competition right now as well. The CDFI event here, AJ, it's just a showcase on what's coming up next for stage 5, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that you don't see too often when DG takes on Almghty, a positive KD, and of course it's the one and only Gonzi, who was annihilating in his own best way possible with his KRM. But the moment Irfan J whipped it out, man, this guy got instantly nerfed. I absolutely love the counter against Gonzi's KRM. Heaven as well as Shut Up, they were both gagging up onto Gonzi as well, constantly sending that information back and forth, identifying where is Gonzi going to be out there on the battlefield, instantaneously dealing with him, dealing with ZZX as well. And ZZX, it was pretty unfortunate because he got annihilated quite a number of times. Every time he took a power position and he just wanted to get into action, he gets traded out. He gets a kill, he gets traded out. He had a tough match against Almghty.
A tough match, man. Whew. So then, despite the fact that, the light was just shining upon for a set of Almghty, Dunia Games, each and every player, I salute you all. ZZX, Fran, Gonzi, Zen, Jetsky, we salute you all. You had a great run right here. Very, very devastating loss overall if you're going to be looking at it by the surface. But if you're going to be seeing how the competition was, how the strategies, how the plays was being put up there for the set of Dunia Games, you can really tell that they were doing their best. And that's exactly how I would love to see a team go down, with them trying their very best.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, that also gives Almghty the #1 spot in Group D. And that's a super flex because the ones present in Group D is also the #1 in China, representing CDM, the one and only Wolf. So is that a premonition for what we can see at the very end of the playoffs as well? Y'all gotta wait, man, because the playoffs do not continue on here tomorrow. Y'all gotta wait until we get to Thursday, and then there's just back-to-back 4 days of non-Call of Duty mobile action.
Non-stop. So, with that being put to place now, AJ, I just want to quickly recap on the teams that made it through the playoffs here. Q9 first side of Group A, alongside with Blacklist as well. Group B, we got Omega and Doyu Gaming. First side Group C, we got All Gamers and ABC Esports. And for Group D, we got Almghty and Wolves.
Let's see exactly how much we see out of the playoffs table later on, because I'm sure you guys are gonna be pretty shocked with the stack of teams against each other. That is exactly what is taking time now in the background. We're also setting up that interview segment for one of the Almghty players to get a little bit of extra screen time that they most definitely deserve here as well, Warden.
A little bit of preparation, guys, for you all to consume the excitement that awaits us next week. It's gonna be the playoffs now, guys. Group stages said and done. A brand new chapter will unfold us now, and it's just gonna get better from then on forward. With the group stages now coming into a close, only the best, and only really the best, has advanced to the next stage of the competition.
I mean, you gotta be silly if you think that the playoffs is not gonna be even better, man. I mean, this was just a group stage. We were eliminating some of the, quote unquote, weaker teams in the competition, and it has been this nerve-wracking. It has been this exciting. So you can bet your final dollar on the fact that CDFI is gonna be a blockbuster event when we get to the playoffs. But the MVP, the one and only, shut up, 31 eliminations in total, 4,040 on the damage, a total of 6 streaks. Indonesia might not be able to make it through Dunia Games, but it makes it through in spirit, through Shut Up and Jeff Pro in the form of Almghty into the playoffs.
I'm just quite surprised. We were calling out Irfan J, but till then, if it's Dunia Games, aka the Indonesian representatives, going down, at least 1, 2 will go up. Irfan, Shut Up, and Jeff Pro will be representing the Indonesian squad. Here, Shut Up bagging his 3rd MVP count for today. 31 kills under his name. Everything. This man, as you did say earlier, we're calling out each individual player for set of Almghty. And Shut Up, there was really nothing that he did change here in this competition, aside from the fact that he just kept on doing what he did before.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, what a play. What a freaking play. Overall, Shut Up definitely deserves the MVP title. The whole squad of Almghty deserves non-stop praises for what they've been able to do to Dunia Games in this final series, taking the fantastic 3-0 against them to also claim that #1 spot overall in Group D. And overall, just making Garena super proud in CDFI, man. That's about it at the end of the day.
Yeah, man. I mean, just really a wrap now here, AJ. Now, in terms of the brackets actually as well, I just had a sneak peek on what's to come here for the set of Almghty and Wolves. For Wolves, they're going to be going up against ABC Esports, and for Dunia Games, I think they're going to be, for Almghty, I think they're going to be going up against, no, actually, it's going to be the opposite. I think Almghty going to be going up against All Games, and for Wolves could be ABC Esports. But, that's not really the final call right there. I'm just making my perceptions here. But, guys, before we head over to the next stage, or the next phase, we're going to be having an interview. We'll be right back.
Yep.
Hello, would you like to say hello and to introduce yourself to our audience, please?
Hello, I'm Heaven from Almghty.
欢迎 Heaven 啊！第一个问题想问一下，在第一章的雪山之巅当中啊，其实一开始的时候分数都没有拉开嘛，后续才是慢慢的把这个分数给拉开的。请问一下，是使用到了什么样的方法 ？What will be the best option for you to gain more points to widen the gap, and any good skill for that?
We won our gunfights and we got to hold the spawns for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th hardpoint. Consecutively, so we got a lot of points from that.
Heaven 说我们在第2、第3个后续的点位当中获得了一些持续的枪位，于是在后面的得分点上就拿到了更多的一些分数。那么第二个问题也是想问一下，他在队伍当中的一个任务，以及他们队伍当中的指挥到底是谁呢？或者说是哪些选手呢？What's your job in your team, and who is the IGL for your team?
I'm the Slayer or Sniper for the team, and either me or Incendio will IGL.
Heaven 说在队伍当中他可能是一个突破手，同时也可能是一个狙击手。那么指挥这一块的话，是有时候是 Incendio， 有时候是他。那么也不知道到底谁会是一个怎么样的一个角色。那我再问一句，Who will be the main IGL?
Incendio maybe.
Incendio，所以他觉得可能在整个队伍的总指挥当中 ，Incendio 是一个大局观的一个指挥啊。那下一个问题就是今天 AMT 打得都非常好嘛，想问一下他觉得队伍当中今天谁是最佳的那个选手 ？Who will be the MVP player in your team for today's game?
I think everyone did their jobs. So I got the most MVP. So
其实刚才 Heaven 在跟我对问题的时候，他觉得他自己是那个最佳的 MVP 啊，但是可能也是其他队玩的也比较好嘛。我觉得今天所有 AMT 的选手玩的都比较好啊。那下一个问题就是在整个的这个我们的赛区当中啊，想请问一下 Heaven 觉得哪一支队伍可能是一个比较大的敌人呢？Who do you think is the best team, or who do you think is the best player in our CDM region?
我觉得 I think Q9 is the strongest from scrims. We haven't really scrimmed both, so I don't know. But from the strongest Chinese team, I think it's Q9, and the best player on the team I think is Oling.
Heaven 觉得他根据训练赛的情况，觉得秦九是目前 CDM 赛区当中比较强有力的队伍啊。同时，欧林也是比较强的一名选手啊。Any words you want to say to 欧林？有什么话想对欧林说的吗
？Let's meet in the grand finals.
Heaven 想对欧林说，希望能够在本次的总决赛当中相见啊，那确实是一个非常不错的。那其实还有一个问题就是，虽然说今天小组赛你全部打完了嘛，那下周会面对到的就是 ABC 了，想问一下他们会做什么样的一个准备？Any preparations for your next week's game, which will be against to ABC?
We have played against them many times. And we will prepare accordingly.
我们Heaven 说我们已经跟 ABC 打了很多场的一些比赛了，希望能够在下周的比赛当中发挥出最好的一个成绩啊。那最后一个问题想问一下 Heaven， 也是想告诉一下 Heaven 吧，在我们的整个国服赛区当中啊，其实他有很多的一些粉丝嘛，有什么话想对他的这些粉丝说的？Any words to say to your CDM fans？
谢谢支持我。
That's all.
OK， 拜拜。
谢谢。Heaven 是一个非常腼腆的一个选手嘛，也是感谢大家的一个支持嘛。那也是再次恭喜 AMT 拿下了本场比赛的胜利，也是感谢 Heaven 接受我的采访。Thank you for coming to this interview. Thank you. 让我们把时间交还给解说席。
Heaven's so cute. The guy was blushing. He's just on lane. Can I end this conversation now? Too cute, man.
Yeah. I was just like, Heaven, come on, man. Come on, dude, talk to her.
But I understand.
You know.
I understand. Not everyone's like you, Warden. Super smooth with the ladies, you know. Heaven takes his time, you know. But at the end of the day, Almghty, they didn't need to do much talking. They did the walking first, getting that #1 spot in Group D, outshining Wolves themselves. That is quite the huge accomplishment for the day.
I mean, bow down, hail Almghty, as you would say. So here we go. We got the results now here. Being put up the first matchup here, being won by Almghty, taking down Wolves in a 2-1 manner. Approaching onwards game number 2 up against Weibo. Almghty, they won just one out, but Weibo took the game out away from them 2-1. Onwards game number 3. Weibo as well takes one game out away from Dunia Games 2-1.
And at the end of the day, one would have expected Dunia Games to put up a stronger fight. Things could have been a tad bit different had they managed to initially get the victory over Weibo 3-0, but that was not the case. And therefore, they get shut down. They get shoved down to the 3rd spot at the very least. It was not the very last ranking. Wolves and Almghty, they push on 4th to the playoffs. And there you go. These are the top 8 teams in the competition. 4 from Garena and 4 from CDM. It cannot have gotten better than this.
Oh yeah, man. Coming inside this tournament with 16 teams. 8 from Garena, 8 from the CDM region. We're coming in half of both ends here. The competition just remains to be the same here. The odds of whether which region will come into the play or will come out on top still remains to be the same. And finally here, AJ, we get the brackets up in our faces.
Oh, dude, it's gonna be tough for Smart Mega. They go up against a #2 seed that has dominated CDM on the side of China for the longest of time. The one and only Q9 in the very first matchup of the playoffs. All Gamers takes on Wolves in match number 2. That is gonna be brother versus brother, CDM versus CDM. Dunia Gaming takes on Blacklist International Ultimate in match number 3, and Almghty takes on ABC in an all Garena showdown. We know between AMK and ABC pretty much who's going to be able to walk through. We also have historical data to point us in the right direction. Almghty, after all, is the most dominant team within the whole of Garena. Even double proof that against the players of Dunia Games as well. But my biggest question is, what's gonna happen in the AG versus Wolves matchup? Will we see AG shock the whole world?
I mean, it's truly a possibility here. You know, we know for a fact how AG and Wolves has been going against each other in the CDM region here. But one interesting thing that I would love to talk about, AJ, is that, you know, we're talking about the two representatives of Garena here, and one at the very top of the bracket, one at the very bottom here. There could be a possibility here that it might end up just them going against each other here, but I don't want to see that, man. I'm too sick and tired to see that one played out now. But finally here we do get the schedules here for the next following games.
I mean, whether or not we are sick and tired of seeing it, if they earn that opportunity, let's friggin' go. Q9 versus Smarter Mega, match number 1. We start things off at 5 p.m. and match 2 is scheduled to take place 7 p.m., 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. 3 hours after that as AG takes on Wolves. It's gonna be a long day for the playoffs.
It's gonna be a long day here, and if I'm not mistaken, actually, AJ, we're gonna be having a different format, right?
Yeah.
I think we're gonna be going for a best of 7 series here. It's gonna be a long while here. That's why, guys, don't be so confused if ever why it's only 2 matches per day, because per series, guys, we're gonna be having a best of 7.
Let's see exactly what breaks down during the playoffs. So far, the group stages have been phenomenal. Each and every single day, we have seen teams rise up to the occasion to prove that they are the most dominant in both CDM as well as Garena. And we couldn't have had it any better than this, right? An exact split down the middle. The top 4 from CDM versus the top 4 in Garena down here at the playoffs. And only one can reign supreme above all of the rest. I cannot wait for the playoffs next week, Warden.
I can't wait. Quite excited, guys. You guys have your schedules now. I mean, everything that you guys have asked for is right there, guys. I mean, it was such a good run here for the group stages here.
Yep.
Coming again, some teams fell, some teams rose. And clearly, we saw how it went down there with those screens that we were presented earlier, AJ. I mean, oh my days. What a run. I'm just so excited there from each and every factor there. Ready up. It's just a wrap here for this group status. It's a wrap here for this group status here, AJ.
Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for all of your support. Thank you for the likes, thank you for the shares, and thank you for being here all the way till the very end of the broadcast. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Warden. And on behalf of Cali Gaming 2, you guys have a great night, a good day. We'll catch you guys next week.